Good morning, people. So I was tempted to do a bit more Terraria today, but after 330 push-ups on stream yesterday, and then boyfriend bullying me with 20 more, I kind of don't want to risk any more push-ups. 350 is so many. But today's stream is actually going to be pretty appropriate for Near Letotap, the song which is playing right now. Because today we're playing through the Council. It's been on my radar for as long as I've been streaming. Because narrative games, browsing through Steam, seeing what's up, and this seems pretty cool. But I know absolutely nothing about it apart from that it's a narrative-heavy role-playing game that's all about like 18th or 19th century New World Order conspiracy type stuff. So it sounds cool. Sounds up my alley. Aw, this is sweet. Non-standard menu interface. It's pleased me already. I've only just clicked once and I'm already smiling. I like this. Let me see though, let me see something. Because I've done nothing to optimize this for stream, like audio-wise, video-wise. Okay, not seeing any lag or hang up here, which is good. Audio-wise. Feels a bit loud, doesn't it? Like I'm seeing the peak over here. Oh, this is cool. This doesn't actually freeze anything when you alt-tab out. Like a few other games I played, if you alt-tab out, that's it. Audio cuts out, gameplay freezes. It feels like super soft music audio, but it could be just the ambience. And way loud, clicky clicky click. You can begin a new game. Validate, validate, or play. Okay. Paris, France, December 10th when? 1792. See? 18th century. It better give me menus, because I want to tweak things.
Stop! You're not getting anywhere with this, Von Borchert.
You know, I kind of get the same feeling, my dear Sarah. Listen. Nothing. Not a sound. No one's coming to save you.
That's what you think. The Golden Order knows exactly where we are.
By the time your ridiculous secret society turns up, I'll be long gone. As for you, nothing will remain of your body.
If you touch a single hair on my mother's head, I'll skin you alive.
I'm liking this so far. It's off to a good start.
Louis, I have no intention of beating your dear mother. There are more persuasive ways of making you talk. You've stolen something from me that I intend to get back.
Pistol on the table? Is that a
Von
regress?
Borchert, you can't sell that book on the black market anymore. This is finished.
We know you're planning on selling at one of Lord Mortimer's parties. All right? Just tell us who the buyer is and we can make a deal.
You've no idea of the trouble you've gotten yourselves into.
That delivery. That snake-like trail off at the end.
You will tell me where it's hidden. I can promise you that.
Stop annoying our host, Louis.
Hey, Wither.
Son, didn't what happened to you in Rome teach you anything?
Just a few more minutes and my concoction will be ready.
No doom. No promise of doom
Your bodies
today.
will dissolve in less than 4 hours. You'll see. It loosens tongues in no time.
Hey, there we go.
You know, I have to admit, Mother, the only thing you've ever taught me is that damn motto of yours. Always remain rational. And open. I got it. I've opened our shackles.
Draw him over here. I'll take care of him.
Is this gonna be tutorial?
Von Burchard!
Hmm?
Listen. let's make a deal. I'll tell you where the book is if you let my mother go free.
Oh, what are you playing at?
Don't worry, Mother.
You want to play the hero. Pity you're not in any position to do so. For the last time. Where is Al-Azif?
Act
Let me do this.
or trust her. Ooh, it's gonna be that kind of game. Act, trust, act, trust, act, trust. I don't see a time limit, that's cool. Oh no, oh no. Already giving me decisions that impact the entire rest of the game. I assume that I'm the man of the middle. The woman to the right is my mother apparently, if everyone is telling the truth. And this fellow here, I have no clue who he is, but he's familiar with us, and some secret order we belong to, and some book that he plans to sell off. Handsome middle fellow does have a plan. Mother says no. You know what? I'm gonna act on this. And then get a game over immediately. No. They've given me a cool scar. Added achievement. Trait unlocked, scarred.
For God's sake, Louis, I told you to let me do it. Let me see.
You know, I was in control of the situation, Mother.
Oh, tell that
Mothers.
to It's because of this kind of reaction that I prefer to work alone.
You ought to learn to trust me, Mother. Can't you be happy for once? We finally cracked the Von Borchard case?
He was just a middleman. He would have been more useful alive.
Oh no, did I really botch this?
How many
Does
times
this
must I
impact the whole
tell you?
story?
You must never put your life on the line for me. You're much more important than you can ever imagine. Right, let's go now.
Aww. That's actually kind of tender, I like that. Speaking of which, Wither, I did read your stuffs last night. Really good writing, I gotta say. Straight up impressed me. Hey, New Year's. Lord Mortimer's Island. But which coast of England? Are we talking southern coast? East? They have it in the east? I didn't get to the superhero one yet. I read the one about the demon and the ice child and the witch. Or, you know, the summoner things. Seems to me you do have a habit for twists. Or, not quite twists,
Well
but
done,
like,
Mother. You just had
reversing
to
expectations.
trail on your own, didn't you? You ditched me in Paris with no explanation, and off you go to infiltrate one of the world-renowned receptions of this Lord Mortimer. And
Oh,
now
no.
he writes me to say that you've gone missing on his private island.
Is that because you
Which,
lost
by
Mom's
the way,
trust?
looks more like a big rock than a paradise island.
Wait, is this out of scale? Is this the same island from the penultimate mission of Hitman 2? It's probably not, but that is not my headcanon.
The least he could do is explain to me how he managed to lose you. In any case, it is time for you to stop all this, Mother. It no longer suits your age. Well, I'm sure I'll find you once
Screen
again,
is so dusty.
slogging through the caves beneath the island, searching for some long-lost mystical object that you just can't live without. I'm already hating this trip, and all I've done is think
Contrary
about
to what one may be able to imagine, it was not the host himself who invited me.
Well now, Duchess, we find ourselves both invited by Sir Horn.
Well, how very amusing. Perhaps we have some common interests, Your Eminence. Is this your first time at
Duchess
one of
and an
Lord
eminence.
Mortimer's legendary parties?
Oh no, we have been friends since long ago. But as I'm doing some business with Sir Horn, the invitation came from him.
Well, I simply can't wait for all the festivities to begin.
And you, good sir?
Well,
what brings
penultimate,
you
like
here?
narrative-wise. What brings me here? Business or personal reasons? Aw, does it do the zoom in thing? But is this artistically placed? Like, oh no. They swap positions, so it doesn't imply one or the other. Oh, I can't look too deeply into this. So what am I here for? Business or personnel? Let's say personal. Technically the truth. Though is business also technically the truth? That's personal.
Your Eminence, with all due respect, I prefer to keep my reasons for coming here to
Oh,
myself.
by personal he
I
means
promise
secretive.
it has nothing to do with the legendary party that you all appear to be preparing for.
I
Believe
love broken
what you will,
textures.
son. However, everything is related to the legendary parties organized by our host.
Yeah, I'll be the judge of that, Cardinal.
Anyway, consider yourself fortunate, young man, because there are many who dream of simply one day setting foot on this island, and only a very few ever make it. Indeed, I imagine this must be your first time here.
Absolutely. Or turn the question back to the Duchess with guile. Truth or guile? No, I'm sure some of them were truthful. Plenty of authors after all. Some truthful, some agendas. Lots of poetics. Information taking. Duchess, tell us about yourself.
And you, Duchess? You seem to be quite accustomed to things here. Am I right?
I do not think that one can ever get accustomed to what Lord Mortimer prepares for his guests. But you are right.
That kind of
This
island.
is not the first time I've been on this wharf.
If you've come back again, I imagine you must find it to be of some interest.
Here, everything is possible if you make the right choices. It really is up to you whether you leave better off or not.
She's talking about the
Please
game,
excuse
isn't she?
me if you find me overly
She's on New Game
curious.
Plus already.
I did not mean to cause you any embarrassment. Come, Duchess. They are waiting for us.
We're moving.
Hey,
if you
Zoku, good
wish,
morning to you.
If you would like to join us.
I'm coming, Duchess. A cardinal? A duchess? I wonder if all the guests here are this prestigious. If I'd known, I
Oh, did
would have gone
you?
for a better suit.
I'm too transparent, apparently.
Are you alright?
It has been on the radar for a while, but... Steam Summer Sale. Finally had the financial opportunity. What, the nose scar? It's not too lewd. Just a nose scar.
Mother? Oh shit, your hand!
So,
Okay, it's done.
I'm
did
going
you
to
put it
assume
in a safe place?
that this premonition is going to be
I
entirely
made
accurate.
Sure no one was following me. Don't worry, Sarah. No one's going to find it.
Are you absolutely sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Right. Just one thing left to do.
No, Mother, no, don't!
What? Have you lost your mind?
There's no other way.
If you kill me, you won't find it.
That is the point, my dear. No one must ever put their hands on it again.
No. But I trusted you.
No, Sarah, don't! No. No! You can run if you want
Is this
to,
going to be
Sarah.
some kind of like cosmic whodunit? With several competing truths.
Hugh.
Louis, are you alright? What's going on? Here, take this.
Our first clue.
I'm sorry.
A handkerchief with initials.
Are you better?
I'm fine. Don't worry. It's getting
It's
late.
making
so
my
why
own
don't-
dish now.
Why don't you go on ahead and I'll catch up with you, okay?
Are you sure?
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm sure, yes.
Fine.
Guess it's a popular trope, psychic nosebleeds and all that. Premonitions start spewing.
I definitely have to find Mother quickly.
Am I going crazy or what?
Mouse
This
to the
can't be
camera,
real.
wants it to
That
move.
just arrived with me. What's happening to me, for God's sake? I absolutely need to find you, Mother.
Arrived with you, but don't forget, not her first time on the island. Collector's Are there collectible coins to pick up for completion and unlocking random things? Okay, not seeing any hiccups on stream, man. Good. And how is ambient auto? Audio's okay, it looks like. But that's just a visual audio bars. I have no clue how it sounds for like other computers and other audio setups and headphones or no headphones. That's the gamble. Feels dark though. They do have options. Just audio and subtitles or controls. I can't make it brighter? Invert axes. Who would ever? But what if they hide stuff in these dark colors? Oh, what I see. They put out little blue
During
dots.
the trip, I had something I wanted to ask you, but we didn't happen to run into each other.
Yes, Duchess?
I'm not
3D
sure if you
rendered
remember,
lewds.
but
Sounds
we've
about
met
right with her.
before. At that time, you were of two minds as to your choice of career. Tell me, what have you been up to since?
Ooh, wicked a class! See, I know absolutely nothing about this game, pure blindness, but I did see a screenshot that suggested a cult presence. Are we a diplomat? The diplomat shines in society. A talented speaker, he avoids faux pas. I can convince those with whom he is talking without defending them. Politics is his field of predilection. Occultist. The occultist is a master of deception. Convinced of the importance of knowledge, he has acquired extensive expertise in science and the arts. Using others to achieve his own ends does not bother him. Or detective. The detective excels at investigation. He is trained to notice every detail in his surroundings. I thought it was cut off, but no, it all just moves around as you move around. As well as in people he questions. A hands-on man, he does not shy away from the direct approach. Let's see what this is with her. I mean, so far it's quite the tangle, but they've got... That's kind of Death Marcus, Chapter 1, with all those plants sprouting out of them. See, that is why I insist that the future of gaming has to be plants that act as plants. It can't just be spiky fog. Here we see plants that the player models can go into, but they're plants that do not get disturbed, and as such, they just shoot right through their bodies. Occultist does sound dead cool, but 1 month ago when Mother and I were tied up with a chair, I did kind of trust my own gut instincts. I got my nose cut. Ooh, they got skills! They got associated skills. Choose a class that finds your basic skills. Other skills will still be available, but unlocking them will be more expensive. Ah, the classic D&D approach. Politics, etiquette, linguistics, conviction, and diversion. Manipulation, occultism, erudition, sciences, subterfuges. I don't think 1 month ago was very subterfugey, but it could be that the guilt of Mother saying, this is why I work alone, forced him to be more subtle in the interim. Questioning, vigilance, psychology, agility, logic. Oh, these all sound so good. I mean, Zoku, I have no confirmation that the people in that picture are not ghosts and spirits. So it could be a whole Deathmark thing again. It could be deliberate. Manipulation, erudition, sciences, subterfuge. So subterfuge, charisma, or mind games. This is the hardest choice so far. I really can't pick. Totally pick occultist, says Oku. But psychology, playing mind games, but detective is so cliche. But then linguistics and diversions and politics. Oh my goodness, can it be all three? Okay, what do I want primary things to be? I mean, I could still do linguistics or psychology if I go occultist, right? Just more expensive to unlock. Just being difficult. Oh no, you're making suggestions. The game itself is being difficult. I don't know who I am. It takes people their whole lives to discover who they are. But questioning, more skills in questioning, manipulation. I don't know what kind of game it is too, so I don't know what skills are like valuable. But it's occulty. Occulty is cool. What do I know about the character so far? So far, he undid his shackles when tied up, punched a man out, got his nose cut, and shot him, and currently believes that the ancient relics his mother goes for are hogwash. So maybe less occult, maybe less diplomatic. Diplomat being more etiquette, linguistics, conviction, diversion, politics. Hey, Robbie. See, that's what I'm thinking. It does sound... The way he's played out so far does sound more detective. It was a very logical choice, an agile one, that got his nose sliced up. Wasn't very diversion-y. Wasn't very etiquette-wise in trusting his mother, chose not to. And there wasn't really much subterfuge in that, to be fair. Let's go detective. Your skills. 3 available points. Detective unlocks questioning, vigilance, logic, psychology, and agility skills. You now have 7 effort points to use your skills. Pass granted 1 skill in conviction, 1 manipulation. Oh. So, I got skills in the occultism, and is this diplomatry? And 0 in detective so far. Level 0. To unlock dialogue options and actions. I'm not judging the scar, it's a cool scar. But his scar is a mark of who he is, how he got that scar. The man he was before it, the man he becomes after. Ah, definitely true, Wither, because we are social creatures. That is how we evolve. That is how we continue to be. Social manipulation is hacks. Just look at the state of the world today. Notice noteworthy details or oddly placed elements for vigilance. So they're already at level 1. I see. And you all are at level 0. And I have what? 3 available points? So I could do 1, 2, 3. Remove all points. Escape. Alright, so do I want to unlock conviction? Convince people with sheer force of your will and attitude. Manipulation. Get people to act in your own interest. Or my detective skills. Questioning. Notice anything strange in someone's behavior or appearance. Psychology. Read people's behavior like an open book. Logic. Use your logical mind and oratorial talents. Agility. Use your coordination against your surroundings and sometimes against people. So, it's already level 1. They're all level 1. That's cool. So I've got you all for free. You all are 0. So I could unlock convincing or manipulation. Imagine being socially inept. Just imagine. Alright, think what I'll do. Manipulate or convict? Let's convince them. And then aim towards... Read people's behaviors. Sure. Behaviors. Or oddly placed elements. I like all three of these. I like them all. So, people's behavior and appearance, noteworthy details, or oddly placed elements, or people's behaviors. Behavior or appearance. Behavior, like an open book. Let's go for behavior. That's kind of cool. Validate those points. Oh, you gotta hold it. Aw, so you could back out anytime you want.
Well, over the last few years, I've solved a number of crime cases. Like the chauffeur d'Angers, for example. Thieves that torture their
speak
victims
French.
with burning embers.
Charming. How did you catch them?
I told the most cowardly one that the others had given him up.
Ah, and I wager your thief suddenly started to talk.
You wouldn't believe it. He told us everything. The jobs, the stashes, the names of his partners. Couldn't shut him up.
I heard about that
Excuse
case,
me.
but I didn't know you were the one who solved it.
I'm flattered that the news made it across the channel. And you've got a darn good memory, Duchess.
Well, they say I have the memory of two people. But please call me Emily.
Fine, Emily. Tell me, I was actually helped on that case by my mother. You wouldn't know her by any chance?
Memory
Wait,
of two people.
We've already met. You do remember me, don't you?
Not at all, so lie to her. Not at all, sorry. Nah, be upfront. You gotta build people's rapport and trust in you. Faux pas happen. People forget. Loads of people on Earth. But if you're humble and give people some vulnerability about yourself, that is power that they assume they have over you. And they lord that power.
Please excuse me, madam. I'm sure we've met before, but I don't remember where.
I appreciate your honesty, even if it's not very flattering for me.
I imagine that with your beauty, madam, it's the first time a man hasn't remembered your face.
Well,
That's
I must say you
switcheroo.
make up for yourself rather elegantly.
Please stop torturing me. I'm completely at your mercy. Where have we met?
4 years ago, in London,
No. Sorry, I don't remember.
in the office of William Pitt. Remember? No?
I'm so sorry, Emily, but I really don't remember you.
He really doesn't.
Let's drop it, Louis. It doesn't matter. Right, time to go to the manor.
Your skills allow you to discover hidden details. Select the object that most suggestive of the situation in order to discover them. Do not consume effort points. You're telling me those little diamonds on the bottom left, hidden by my face, or partially obscured by them, are action points that I have a limited amount of? Opportunities do not consume effort points to access the skill required for the situation. You just need to have unlocked it. Okay. Validate. 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 Collar or
Ask
lips
her a
apparently.
question. She answers with another. Is she playing with me?
Ooh, so that's how this game is played? Each person you meet on the island has their own personality, which makes them vulnerable to certain skills and immune to others. I'm liking this already, I keep saying it, but I do. Exploiting their personality is crucial to achieve your personal goals. Skills used against immunities will not succeed, and leave you exhausted. Meanwhile, exploited vulnerabilities will give you 1 effort point back. Oh. Okay. Review immunities and vulnerabilities in the Journal tab menu. Red, immunity revealed. Greenish, teal, AoE, vulnerability. I keep forgetting what that archaic symbol is. Is that tab or return? Because these keyboards don't have arrows anymore. I'm going to assume that's return key. Is it return? Who's got an ancient keyboard? Hold on, hold on. You don't see it. Oh. Push that button. Guinea, Van Guinea. Hold on, I got this. Okay, yeah. It is a turn. Tab is like that, and just like that. Enter, return, it is.
Emily, please excuse my
Discovered
insistence.
immunity.
You still haven't answered.
So you can do this anytime you want to. Alright, alright. So that's my character, not their characters. Talents, traits. 1 skill point in conviction for Scarred. Act against your mother's advice. Don't put it that way! Don't phrase it as acted against my mother. Charismatic presence. Okay, alright. Immune to logic. Oh. That tracks. Emily Hillsborough is an English duchess, close to the English crown, very discreet about her origins. Emily only came to the political scene after her wedding. That some qualified as a marriage of interest to an old English aristocrat on the decline. Libertarian, modern but discreet. She has taken it upon herself to establish close ties with her peers. In a few years, she has become the favorite diplomat of the Queen, which is what probably prompted the Prime Minister, William Pitt, to take her as private secretary, thus provoking much suspicion and jealousy. Uh-huh. Louis, the protagonist, Piaghi Giuseppe. His Eminence, the Cardinal Giuseppe Piaghi, is a legate of Pope Pius VI. If I look up details about Pius VI, would that give me spoilers? Alright, so, important thing is, you are immune to logic. Art of knowing people by their physiognomy, a method by which to analyze individuals based on the physical appearance, notably the facial characteristics. Emily's handkerchief. Initials, E.H. Aw, we already know she's Emily Hillsborough, so that's nothing new. Mortimer's invitation. Dear Monsieur de Richet, I am writing you to express my embarrassment regarding the situation which I find myself. As you probably know, I had invited your mother, Sarah de Richet, to join me on my island several weeks ago. We had projects in common regarding your order. Her stay was going smoothly till yesterday when your mother suddenly disappeared. I do not want to over-worry you, but I would like you to join me as soon as possible so we can shed some light on this mystery. Please accept, sir, the expression of my highest consideration. Yours sincerely, Lord William Mortimer, Marquis of Westfordshire. Westfordshire. So is the island off the coast of Westfordshire? I've never been to Westfordshire. Now, if it was Brownsea Island, Google Maps can't find, but you just told me. Anyway, back to game.
About my mother. Do you know her?
You'll see.
So no
Louis.
logic.
Everybody here knows Sarah de Richet.
I don't know where we're going like this, Emily, but you're connected to my mother one way or another. And if I can believe my vision, you don't have much of a place in her heart.
Here's the thing, though. The choices were lips or choker, and I don't know how to interpret that. Talents? You obtain talents when carrying out certain actions. Remember to review their unlocked conditions and effects, as they offer interesting improvements. Talents in the dedicated tab. Okay. Diplomatic mastery. Time given for opportunities increased by 50%. Ooh. So need level 3 diversion, level 2 etiquette and conviction. Aww. Occult mastery. Policing mastery. Halves the fake elements displayed during an opportunity. Alright. Need questioning, vigilance, psychology. Out of breath? Oh, more points of agility. Decreases effort points to 0 during a quest. Do I want that? Okay. So go up to Manor. Alright. Blue highlighted things.
Must be an incredible view from up there. Impossible to set foot on the island without being seen from 300 meters away.
So it's all dark, but I guess those blue highlights are points of interest or things to pick up. Like these things. No, that's just a highlight. That's just... that. It's just lighting. This is a thing. Royal Jelly? To restore 2 effort points. Oh, so I have to use them or lose them? Alright. So going to assume these things are just like collecting whatever stuffs. Key items, and down here are the actual usable stuff. 1 to use, 2, 3, 4. Negative alterations. Devil's Thorn. Reveals immunities and vulnerabilities affecting dialogue choice. Carmelite Water. Next skill use is free. Cool. Nothing else here, right? Thought I saw a shadowy person, but that was my own shadow. There is a run button!
Sir, may I ask your name, please?
Louis Moras de Richer.
Monsieur de Richer, delighted to welcome you among us, sir. You must be Sarah de Richer's son. I must tell you we are doing our utmost to find your mother as quickly as possible.
So, Atlantic Island with a castle, secretive order, greeted by Man of the Mask. This is Isla Gale. Where is Lord Mortimer? Or what do you know about my mother? Would he know anything? I don't even know who he is. I suppose we'll know where Lord Mortimer is in soon time, but it's also diplomatic to ask about the host, isn't it? Well, we are detective-y. What does he
Can
know?
you tell me about the disappearance of my mother?
2 weeks have passed since Sir's mother went missing. All the staff here have since been busy searching every nook and cranny of the island.
Did they check the cupboards?
Sir may rest assured, we shouldn't be long in finding her.
And just what have you found so far?
It would seem that Sir's mother may be hiding on the island and regularly changing her location.
Well, that's good.
But
That means
no
she's
one
alive.
seems to know why she would find this behavior necessary.
What do you mean?
On several occasions, we have found leftovers of food, a few of her things, or even traces of campsites. The reason why we're searching the wharf again is because lights were spotted there last night.
Where we are now?
Indeed, sir. According to our information, lights were seen in the middle of the night, sir. After verification, none of the guests seem to have left the manor last night. We think that perhaps Sir's mother was here.
Skills. Your skills give you access to unique choices and actions at the cost of effort points. Oh no. And I do see the timing bar on the bottom. The higher skill level, the lower the cost is in effort points. Difficulty 0, question level 1, if you found anything here. Any witnesses? Well, if it's free. Or if it's difficulty 0, why not?
And did you find anything then?
We discovered a certain amount of damage, sir, on the wooden part of the wharf.
What type of damage?
Broken.
Hold on. Servants are vulnerable to questioning. Cool, okay, alright. So that's it then. So that's what questioning or using skills look like. The thing here with Emily. Lips are choker, no clue what that was about. Alright. So lean on the servants with my facts and logics.
Barrels, mainly.
Not too dangerous,
We'll do
just
whatever is
questioning
necessary
about
to
my
have
mother.
them rapidly repaired. But quite frankly, I can't imagine what Sir's mother would have been doing with them.
What could Mother have been doing with barrels?
Nevertheless, our search of the wharf hasn't been entirely unsuccessful, though.
What do you mean?
Floating out from
We
Mirkwood.
seem to have found an object that would appear to belong to Sir's mother. A handkerchief.
Handkerchief
The
collection
is
is 2 so
embroidered with the
far.
Initials SDR. We came to the conclusion conclusion that they are the initials of Sir's mother, Sarah de Richet. I have orders to give it to Lord Mortimer as soon as I see him.
I know my mother.
Oh, not
She's
this
not
time.
the kind to go for a midnight stroll in the
Darkwing
wharf
Guinea was Old
I
Guinea.
got to find out what the hell she was doing here. Where exactly did you find the handkerchief?
On the landing dock, sir. The one you arrived by.
Okay, good, good. No timer. Manipulation locked. Let me have the handkerchief. I'll take care of it. You will give me the handkerchief. Conviction. I mean, I'm her son. I should have her handkerchief. And she's missing. I should have it. Logic level 1.
Give me the handkerchief.
I'm not gonna be immune,
I'll
are
personally
they?
show it to Lord Mortimer.
Well,
I've traveled hard for several days in order to...
Is that 2 vulnerabilities? They have multiple vulnerabilities? They are vulnerable to logic and questioning.
get here.
yes, but
Invited by your master.
no, of course. But
Because my mother went missing right under your nose.
sir, please.
And having only just arrived, you refused to give me her personal belongings?
Of course not, sir. It
He
was
said
never
kindly.
my intention to contradict, sir.
Polite
There
words
you are.
used.
I must return now. It is still much to prepare in order to welcome all the guests.
Cool, now where's that handkerchief? My mother's handkerchief that was given to me by the servant of the pier. SDR. It's 2 handkerchiefs down. Just need every other person's handkerchief. Servant, give me your handkerchief.
It is indeed your handkerchief, Mother. You must have come here for a specific reason. I need to know what it is. Let's think. What could she have been doing out here on this wharf?
Hold down scroll button to move faster. Or, I could just hold shift. And why am I not moving? That was odd. Anywho, barrel. What is in
The
barrel?
barrel's been broken for quite some time.
Quite some time. They did not say the lights were seen last night.
This chest might belong to Duchess Hillsborough.
And search it. We can't search it. Oh. You know, sometimes it is a bit hard to tell what's actually a highlighted point and what's just lighting. Like the corners of these luggages are the exact same shade of blue and the exact same size as these pinpricks here.
Looks like a bar from an old gate. This miserable old bar has been broken fairly recently. The edges are still clean.
Oh, some
and the
mom's
tip is
tool.
blackened. Without analysis to the contrary, I put my money on cannon powder.
Okay, what if? What if Mom was actually imprisoned? Held in some dank little oubliette on the island, and she had to blast her way out, and that's why she's in hiding. Partially why she's in hiding. Take the evidence.
This might just come in handy. A sack of seeds. It's unopened. No one seems to have used any. Honey, the remedy of the gods.
More royal jelly, of which I can only carry 5 at a time.
Some rope. Apparently no one's touched it for a good long time. A lantern. Nothing special.
Nothing special, it's a very cool lantern in a very dark game. Take it.
Let's see what's hidden inside.
Difficulty 3 for logic level 1 to find a clue. Examine them one at a time, stand back. Can I do all of them? Or is this... Oh, I see. It takes up 3 of my effort points out of 7. Well, I have royal jelly. Might as well spend it.
Ah, one of the letters is stamped with the seal of the order. And I'd recognize your handwriting anywhere, Mother. But who is this Samuel Ritter d'Auchois? Who are you writing to? I don't
SRD.
recognize the name. Let's see what's inside this letter. So,
Dear Samuel, my stay on Lord Mortimer's island is going wonderfully well. As I find myself in such charming company, I plan to stay a few more weeks. Would you be so kind as to send me a gift that I'd like to give to our old friend Manuel Godoy? I would be most
Manuel
grateful.
Godoy, and a
I
gift
have
too,
been
Mother.
told that he's going to join us here soon. I would like to mark the occasion. Thank you in advance. Yours devotedly, Sarah Faustine de Richet.
what is your game here, Mother? Secrets, always more secrets. You've never talked to anyone using language like this. Something's going on here.
That's because your mother chose a
Who is this
diplomat
Samuel
tree.
Ritter? And for crying out loud, who's this Manuel Godoy that you keep bringing up? Think. Godoy. Manuel Godoy. Why does the name sound so familiar?
Think it out. Oh, I don't have the political clout or savvy to know. Can't remember, no clue who Godoy is. Does Wikipedia know? Manuel Godoy? He does have a Wikipedia article. Manuel Godoy Alvarez de Faria, Prince of the Peace, 1st Duke of Alcudia, 1st Duke of Suica, 1st Baron of Monsalvo. Came to power at a young age as a favorite of Charles IV and Queen Maria Luisa. Despite multiple disasters, he maintained power. Many Spanish leaders blamed Godoy for the disastrous war with Britain that cut off Spain's empire and ruined its finances. Cool. Historical person number 1.
I'm guessing he's a man of some importance. Spanish, I'd say. But just can't put a face to him. Well, hope we meet to talk about it soon, Mother. I don't know what you've gotten yourself into this time, but I'll bet you've got a lot to tell me.
So basic politics. We failed basic politics. Look for more clues, or go to the manor. Could I keep snooping through the mail?
Let's see what's hidden inside.
I can keep snooping through the mail. One at a time. I'm gonna get caught doing that, won't I? There's servants, there's eyes and ears everywhere. To Carcori, to Monsieur Algebre, Monica de Silva Xavier, ideograms. P. Haven, H.B. Delabat, His Eminence Giovanni Angelico Braschi. I mean, you gotta go for the ideograms. No name, so it's safe to.
Written in an Oriental language.
We don't know the language. We fail linguistics.
I haven't the slightest idea what it says.
Alright, fine. Snoop through. Break the seals. Should I break the seals? I mean, it's obviously gonna break the seal if I open them, aren't I? Alright, who do I like the least? Eminence. Break the Eminence's letter? Would it break the letter? Or am I just looking at it?
For the Vatican.
Don't know the name. Occultism locked.
This name sounds familiar. Braschi. No. Can't seem to place it.
Alright, so he doesn't open the letters, just examines them.
An address in
Let's snoop at all of them.
Egypt. Mortimer communicates with the whole world, apparently. Probably a Dutchman.
Am I with her? I guess I am. I don't know anything about languages or politics. Whoops, no. Keep reading.
Let's see what's hidden inside. Let's look. It's too badly written, I can't make out the address.
So that one's written by me.
The address is 50 Bedford Square, London. The addressee's in Sao Paulo, Brazil. That reminds me, it's about time the order sent some envoys there.
The Order doesn't have envoys in Brazil? What? Anywho, that's all the letters. One game in the bin? Do you mean the trash bin, or do you have to buy this bin? Because so far, I've kind of fallen in love with it already. Trash? Oh no! You mean the loot game you were playing, right? That's at the trash bin? Okay, so assuming big arches and stairs means you're up to the manor. Right then. Everywhere but the place you're meant to go. I see iron bars. Could these be the iron bars Mother was hiding in?
A wooden floorboard.
So I see. Diamond plus numbers. This costs no skills. Difficulty 0. Where did it come from?
Judging by the splinters of the wood, this floorboard has been ripped up. Yet it was in decent condition. I wonder why someone ripped it up.
Because someone was hiding under it. Choice already made. That's nice. It tells you if you made the choice already.
Probably comes from this part of the wharf. The wood is slightly eaten away, of course, but it still would have been fine if it weren't smashed.
Clues. More clues. Yeah, that does feel a bit lazy. Slave elves races. It happens in fictions quite a lot. But just as dressing. Open gate? Can I open it? No reason not to if I can.
Locked.
Aww.
I'll never get it open barehanded.
But yes, the iron bar. No subterfuge can't pick it. Just casually break it open gates.
Clearly, I'm not much for manual labor.
Aww.
Let's see if I can get it
Aww.
open another way.
Force it open with the bar. And use up 2 points. Oh well, royal jelly exists for a reason.
There we are.
Just casually making a ruckus. No one hears that. If anybody asks where I was for this whole hour out at the wharf, I was just tying my shoes. Oh, that is important, and that means check you last. Amber fragments? You just found an amber fragment. Each time you pick up 4 of them, you can increase your maximum effort points by 1. Max effort points! Alright.
Amber crystals.
All the ambers then.
This wharf is used as storage for a lot of barrels.
Examine. Examine it. Examining is free.
Here. It's cannon powder.
Science! I don't know any science. I should have taken occult after all. I mean, like I said, it's a common thing you see in fictions especially. Dojins especially. But if not really doing anything, and it's just like a backdrop of where you get your own personal slave girls, eh.
It's a waste. Honey, the remedy of the gods. This looks like a pistol case, but it's empty. I don't know if this has anything to do with you, Mother, but if it does, at least now you're armed.
Empty pistol case,
Just
gunpowder
like my
barrel.
vision. And none of it's telling me anything useful. Apparently, someone on this island has gone through a whole lot of trouble to arm themselves.
I just
We must
realized
find you, dear Mother, and quickly too.
the gate here was locked, but nothing here was. What's to stop somebody from just climbing onto the rocks and coming in this way? And nothing else here, right? That's all of it? Okay. No more shinies. Ooh, you're a shiny. Or is that just a boards? That's just a boards. We've seen it already.
A wooden floorboard.
Yep, nothing new. You're new, aren't you? 4 royal jelly. And I could only have a max of 5, so... might as well. Wait, just 1, right? Number 1, hotkey it. And 2 added each time. Could you do that in a dialogue? Like, ooh.
A Latin inscription. En nessis, mi fili quantilia produncia mundus ergatur.
I don't know. Easy to translate. Difficulty 0 linguistics. 18th century Frenchman, doesn't know his Latin, knows no sciences, doesn't know basic politics. This guy's a dork, he knows nothing. 0 occultism, 0 Latin. The brown I don't mind so far, it's just very dark. I don't know if it's my monitor, but things seem very dark on my monitor. Look, and he's in a secret order! He's in a secret 18th century order, and he doesn't know cool Latin phrases. Louis, what am I gonna do with you?
How did Mortimer manage to build his manor at the top of a rocky outcrop?
I mean, so far it's just been the dock, right? Just the wharf, so it's gonna be all grungy. I fully expect that once you get inside the opulent manor, it'll start looking more opulent. But I'm starting to suspect that I'm building poor Louis here to be a Redditor. Acting like he knows everyone, and try to be forceful, but doesn't actually know anything.
Impressive.
Marbly whites and cream
was
so
looking
far.
What can I do for you, Your Eminence?
I wanted to ask you. You are the son of Sara de Riche, aren't you? You see, your mother and I were supposed to meet here on this very spot. I was supposed to hand her a very important envelope. But I haven't seen her.
Well, luckily, we're her sons, so we could take the envelope, right?
Anyway,
Persuade Piaghi to entrust
try
the
to
letter
take
to
the
you.
envelope. It might have something to do with her disappearance.
But I don't
Listen,
know.
if it will help, you can
3
always
blunders
give it to me.
left. Confrontations. During a confrontation, you have to go through several steps while being as persuasive as possible. Oh no. Confrontations have consequences on the rest of the story, so don't hesitate to use your skills. Each confrontation displays an interface showing you how much how much a person you're talking with is convinced. Alright, so I do want to max out my royal jelly zen.
Well, thank you, my son. I'll bear that in mind. I'd rather deal with her directly. Don't take it personally. Would you happen to know if your mother has arrived yet?
Yes, she's been here for several weeks now. Never mind, give me your letter. Okay, so this is a basic, easy tutorial kind of thing, isn't it? With the obvious bad answers.
Certainly, Your Eminence. Mother got here some time ago. I was hoping to find her when I arrived, but given the hour, she must be asleep by now.
Ooh,
Right.
savvy.
I shall see her tomorrow then.
By the way, Your Eminence, I wasn't aware you knew my mother.
Ah, if you only knew, my son. I hold your mother in the highest regard. She has rendered great service to the church, and her help is invaluable. I hope that you will follow in her footsteps.
If only she had told me where she was headed.
Could I pry that out of him?
Our exchanges have always been discreet, and I should like them to remain as such. If your mother wishes to speak to you about us one day, I will not mind if she does so.
Palm
That
of
is
his
very
hand.
commendable.
He's dad,
But
isn't
since we
he?
work
We
together
know
on a
mom,
daily
but we don't know
basis,
dad.
It's surely just an oversight.
Most certainly. You said you work together. What do you do exactly?
Members of the Golden Order, professional secrets are... I lack all good social skills. No etiquette, no occultism. I mean, it's possible he's part of the Order. I saw something on his hand. I just don't know what the Order stuff is. I mean, that's what I get. I go for Indiana Jones, and in doing so, I don't get any actual subtle social ability. How secret is our secret order? Just go for it, I suppose. I mean, it's personal secret, he's not gonna open up with that. Wait, didn't the tutorial say that these confrontations have consequences on the rest of the story? Oh well. Bumble through the first playthrough.
My mother and I belong to the same secret organization, the Golden Order, which I joined a few years ago. Mother trained me, and I assist in her research.
It could have been,
In
whether
other
it's all
words,
French to
you
me.
can trust me.
My child, you are telling a perfect stranger that you and your mother work for a secret society. It would seem that discretion is not one of your specialities, my son. You will understand that it does not encourage me to put my trust in you.
All the same, it bothers me to see you in a quandary, Your Eminence. Is there any other solution? Look, if it's of any help, you can always leave your envelope with me, and I'll give it to her as soon as I see her.
I hesitate. Up till now, we have always dealt with her in person, and that has always been successful. Do you think I should give it to you?
No, I don't know what to think. Wait, I can question him. Depends. Pretend you don't want it, manipulate him. You can count on me. Oh, there's a timer on this one. No, question him.
Only you know that, Your Eminence. If you're asking me if you can trust me, or if I can keep a secret, I would answer yes. Absolutely.
I understand.
Ooh, he's vulnerable to questioning? Alright. The Cardinal has a weakness.
In truth, it all depends on the nature of the contents of your letter.
It is a list of names.
This list must be of extreme importance.
Ah, if only you knew. It's a list of people that your mother must help.
Then I must have this letter.
Listen to me, my child. If I give you the letter, can you promise me before God that no one other than your mother will read it?
Last step. For the last step of the confrontation, you must convince the person that you are talking to by giving a positive answer. If you give a bad answer, the step will repeat itself until either you give a right answer, or you have no blunders left. Okay. Do you not know, my son, with how little wisdom the world is governed? That could fit for the game, to be honest. I mean, all I know about it so far is that secret New World Order conspiracy things, so might have been. No worries. No, thank you, no. No promises. Or promise. Promise. I don't believe in this god. Okay, no worries. No worries.
I swear by the Almighty God to honor the promise that no one but my mother shall cast her gaze upon your letter.
Good.
18th century
Let's
French.
stop there.
He's atheist, isn't he?
I'm going to tell you a secret, Monsieur Deniche. Your mother and I are organizing the escape of a large number of French priests who face a massacre organized by the accursed Republican tribunals. The church is literally being bled like a beast. Without your mother, hundreds of men of the cloth would have gone to the guillotine. She has made the services of your order available to us by organizing the priests' safe passage across the borders. Even if she does not share all our convictions, she always provided assistance. Young man, you can be proud to be her son.
Aw,
Only for
shucks.
her sake. Always respect your name. Here, the letter I spoke of. It includes a list of about 15 names ready for departure.
And then open it and read it right in front of him.
Remember to tell Sarah when you see her that time is short.
Well played. I'll decide later when I'm alone whether to look at what it contains.
Hidden elements, many clues and items are hidden. Some of them will have an impact on your adventure, so do not hesitate to look for them. I don't see any time limits, so why not explore everything? Go back to the group, near the chimney. Is there a chimney? Or should I examine all the things?
Blind Oedipus. Blinded himself. What a tragic destiny.
Is that an inkwell?
Fall
What's
of
this?
the Damned by Rubens. The man who cannot achieve the salvation of God the Father is offered to fall into the depths of the abyss.
Devil's Thorn grants you the exalted state. You temporarily see the immunities and vulnerabilities. Alright. 3 to get high and see people better. Could I open the door? The door is toggled. Okay, what else do we have? Back outside. More paintings. Is that...
Saturn devouring his son. Good God, how awful. Everything in this painting is disturbing. It's the first time I've seen brushstrokes like this.
Oh, I can't look at the map. Cannot engage with the atlas. But I should, since my politics is so awful.
Crucifixion of St. Peter. He was crucified upside down, out of humility. Surprising for an entrance hall.
Plants, nothing in the plants. Book.
Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans by Plutarch. Biography of the great men.
Not enough erudition to appreciate it. Oh my goodness, Louis. Manuscripts allow you to educate yourself. Does that give me erudition then? At the start of each quest, you can choose what to read and gain permanent skill points. Ooh. So I do have the art of knowing their physiognomy, parallel lives, +1 in conviction, 1 in psychology. But at the start of quests, so not right now, I guess. What are you? Collect your coins. Alright, so that's the group, that's the chimney. So you guys will be last. Is that a lock symbol? I guess it's a lock symbol. Or a no access symbol.
I've just arrived. It might be bad manners to go upstairs without being invited.
Nothing on the labyrinth. Can't comment on that. Alright, is there a secret for successfully navigating the labyrinth? Oh, wrong way. Nope, dead ends. I promise, this is going to be important. Alright, fine, to the crowd. Unless more paintings? No more paintings.
I thought my chimney was big, but this one is beyond belief.
It's the least one can say. I've been longing for a warm fire for ages.
Since I set foot on the island,
Congratulations,
I haven't ventured more than 2 yards
Wither.
Have you also just arrived?
Oh, late morning, I'd say.
Louis, come join us. Monsieur, may I introduce you to Monseigneur His Eminence, Cardinal Piaggi. He joins us straight from Rome.
Oh, just call me Your Eminence. It's simpler.
George Washington, President of the United States of America.
They have a
Delighted
president
at
now.
last to make your acquaintance, Mr. President.
Pleased
Not
to
gonna
meet you, Mr.
last.
President. Louis Moras de Riche. It is an honor to meet you.
I heard a shing shing. Is that for meeting a new person? No new person registered.
Young man, let's keep it simple, please. Let us forget our fancy titles. Nice to meet you, Louis.
I should imagine you never thought you'd be in such company.
I must admit that I didn't. It's the first time that I've ever met so many illustrious personalities.
With
And
his
you
lack of
haven't
skill,
seen
no
anything
surprise.
yet. Generally, when Lord Mortimer organizes one of his receptions, there are over a dozen people there.
They can't all be here yet.
So
And
it's
you'll
not
see,
the
most
Hamilton
the
version
time
of
there's only the
Washington.
upper crust.
And I noticed you were already getting to know His Eminence at the entrance. It's the perfect place to build up a network. What were you talking about, if you forgive my indiscretion?
Oh no, there's a timing. Surprising main door, etiquette locked, diversion locked. My mother, my mother.
At the risk of disappointing you, we weren't conspiring in our corner, sir. His Eminence was simply telling me that he knew my mother and how much he held her in high esteem.
It probably is the lighting. There's
It
probably
so
the
happens that
wooden
Monsieur
dentures
Delice's
as
mother
well.
is to join
Splinters, you know,
us.
the mouth splinters.
Oh, pity.
Sucking up the
No
moisture.
scrumptious gossip or juicy tidbits, unmentionable secrets, or even money matters. But you'll see, it will come. Despite all the goodwill in the world, you can't stop people scheming left and right around here.
Speak for yourself, sir.
Well, my friends,
Washington is such a
do
dork.
any of you know the reason why we're here this time?
Not in the slightest. As for me, I've been invited by Sir Holm, a close friend of Lord Mortimer, but I do not know the reason why.
You see, Louis, every time Lord Mortimer organizes a reception, he always finds a moment to set up a chat with all the guests,
During which time we remake the world.
accompanied by gallons of absinthe and cussing. I'll leave you to imagine the result.
So, if I understand rightly, Monsieur de Richet, you've come out here to join your mother. For what reason, exactly?
Because she is my mommy. She's gone missing. Invent something. I mean, His Eminence is right there. I'm not going to let spill just yet. This is a sensitive matter. I can be sensitive
Like
for
you,
once in my
Mr.
life.
President, I'm here as a result of Lord Mortimer's invitation.
Technically
Two
true.
members of the same family here. That is rare.
You know what they say. You can pick your nose, but you can't pick your family.
Etiquette 0 unlocked.
Seriously, though, I know your mother well. Stay behind with me afterwards, and we'll take a moment to speak about her.
Does that mean Washington's really dad? Validate, validate.
Good lord. Washington is wearing the emblem of the Grand Master of the Golden Order. It's the highest distinction of the order in the United States. It puts him on par with my mother. He must really know his stuff when it comes to the occult.
Good evening, my friends.
Holy shit. That's the man from my vision.
An urgent case has delayed our host, Lord Mortimer. He can't be present this evening, and he sends his deepest apologies.
Aww.
He's asked me here and he hasn't even turned up? Great start.
That man? Ask about
Do
him.
you know that man?
Sir Gregory Holm, an English aristocrat. Very
Holm.
influential.
Why do I know that name?
He's also close to Lord Mortimer. So don't be surprised if he acts like he's at home.
And now, my dear guests, a light meal is
My
served
dear
in the
guests.
small salon. For those who would like to, you're invited to follow me into the next room.
My dear fellow, you must have read my thoughts. I shall follow.
We'll have to be careful not to make too much noise. One of Lord Mortimer's guests is relaxing.
Oh, we shall be
Is it
quiet.
Mom?
Don't take
Has
it
Mom
the
been
wrong
caught?
way, Sir Holm, but I've already eaten. Thus, I shall be happy to remain by the fireside.
If you don't mind, Gregory, I should like to keep Mr. Washington company.
Please.
Is this
feel
my
at
next
home.
choice? Which group do I
Thank you, sir.
follow?
If I stay with Washington, we'll be able to speak about my mother. But on the other hand, I'd like
In
to learn
the
more
presence of
about
Emily.
his home. I saw him in my vision.
I do like when it does this. It's so dramatic. Which group do we join? Could I access the journal here? I cannot access the journal here. And Emily does have her own mysteries. You know what? I'm going to stick with Washington for this one. Except... Vision? It says he knows something? Vision? Something vision? Chat, do we have any inclinations? Any leanings? Because I'm kind of torn. They're both viable, I feel. I mean, if he wants to talk about my mother, that's just catch up on old times, isn't it? It might not have anything valuable. It could just be the dates they went on, how much of a young rascal she was in her 40s. But I know zero about home either. But I can't access journals, so I can't see if I know anything at home. But home, in the presence of His Eminence, who I don't want to reveal that my mother's missing too yet. Alright, Washington it is.
Let's see what Washington has to say.
Sir, if you don't mind, I shall stay here.
Do exactly as you please, young man.
Except our host is now all by himself with just one guest. I feel
Thank
bad.
you for staying. Just like you, when I arrived this morning, I found out that Sarah had gone missing. I know your mother well. Don't worry. Emily is from the English branch of the Golden Order.
And President Washington is in fact the leader of the Order in the United States.
I
Among
didn't
other
know.
things.
Sorry to have made you wait, but I didn't want to speak in front of the others.
You did well. Secrecy and discretion are the pillars of our organization.
Says the lad, with zero secrecy or discretion.
Please don't hesitate to ask, my lad. And if you have any other questions, now's the time.
Time? Okay, but no timing. Tell me more about Mortimer. Where does Emily know my mother from? I mean, they're all in the Order, apparently. At least this lot is. And His Eminence benefits from it, but I don't know if he's included in it. Well, maybe you could ask both. But first, apart from both being in the Order, how does Emily know my mother?
And you, Emily, what do you think of my mother?
I only know her through the Order. The one time we met, we only exchanged a few words in a corridor of Parliament.
And was the exchange courteous or impassioned?
I'm not sure if I understand.
Does she like you?
Was there any reason for her to be angry with you?
Or that?
Under other circumstances, I would slap your face for even asking. But I'll put your lack of tact down to her disappearance. Know that your mother is a woman I would love to work with. Her reputation is entirely deserved. Mr. Washington will be able to tell you more.
Mr. Washington, you seem to be very familiar with my mother.
I don't see the Mortimer option, so I'm assuming I don't get the choice to ask every single thing that's possible then. Step one
Where did
then.
you first meet her?
I met Sarah during the War of Independence on American soil.
Mom really gets
She was
around.
introduced to me by a mutual acquaintance, and I must say that her sound advice prevented me from making some terrible mistakes. She may not be a soldier, but believe me, she deserves a statue as much as Lafayette does.
I didn't see that one coming. There's no doubt Mother has many secrets that are still hidden. Right. Would it be too much if I asked you a few more questions?
Not at all. Go ahead. But I can't promise I'll remember everything.
May I ask, when you saw each other, what did you talk about?
Politics. Zero political savvy. Is locking me out of so many things. Golden Order? The mysteries that surround us? Why not?
My mother has always been fascinated by strange powers. Did she talk to you about anything like that?
Yes. Her facility for discerning truths from rumor served me well. Such as preventing massacres, like the one at Salem, from happening again. Or convincing people that horsemen cannot ride around without heads. What was it that she used to say now?
Keep an open and logical mind?
Yes, that's it.
Thank you, sir. I was hoping to speak with Lord Mortimer. At least now I have some information.
Do we? Do we have information? Because that felt useless. Home, Baron of Nottingham, influential British aristocrat. Founding father and first president of the United States of America. Hmm.
Thanks to you.
I repeat, Lord Mortimer is a man
Wait,
of
wait,
his
wait.
word.
We have a dossier, Mom. 34 years ago, Sarah took over one of the most important secret societies, the Golden Order. A woman of strong will, Sarah endeavored to infiltrate the highest circles of society. Politics, trade transactions, secrets of state to paranormal spheres. The Order had an eye over everything. One of the biggest areas of growth that Sarah brought to the Order was the development of its branches in America, Europe, and Central Africa, not to mention the expansion of her occult section, which she took care of personally. Since he was just a boy, Sarah has been preparing her son Louis to become the new face of the Golden Order. Clearly, we have been failing Mother significantly.
You won't be disappointed. And I am persuaded that your mother's research is his main concern.
Do the others in the Order know? Or what if Mother's left the island? I don't think she has. Do they all know?
Mother still is at the head of the Golden Order. I find it difficult to believe that she came to this island without notifying the other members.
As for myself, I did not know. I am here at the request of Sir Holm, a situation regarding the Crown of England to resolve, and to see what Lord Mortimer has to propose to us.
As for me, Lord Mortimer asked me here to speak about the future of America. I did not know that your mother would even be among us. In any case, no one has yet mentioned associating the Order.
We
Except
haven't found many clues yet.
openly myself.
Don't worry, Louis. I'm sure nothing bad has happened to her.
Yes, I hope not.
You know, just because these two are in the Order, I don't know if I could trust them fully yet.
Careful, they're coming back.
Washington seems beholden to my mother. So far. And who are you? With the cool, modern, trendy haircuts.
Well, I am impressed with all this splendor.
But don't spend too much time with Mr. Washington, my dear, or you'll lose your pretty accent. You seem to be intrigued by that statue.
Absolutely. It is remarkable.
Lord Mortimer is fond of atypical works of art. I won't disguise the fact that I find it all a little megalomaniacal. But I must say, he does have some outstanding pieces.
Sir Holm, who was that young lady with you?
Opportunity missed.
Elizabeth
Erudition
Adams, Mr.
required.
President. She would have liked to have stayed with us, but the poor thing is exhausted.
Elizabeth Adams?
Psychology? I don't know what.
Just mentioning Elizabeth
well.
totally changed Washington's attitude. Looks like he just saw a ghost.
Guess I picked right,
Miss
by the
Adams
way.
is here to rest. You have perhaps already come across her in the corridors. She arrived a few days ago.
I perceived her, but we weren't introduced.
Rest assured,
You know what
she's
this
not
needs?
here
This
for
needs
the
like a
same
log
reasons
option
as yourselves.
to see what I just missed him
Consequently,
saying.
I'm counting on your indulgence.
Or you, your ear, validate the ear.
Washington looks surprised, but Holm doesn't seem to see it. I wonder if he's being polite or if he really doesn't see his discomfort.
On that note, it's very late. You must be exhausted. The servant will accompany you to your rooms.
Pregnancy content. Aw, well that's good. Too often I see, like in fiction, that they're just gonna be like, oh, who cares, gonna party it up, whoop whoop.
Ladies, gentlemen, I bid you all good night. Mr. President, Your Eminence, Duchess, you have the same rooms as usual. You, Monsieur de Richet, will find your room at the end of the corridor.
Alright, we got some color in. Some golden marble, some
Well,
blues.
my friends, I am bone tired. I am off to my bed. See you in the morning.
Good night, sir. I shall do likewise.
Louis, I shall see you in the morning. Sleep well.
Good night. See you tomorrow.
Oh man, it's been quite a day.
Oh, I still don't think I
Right.
got anything useful
Here's
from
my room.
Washington. Can I get the face? Oh, that's not the highlight, that's just lighting around it. Could I go back down? Alright, so that means no. Anything here? There is. Collect 2 coins so far. Okay. end of the hall is going to be down that way. And signs.
Duchess Emily Hillsborough.
Nothing else here that I see. No tinctures, no laudanum. Coin?
A Byzanth
Oh.
of the Byzantine Empire. A coin often used during the St. Louis era. Duke Manuel Godoy.
Godoy. Is Godoy in? Did he arrive already? Or are these just assigned rooms for later visits? But yeah, I feel that interrogating Washington only got me to confirm that Washington and Emily were in the order and that nothing else valuable was spoken to me.
Huh, that's me.
Oh, that's my room. Thought
Monseigneur
it was
His
the other
Eminence
end.
Cardinal Piaggi.
Was it a shiny? No shiny. It's pragmatic, but it's also more real. Like, people aren't really caricatures. They do have nuance, they do change their behaviors when needed. They have likes, and also recognize that sometimes you gotta do things differently. Is it a puzzle set? This just keeps going, doesn't it?
George Washington.
Isn't keeping his door unlocked, so no late night rendezvous. Paintings? Can I examine? I cannot examine paintings. Just in the hall. And no other hidden collectibles. Loops back? Does this loop back around to the other side? It does. Cool. That's everything then. Just gotta go to bed. Unless, what are you? Painting that I... Wait, a tick? Did it loop then?
Monsieur Johann van Vulner.
Oh, I see. The other way down? Because there were two sets of stairs, left and right. And a solid code base. Dang, Wither. Sounding more like a solid game all the time now. Okay, now I've looped around then. Golden Elixir cures all your negative alterations. Okay. Though we haven't had any alterations yet.
Sir Jacques Peru.
No, I haven't looped. It does just keep going then.
Monsieur Napoleon Bonaparte.
Napoleon's got a room even. Is this where I came from then? Then Emily, then looped?
Duchess Emily
Yep,
Hillsborough.
then looped. Well, how come Napoleon gets a nice fancy marble corridor? Mine's all brown and woody.
Right. So what shall I do with this letter? It might be about my mother's disappearance.
I'm
But if I
sure
open
Mother
it,
won't mind.
I'll be betraying Piaggi's trust.
Oh no, betraying Piaggi's trust. There's an option to break. Oh, I don't have the subterfuge for it. Well, I mean, it only breaks Piaggi's trust if Piaggi finds out, right? So all I gotta do is make sure Piaggi doesn't ever find out.
Okay, let's see what it contains. Too bad for Piaggi. So, it really is a list of French countrymen. Piaggi wasn't lying. But now it's opened. I better get it to Mother soon. Wow! Nice room. Mortimer sure doesn't do things halfway.
Typical boys' room, filled with posters on the wall. And comics. Carmelite water, focus state. Next skill use will cost no effort. Cool.
Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost. Saint Jerome and the Angel. Yet again, art with political undertones with an image of a saint hearing voices. Judith beheading Holofernes. Ironic in a way, when you know that the artist represented herself as Judith beheading her mentor, who had raped her.
Yeesh.
Saturn devouring his son. Again? I saw the same theme in the hall.
Same
I would
theme,
like to be his son.
but different painting.
Saint Francis of Assisi in ecstasy, before superior voices. It always amuses me to see how art gets used for propaganda purposes.
Zach, art.
The conversion of St. Paul, by Caravaggio. It's incredible. It doesn't look like a copy, but I was sure the original was in Rome.
It's the crazy red copy. You really cannot tell the difference. Locked? Aww. Alright, boy, we are getting some subterfuge into you.
Inferno by Dante. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. Lovely lectures Mortimer's giving to his guests. Very jolly.
More collector's coins? You can't hide from me. I see shiny, I take shiny. Cool vases. Cool clock. But if these fireplaces don't have access to some far-off future spaceship, with bio parts in need of repairs. Oh no, 1 point spent to reach whatever that is.
Amber crystals.
Ooh, worth it then. Where's my ambers? Does it show? There it is. No, that's coins. Ah, diamond. Like heart pieces in Zelda. 2 more for the next heart. You are locked, no subterfuge. Can I access other people's rooms from here? Oh, they've all locked their doors. Shared balcony? We don't get our own private balconies, Mortimer. Mortimer. With one simple push, all the privacy is out. What then, Mortimer? What then? I mean, look at this. The partition isn't even fully closed. I could just waltz right into other people's rooms. And so their pairs to make compote. And steal other Carmelite water, their royal jellies. Steal their views. That is a really bright moon. Is that even the moon? This time of year, this is what, January? At this latitude? North Atlantic? This time of day, the moon should be over here. That is not a moon. That is the eye of Nyarlathotep itself. See, Mortimer, all these doors I've got access to. Locked. Who hasn't locked the door then? Or is that just a bedroom? Aw, so I can't sneak through other people's rooms. But I can't roam my own bedroom and look around? Just straight to bed. But there's paintings to analyze. Coins to find. Did not find all the clues about my mother in the dock. Did not pick up the book on the key. Could have made an unexpected encounter. Could have joined Sir Home in a small salon. But I went to the manor, hooray. Ah. I thought it... Alright, so what was missing? I guess the letters? Since I'm awful at politics and at linguistics. Was there a book on the key, though? I didn't see any. Oh well. Level 2, though. Level 2.5. 4 available points. Alright, so what should I do then? Because all of you guys, clearly I am going to need at some point or another to get some manipulation, some occultism, erudition, a sound cultural background in arts, geography, history. I mean, I get he's not exactly a Renaissance man, or an omniglot, or an omnidisciplinarian, or anything. But at the very least, he could have a basic background in arts, geography, history. Alright, give him basic erudition. What do I want? Occultism. Subterfuge? Dialogue and actions for subterfuge. Discreetly steal items, pick locks, notice falsifications. Notice falsifications. Maybe I should go for a diplomatic angle next time. Or maybe a more occulty one, since you got, like, knowledge stuff. Actual knowledgey stuffs. Politics is here, as is etiquette. So I don't make nose-picking jokes to the president. Alright, going to give him basic erudition. And then more psychology, since I'm already building into it, but psychology I haven't had to use yet. One more point into manipulation. Though I don't recall putting a point into manipulation. It was 3 to unlock you, then 1 point into you. So I guess I got 1 more point for free from doing something. Diversion could be cool. Or etiquette, adopt the appropriate behavior for every social situation, formulate flattery or veiled insults. I'll say diversion. Equipping manuscripts. Here you can choose what to read during the adventure. Each manuscript you read confers skill points at the end of the quest. I can only equip the one. 1 skill point in psychology. I've already got psychology. Give me conviction. Though I haven't used psychology yet, which means psychology might come up soon. Analyze individuals based on their physical appearance, notably their facial characteristics. Or conviction. Sure. More Dreamtime Theater. Holm, and who else was it? Playing chess?
Your turn? The servants are not very efficient.
Durishay can't be far away. They'll find her soon. Their
Someone is
search
considered
time is
missing.
restricted, given that they must keep an eye on Adams.
I can take care of her, you know.
Yes. Well, in any case, I do thank you for bringing her to the island.
From what I've understood, the search of Durishay's room hasn't turned up any results.
Not yet, no. But we've put her son in there. Perhaps he'll find something.
That might come in handy.
Louis grows impatient at not yet having met the famous Lord Mortimer.
He will meet him tomorrow.
Oh, what a pity to lose a
So
knight
has
at the
Louis
start
got
of the game.
actual psychic visions going on here?
waiting for someone?
A young French soldier.
During our game of chess?
Don't worry, Gregory. The game won't disappear. I'll have one of my men escort you back.
Don't trouble yourself. I know my way out.
Ah, good evening, gentlemen. Please forgive me for this late hour.
It is never too late, and we have much to discuss. One last move?
Don't worry.
Petty.
Our games always seem to end like this.
Or always start like this. Come, take a seat, my friend.
I don't like this home fellow. Character revealed: Napoleon Bonaparte. A young lieutenant of the French army. Aww, he's not yet Napoleon. In his early youth, Napoleon was uprooted from his native Corsica, and thus he bore a grudge against the aristocracy, the clergy, and the French people who failed to accept him. He joined the French army with the firm intention of making a name for himself, and of marking history by proving his true worth. Searching for backing of any kind, he attracted the sympathy and support of Lord Mortimer. Invited to the latter's reception, Napoleon intends to prove his value to the world. Nah, sadly, if only you could unlock Napoleon Dynamite.
A little nighttime stroll, Mr. President?
There's nothing like it for a good night's sleep.
Do not hesitate to ask a servant to show you back.
The corridors seem quite safe.
You say that, but Mom...
Peppermint, lime flower, and valerian. My miracle remedy when one can't get to sleep. A very good night to you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And to you too, sir.
Okay, so starting to assume that I can trust the psychic visions as being legit.
I'm coming.
But first, grab it, whatever that is. Circle-shaped key. Can't unlock it. It's not the key to that. Come in, come in, come in. If I waited long enough, would you just stop knocking and go away?
You?
Yes. No, of course
no,
not.
Not in the least. Is something wrong?
I'm going to need your help.
Tell the Grand Master of the American Order that's bothering you.
Lady we spoke of in the hall.
Yes.
Elizabeth Adams. Home introduced her to us.
Yes. Well, she is the daughter of my friend, the Vice President, John Adams. But she is supposed to be dead.
Yeah,
Were we introduced?
That's bizarre. Fair enough.
Good heavens! I was present at her funeral.
It is disturbing indeed.
Yes. I need to make sure it's her. That's where you come in. I want you to distract Elizabeth while I search her room. And perhaps get my hands on some important information. At least I hope so. Elizabeth is in the small salon. If
I
you
just
hurry, you can
realized
still
Washington's
catch her.
teeth are looking
I
amazing
just
for wooden
need 10
dentures.
minutes.
But if my vision is true, there are two men nearby discussing very important issues, and one of them looks much like Mortimer. Washington is very kind, but I came to this island for my mother, not for his ghost stories.
Help Washington, or investigate about your visions. I think if I do help him, it would give me an ally, a powerful ally on the inside. All he wants me to do is to look, or to distract while he looks.
Count on me, sir.
Thank you, my friend. Keep Elizabeth downstairs as long as possible. She must not return to her room.
Trust me.
But can I check my room in the meantime? No, just warp right to it.
According to Washington, Lady Adams is in the small salon. I better hurry.
So I should have then taken my time getting up, searching around, getting my things ready. those voices I hear? Your Eminence, what are you doing peeping on the young girls? The young dead girls. I heard shiny. Coin.
A Russian ruble. I wonder what would be worth today.
Golden elixir. Enjoy the scenery spot. Your Eminence, don't play into the stereotypes.
My son. Oh, you are a godsend.
What's the matter, Your Eminence?
I believe Miss Adams may be in danger.
What do you mean?
Do you hear that? She is being manhandled in this small salon.
By whom?
I don't know exactly. A thug, a Frenchman, it seems. By the cut of his cloth, I'd say he's a member of the French Revolutionary Government. You should do something, my son.
Maybe. If I boldly and bravely declare to be the one to go in, might build more rapport in him on the off chance that he discovers that I read the letter.
Shit. I was supposed to make sure Adams wouldn't go back to her room. Don't worry, Your Eminence. I'll take care of it. Probably nothing to worry about.
Do you want me to call for help?
Please don't do anything. I'm sure with a little goodwill, everything will work out fine.
Little goodwill, so etiquette that I don't have.
Thank you, my son. May God watch over you. Who do you think you are?
Multiple paths to reach your objective. It may be a good idea to think twice before embarking on the first path you come to. Oh, she's Adams then. So it's not a trendy modern haircut then, but a scar along one of the sutures of the brain, the skull. Brought back to life, perhaps? Mary Shelley here too?
Me, sir.
If we were in France, I'd have sent you to the guillotine for what you just said.
Please, just let me go back to my room.
Hey, you! Stay out of it! This is none of your business. I'm gonna teach this little slut how to behave.
Dude,
what's going on?
Behave.
I don't think you know who I am.
Oh, I don't know who you
I
are.
beg you. I didn't mean to. Don't hit me, please, sir.
Shit. If I step in, Adams might just run back to her room. And if I do nothing, yes, Washington will have enough time to search, but this girl's gonna suffer. Damn it, what should I do?
Let it go? No, step in.
Let her go! Huh? Stay out of it, boy!
Trait, gentleman. 1 skill point in conviction. A. Cool.
Shit. What are you playing at? I told you to mind your own business, boy. If
Confrontation.
you think you can side
Start
with
2
this
blunders
whore
only.
And then just walk away, you're out of your mind. Give me one good reason not to knock you down.
Hit him. Intimidate him. Calm him down. Remind him where he is.
You're not back in your slum now. You're in Lord Mortimer's home. I suggest you think carefully about what you're going to do.
Don't think you're getting away with it that easily. I'm sick of all these toffs. If we were in Paris, I'd send you all to the guillotine. And on top of it all, a woman telling me how I ought to behave? I won't stand for it.
Is that the worst of it? Is that really what it's about?
What? Don't tell me you're gonna defend these harlots.
Play along psychologically. Nothing better than a wise word. Calm him down with diversion. Play along.
Women, right? They really do drive us crazy sometimes. I totally understand.
So he's weak to
Every time
psychology.
they open their mouths, it makes you want to slap them. I get the feeling you're trying to put one over on me. If that's the case, you're making a big mistake.
Sorry about that. Look, there's no point in us aggravating each other. Let's both just go our separate ways.
Don't move. We're not done yet. You wanted to be the knight in shining armor and save the damsel in distress. Let's see how brave you are.
Disconcerted? Someone threw you off balance. The cost of effort points increases when using your skills. Okay, golden elixirs, what was that, 3? Golden elixir, and I got 2 of them. beg for mercy. Remain dignified. Vigilance.
I've watched you, and you're shaking. I'm betting you won't fire.
I'm not in the habit of beating Lord Mortimer's guest in his own salon.
Trait unlocked. Subtle. Where's subtle? Did I not say?
You got off easy this time, but don't try it again.
Okay, but
The brooch Elizabeth was wearing.
we kinda gotta
She was so
get
frightened
to
she
Adams,
was
don't
unaware
we?
that she lost it. Yeah, well, it didn't seem to do her much good.
Well, I'm sure that George is fine, right? If it turns out that what's-her-face ends up barging in on him. So nobody minds if I take my time.
There's a pattern with 5 circles on this chest.
No subterfuge, no key. I can come back later, I'm sure.
Hey, these look like pages taken from an ancient encyclopedia. Lady Adams must have locked it behind her when she fled.
And no other way out. Or here. Escape? But if she fled that way...
Well, did you get time to search the room?
No.
Louis, I only needed 10 minutes.
She was getting
Imagine
attacked.
the scandal if she had found me.
What would you have done in my shoes? She was in the middle of an argument with some angry guy.
10 minutes. I didn't ask for the moon.
Nonetheless, you found what you were looking for, didn't you?
Not everything, but yes. Elizabeth is definitely the daughter of John Adams. We need more information.
You can always go back.
It's too late now.
It's too late, but if she was the actual daughter, then... Hooray, she didn't get to be assaulted and beaten. Good news for all? Oh, I can't go back in. I mean, you got some info, so I can't be unhappy about that. And possibly built up another ally. The upper right says go to bed. And if it's anything last time, it's probably going to tell me to. It's probably just going to shove me right into sleep. Without a thorough exploration of my own room.
Your Eminence, what are you doing here?
I was worried about you, my son. How did it go with Miss Adams?
Problem solved. He's bitten the dust. Ends justified. So I could have killed him. Not him, but the soldier.
Don't worry about that anymore, Your Eminence. I had to step in, but everything's under control.
Could I have died?
What an adventure, my son. I am relieved to hear it. You acted as a good Christian. In these troubled times, we need more men of your caliber.
It's nothing, Your Eminence. I did what I had to do.
Well, you did the opposite.
Good. Well, thanks for the news. My son, I have another problem. I wanted to speak to you about something important. Do you still have my letter on you?
Oh no, he's found out. He's gonna find out.
Why do you ask?
I have a name to add to it.
No! Can't I just... No! I mean, well, I built up his trust, so... Sorry, Padre. Sorry.
Here it is.
You opened it.
Don't worry about that, Your Eminence.
You gave me your word before God.
I can assure you that my mother and I share everything.
That's enough. Your word is worthless. I give your mother this letter myself.
Report down to 0. Multiplicative bonus. Multiplicative by 0. See, and I can't even explore the room.
Better go to bed.
Not yet, man.
I'll search my room tomorrow. If Mother stayed here right before me, you never know.
But you never know. You might get called down to breakfast right away. I'm missing out on so many things. Failed. Did not detain idiot. Is that the only failure? Could have found out something very important about my mother's past. Piaggi realized it opened the letter. 3 successes, 3 failures, and a whole buttload of alternates. Found out more about the plans involving myself. A remarkable encounter. The men in my vision. Could have listened to what he wanted to say about my mother. That doesn't deserve any XP for all that. Oh well, 4 more points. Oh, I see. That little blue sliver is from the book, isn't it? So it's not a full point. Not a full skill, just one singular point. Alright. So I see. Use psychology, gain psychology. Where's agility then? They didn't gain agility for using agility earlier. Oh, well, and 4 more points. Diversion. Well, I need subterfuge too, apparently, since I'm an awful liar. The worst liar. I should have just taken subterfuge earlier on. Okay, let's get... I'm already at level 1 conviction, so I guess I'll just take the psychology book instead. Get 1 more bonus level in you. Subterfuge. Get some lies in. And diversion. Yeah. Oh good, so it does max out your whatchamacallit for the next time. Your effort points. I was starting to suspect that between the arrival and the night stroll that it just wasn't going to.
Alright. In my vision yesterday, I saw that Mother had this room before me. I'd better search the room. Who knows? Maybe she left me something behind.
Your next reading. Ooh, hold on. Encyclopedia. Need all the pages to read it. But once good in science, linguistics, and erudition. Alright, I need that. NWD need. Wait. Oh, I see. So they're both active. I get it. So every night, you add 1 to it. Cool? That's pretty cool. But first, waking up, first thing gotta do, of course, is grab the bathroom. So BRB for a bit, gonna stretch my legs about some. Visit the morning constitutional. I fully recommend you all do the same. Get that leg circulation going. Back in a minute. Okay, and all back and refreshed. So, room to explore since somebody doesn't want to explore it at his own time.
Writing material.
Inspect it. Vigilance level 1. So it takes 2 whopping effort points to inspect.
From what I see, no ink's ever been used on this quill. The smell reminds me of something.
Invisible ink. It's lemon. Hey!
It smells like lemon. That's odd.
Odd? Come on. You know what it means. You know what that
Writing
means.
material.
Invisible ink, boy. You gotta put it to the fire. Don't go back to sleep. See, there are paintings to
Inspiration of
inspect.
Saint Matthew, or Matthew writing his gospel, dictated to him by voices. I haven't even had time to unpack my cases.
Dear Monsieur de Richet, please excuse me, but I am unable to join you at present. However, rest assured that we are doing all we can to resolve the case that concerns us. By the way, enclosed, you will find a key that will enable you to retrieve the personal effects your mother left behind. Yours faithfully, Lord William Mortimer.
Oh, that's the key that picked up earlier. So it's just something in this room then. Or these rooms. More royal jelly.
The torture of Ixion, condemned by the gods to lose his mind because of his arrogance.
More devil's thorn. Subterfuge 1. That takes 1 skill point. Is there anything else in this Momzo?
The Conversion of St. Paul by Caravaggio. It's incredible.
This perhaps?
It doesn't look like a copy, but I was sure the original was in Rome. There's a circle around the lock here.
Golden
Must be the
circle.
trunk Mortimer was
Ooh.
talking about. The key should open it.
Subterfuge. When I have a key. Perfectly chronoed key. Is that more amber? Just 1 more amber for more effort. Is that pulsing or is that just...
There's a note.
Just a rendering.
Effects of Sœur de Richet to be given to her son, Louis. I should probably take it. All right. I've retrieved everything.
Amber fragments, so what else? Was that it? Just the amber fragment or whatever else? Handkerchief, handkerchief. Take care of yourself, dear sister.
Nothing here. I wouldn't mind a nice, strong coffee, though.
Fire's out. Nothing else here. Ooh, there is something here.
Oh, this bookcase is well stocked. Oh, this book has been put back the wrong way round.
Is that a clue? A clue for Mother?
A Voyage Around the World. The travel log of the explorer, Louis-Antoine de Bougainville. One of Mother's favorite books. What a coincidence. And I don't believe in coincidences. It's just too much.
Was just gonna say.
I don't know what's going on.
Your mother's favorite story, placed the wrong way around in her room.
I'll bet you'd leave a clue, wouldn't you, Mother? Found it. A faint sign of the order, barely visible. Mother, you undoubtedly must have hidden a clue in this book. Let's see if I can find anything else in this room.
Vigilance, level 1. The freebie from the detective. You could leave and simply not study it. How awful would that be?
The paper's rougher around the writing. The paper's moist here. Very light stain, barely visible. And the smell.
Is it lemon? Is it more lemon? Dude, it is lemon.
Come on, Louis, think. Think.
Psycho taxi time.
Let's recap. My mother was in this room. I found a rare edition of her favorite book. She must have left something behind.
And the scent of lemon.
She applied a liquid to the book. She must have used the writing materials. quill has been used, but not with regular ink. A message using invisible ink. I bet you use a limit to leave a message.
Good boy.
Now, how do I reveal the message?
You burn it. Don't tell me I've got to spend points. Okay. Is that... Scratchings. Oh, I see. I see. The wall comes open.
Look. Markings on the floor. Just a bit worn out. I was hoping to find something leading to a secret passage.
Is that not the very markings of a hidden passage? Is that just being worn out? It's very clearly scratchings in an arc. Assess the value of the ash. Well, I was kind of thinking we take an ember, like a piece of charcoal or something. And then apply heat.
Inferno by Dante. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. Lovely golden elixir.
Oh, that's it. Spent points for golden elixir only. Breakfast time. Candle. Assess the value of the candlestick. Etiquette, what could it be used for? Hold on. 3 points to assess the value of it. Ouch. Just take yon candle. Yes, just shove the whole candle, light and everything, into your coat. Don't go back to sleep, examine it. Okay, good.
The incredulity of St. Thomas. Why is Caravaggio representing St. Thomas putting his finger in the wound? Thomas looks on but doesn't touch.
Candle to page, spread ashes, burnish the page. You don't need ashes, do you? Because the whole thing about lemons for invisible ink, because you just put some heat and it darkens up.
Aha! It's working! The heat reveals the message. Let's see what my mother wrote. Where all eyes size you up, you must pass by the Gorgon. Gorgon was the name of Medusa in Greek mythology. On the other hand, where all eyes size you up, I don't get it. And judging by the number of paintings in the manor, could be anywhere. After that, she adds, beware hero. The beast always charges the best protected soldier. And that's its weakness. What is my mother trying to tell me?
What indeed? Is that a vulnerability thing?
You must not have only found something important, but you must have also felt like you were in great danger. Now I better hurry and find that damn Medusa.
All eyes, Medusa.
Sir, dinner is served in the red salon.
Dinner?
Typical.
Thought it was breakfast time.
I'm not hungry. Please give my apologies to all the guests.
Sir Holm requests your presence, sir.
Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to wait before going and looking for my Medusa.
Oh, is this the thing could have done last night? Find all this in the evening, and then more time to trade. Member of the Order, gentleman, reliable detectives, guard, charismatic presence. Or is it these? Subtle. 2 points in psychology. Succeed. 2 confrontations. Seductive. Manipulation. Bookworm. 1 extra manuscript. Cool. Well, I'm going to assume there's no actual timer or count or anything. All eyes could be breakfast. Nothing else out here. Pear. Can I take a pear? Cannot take a pear.
A priest's
Oh well.
robe, crosses. Must be Piaggi's room. A priest's robe.
Oh, you could
crosses.
peek.
Must be Piaggi's room.
Cool. See, Mortimer, zero privacy. Could have just given us all individual balconies, but no.
If I get a chance, I may have to take a little tour through the rooms of the other guests.
If he gets a chance. But nobody's left the rooms unlocked. But who needs breakfast if all these trays out here have all these pastries and fruits? Anything else sitting around? Locked? Locked. I hear sweeping. There you are.
Might be better to take a different stairway. Might be better to take a different
Is that the
stairway.
NPC blocking mechanic here? Can't move forward. Servant is sweeping. That's
That
our
must be the door
Snorlax.
to the room of the soldier I saw in my vision.
Of course. Gotta make sure we get through here. And hopefully Lord Mortimer isn't still in here.
The Prince by Machiavelli. A perfect read for anyone with a surfeit of ambition. That might come in handy.
The hat is still on the chair. Someone's still in here. Or was only out momentarily.
The Battle of Alexander at Issus, or how Alexander the Great triumphed over King Darius. Yet another one with delusions of grandeur. It's a beautiful weapon.
Not the
Bloody
weapon, the
damask
book.
blade. It's marked with the initials of the manufacturer in Versailles.
Is it?
Dear son, I'm writing to
Not
report
more
that
encyclopedia pages. I don't care
the
anymore.
situation is rapidly worsening here. Paoli continues to steer our motherland, Corsica, toward open warfare between France and England. His men are everywhere. We are obliged to go into hiding and are unable to remain in the same place for more than 2 days. I wouldn't be surprised if they targeted us soon. Make haste, my son. You hold our destiny in your hands. Your loving mother, Maria Letizia Bonaparte.
Immunity. Napoleon. Immune to conviction and to politics. Well, luckily, I know nothing about politics. To be discovered. Immune to logic. Immune to psychology. Elizabeth Adams is the daughter of John Adams, Vice President of the United States. Elizabeth was rejected by her parents at birth and was declared stillborn. Brought up in isolation, she grew into a frail young woman with bipolar disorder devoured by her terrible fits of anxiety. So she is modern. Her deepest secrets were slowly gnawing away from her and from the inside. Despite numerous treatments, nothing could cure her. The young woman continued to descend into folly. Is that what the scars are for? Good old 18th century lobotomies? As a friend of Sir Gregory Home and of Lord Mortimer, Jean Adam decided to send his daughter to Lord Mortimer's manor in the hope that he could help her. With little hope, Elizabeth has now been at the manor for a short while. And I probably have little else to do before Napoleon comes back in.
Vercingetorix throws down his arms at the feet of Julius Caesar by Royer, two great army chiefs.
My dear Napoleon, as previously agreed, I would like to ask you to join us in January on my island to participate in the High Society meeting organized for the occasion. We shall be able to continue our discussion about our project for a new order for France.
When you
I have
say
a
new
proposition
order,
to make to you concerning your wish to put a strong leader at the head of France. I trust you to be discreet as to your coming. See you soon, Lord William
But
Mortimer.
Isn't Mother the one in charge of the France area? Is Lord Mortimer conspiring with Napoleon to have my mother's head and put him in charge in France? Oh no, naming OCs, Robbie. That is why all of my old Pokemon games, the only reason they get to 100 hours is because I spend, say, 50 hours playing and 50 hours total, pause, trying to get good names for everyone. Congratulations! You collected 4 amber fragments! Does it automatically heal? No.
French actor Talma is Nero in Britannicus, the last emperor of the Caesar dynasty.
And nothing else here. Nothing behind. No. Bed's all made. I can't go to his balcony. Is it locked from the outside? Or does he not care about the potential clues that might be hidden in the balcony? Search. Vigilance by 1.
Water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost.
Just water. Alright, it keeps giving me water and things. What again does the water do? Next skill use is free. Okay. Beats using all the royal jellies that I have. Immunities and vulnerabilities. Cool.
Hannibal crossing the Alps. Another military success. Why do I get nothing but visions of horror in my room? And he gets victory after victory?
I was just going to say that this is Napoleon's room, and Napoleon's room has all these great classical generals. So it probably does say something about either the profile of whoever has been put in the room, or what Mortimer has planned for the manipulation, subtle or otherwise, of his guests.
Monsieur Napoléon Bonaparte. Monsieur Jacques Perru.
Oh, somebody keeps their doors locked. Alright. Chase the Chaise Lounge. A half-circle shaped key.
A few leaves out of an old encyclopedia.
More encyclopedia pages. 2/3. The Prince Machiavelli. +1 to manipulation.
Decorum guide.
Rules of civility and decent behavior. Leonard Perrin, 1618. So it's like a whole century out of date. Almost 2. A treatise on good manners intended for the Jesuit College of La Flèche. Political essay intended for the Florentine nobility, famous for its cynical perspective on the exercise of power. And just one more page for a skill point in science and linguistics erudition. Going to assume that nobody else's door is unlocked though. Can I not go up? I cannot go up. Locked. Oh well. Can't go down from here. Only a very specific stair will work. Is that the servant stair? Is that it?
That's the door to Elizabeth's room.
I could use Elizabeth's door. Don't be in.
For God's sakes, what happened in here?
She's a slob. Ah, wallpaper's in torn down is why. Wallpaper torn down. Or scratched away. And sigils and scratchings put in everywhere.
A chest with a half circle pattern.
Is this a key? Was it just that easy? Lucky. More amber.
An untutored hand copied these notes. Looks like a healing method. Well, that's a pity. The writing is barely legible.
Ah, no occult. No science. I can only take them. They're there though. Mysterious notes are where? Notes by de Richet. Collection of notes written by Sarah de Richet. The sum of her immense knowledge of the occult disciplines. 4 pages of mom's writing. For manipulation, conviction, occultism.
My dear Elizabeth, I'm writing to inform you of some unfortunate news. We won't be able to meet as planned on the first Sunday of May. I've been told that you're no better.
So John Adams knows that she's alive.
Unfortunately,
Just Washington
your
out the loop.
brothers and I are absolutely snowed under by the work required to govern this new country. Please excuse us. As soon as we can get free, even if it's just for a day, I promise we shall come and see you. Your loving father, John Adams. P.S. Don't hold it against your mother if she still isn't ready. Please don't judge her. I'm sure you'll be able to put all of this behind you one day.
Cool. Mirror's got nothing. Can't even access it. Wait, is that something on top that is? More Devil's Thorn. And jelly. Low on jelly. Rocks, magnet
Box
rocks.
containing some kind of white crystals.
Consume them. Just consume the crystals. That doesn't sound very wise. Later. I'll come back to it last. Just casually breaking the circle, no biggie. More coins, cool.
A novel of the initiation of a young woman into polite society.
Elvina by Fanny Burney, 1778. Epistolary novel relating to the entrance of a young lady to the aristocratic society of the 18th century. For more etiquette. She is immune to psychology. I guess she would be if she's forced to undergo archaic psychology all her life. Which is fine. Psychology is somewhat expensive for me anyway, skill-wise.
1791. My dear sister, the cancellation of our reunion hit me like a stab to the heart. Father told me it was for your well-being, but I can't help but blame him. He claims that your condition has worsened and that it could be dangerous for both of us if we met. If only I knew where you were, believe me, I'd be at your side. I haven't received any news from you in a long time. Please write. Your loving sister, Abigail. P.S. I hope you like the enclosed talisman.
Oh, that's the thing we found last night. So I'm going to assume then that the handwriting letter, or the awful handwriting letter at the docks last night, was hers then. 5 circle shaped key.
August 24th, 1792. Elizabeth, I'm driven to despair and doubt there is any point in writing to you. I'm not even sure you'll receive my letters. Father controls my correspondence more and more. I am certain he filters our exchanges. Thankfully, one of the chambermaids is able to help me get my letters to you. But they still remain unanswered. I often think about you and pray every day to be able to hold you tight.
Aww.
We have so much time to make up. I beg you, answer me, please. Your loving sister, Abigail. P.S. That horrible woman came again yesterday. She spent a long time speaking with Father.
Horrible woman speaks
I didn't
French.
understand everything because they spoke in French, but
oh no, Mom, what have you got them involved
they were
in?
talking about you.
So that's August, right?
24th,
August
1792.
1792.
30 November, 1792.
Alright, so you're first in that one.
June 11th, 1791.
And the latest.
My dear Elizabeth, your last letter gave me much cause for concern. Your words were so cold, as if emotions no longer matter to you. Father maintains that the secondary effects of your treatment still trouble you, but that they will soon subside. Should I believe him? I cling to the belief that we shall soon see each other again, at long last. Right soon. Your loving sister, Abigail. P.S. Don't forget to tell me what present you want.
Cute. Elizabeth gotta get her a present. Nothing else here. Is that it then? Because I don't see any adjoining room. Nothing in the fireplace. No comment on all the scribbles. Or on the obvious thing on the floor. No comment at all, Louis? You comment on 4 scratchings, but not on this? Occult score 0. Doesn't even realize it's important. And this is the man that Mom is grooming to lead the Golden Circle next. Alright, eat random strange crystals.
I found a box containing some kind of white crystals. Well, let's see what it tastes like. Ugh. I really need to stop tasting everything I find now.
Yes, Louis, you really must. An immunity. 1 effort point is locked. Golden elixir to cure yourself. Discovered an immunity. What do you mean? I mean, we know she's immune to psychology. Well, might as well. To the Red Salon on the first floor unless anybody else has kept their rooms unlocked. Who has not locked their door? George Washington himself.
George Washington.
Let no one disturb me. I'm busy.
Too bad. I'll see him later.
Aww. Is he upset? Is he upset about last night because we found more clues? Door's fake. Door's a window. Locked. Double locked.
Might be better to take a different stairway.
Okay, that's everyone then. So the small salon is a small salon. Would that be the red salon then? Or is that a different salon entirely?
Excuse me, Monsieur de Richet. I really need to talk to you.
Is this about last night?
No, that was just a misunderstanding. I'm sure it was a little bit my fault too.
There's no excuse for that man's horrible behavior.
You ought to tell Sir Home.
Look, the only thing that I care about is that I've lost something precious.
The talisman.
I'm not worried about Jacques Peru.
Give her back the talisman.
You didn't happen to lose this, did you?
Where did you find it?
In the small salon.
It's the only reminder I have of my beloved sister. I thought that swine stole it from me.
What's the alternative then? To just let it expire?
Sarah de Richet's son.
And then not give it back?
Why?
Last night, I found out that your mother was on the island. What are you doing here?
Or are you interested? Your mother is missing. Change the subject. Well, I don't think she'll be
My mother
blabbing
came
to
here
anyone.
to do business with Lord Mortimer, but she seems to have gone missing. So I'm here to find her.
I know your mother very well.
Oh, we don't
Really?
know.
Yes, I have been in your mother's care ever since I was born.
But we knew that. We got that information.
Oh, I wouldn't say nursed. No, I remember her stare, cold as ice. Her sadistic hands pressing over my mouth to silence me while I screamed in pain. I remember her knees, too. She held me down with them while she cut and burned scars into me.
Hold on a minute.
What have you been
What do you
doing?
mean?
You can ask her when you see her.
Huh, she's getting more and more agitated.
Not a date is the only mark we have.
And next you're going to tell me my mother's also responsible for that scar on your head?
My
Talent
heart stopped
unlocks
twice
Swift.
during the operation. I lost my memory for 6 months. You obviously have no idea of the abuse your mother inflicted on me.
Wait. There must be some kind of mistake.
My only mistake was ever meeting your mother.
She's able to describe every detail without hesitation or getting flustered. It's becoming difficult not to believe the poor girl.
Look, I've got to go.
Wait. I need to know more about you and my mother. Why did she put you through all of that?
An apology
There must
would
be some reason
suffice.
for what she did.
What's the point of rubbing salt in the wounds?
To understand? Allow me to confide? Alright, questioning. Where is the wand? Next use free.
You're
Soft
right.
approach.
I don't want this conversation to turn into an interrogation. You suffered enough already. I respect your silence. Please excuse me.
Well, thank you. I know your little game. You're no different from the rest of them.
Oh no,
You
she knows
couldn't
we're using
give a
psychology of
damn
your
about
type.
me. The only thing you're interested in is finding out about your mother.
Don't say that. Not everyone wants to use you. Some people care about you, don't they?
The sis? Mention her sister, of course.
Haven't you got a sister?
Yes.
I'm sure she
Snooping
loves you with all her
wins.
heart.
She's the only one who cares about me. I would have put an end to it all by now if it weren't for her. Since you insist, I'll tell you how I met your mother.
Thanks for trusting me.
Is this gonna last 6 seasons?
You see, before I was born, my mother often suffered from
Achievement.
hallucinations and fits of anger. Soon people could barely recognize her. She became a completely different person. So my father spent an enormous amount of money paying for the best doctors, but none of them were able to cure her. The last resort was to call a priest.
So, is that what your father did?
No. He went to an expert in the occult.
Ah, my mother.
Her reputation
says with a
already
smile,
extended beyond
despite
our
all that.
borders. My mother's fits stopped at my birth, and Sarah de Richet concluded that the evil had passed into me. Not only did it encourage her to stay, but she took the opportunity to advise my father to separate me from the rest of my family. That's how I was declared stillborn. My fate was decided that very day.
It would coincide with my mother's frequent trips to America.
I had my first fit when I was 3. That's when your mother began her experiments to rid me of the evil inside.
I understand how you feel, but I know my mother. I'm sure she had her reasons, even if it seems difficult to believe.
Everything she put me through was all for nothing. My whole life was ruined for nothing.
So what brings you here then?
My father used to know Sir Holm. He offered to introduce me to the world's leading authority in the occult.
Lord Mortimer.
He was my last hope. Until I found out he had also invited your mother.
It's got to be a coincidence. I don't believe for a second she's coming for you.
Feels like that she's kind of
Change my mind about this, Louis. My days are numbered.
maybe played up to be a suspect, but I doubt it. Considering how non-confrontational she was with Peru, she doesn't strike me as a violent type. Okay, so what did I get? Trait, was it? Determined. One skill point in questioning. Cool, cool. Alright, so eyes. I don't think you're a Gorgon. And I can't see little things carved around you. What? Can't discuss the value of these ashes? Assuming then that's the correct salon. Could I go outside? Cannot go outside. But I can examine the door.
Lord Mortimer certainly has a taste for staging rooms.
Speak friend. Or could I go back into here? No, you're locked. Alright. So small salon is not red salon.
What can I do for you, sir? I am at your service day and night, sir.
Tell us about a host. A few questions about the manor. Help me out. About the guests. Be amicable first. What about the host?
I would like to speak about your master, Lord Mortimer.
Do please excuse me, sir, but I shall make no comment about my master. Is there anything else that sir would like to know?
About the manor itself?
Yes. Can you briefly describe the ground floor, please?
Very well, sir. On the ground floor, there are mainly living rooms. Sir finds himself at present in the Grand Hall. From the Grand Hall, Sir can access, on one side, the small salon, where the guests like to relax with a good book. From there, Sir can access the conference room, which is closed at present
So
for
is that where it was
preparation.
written up to last night?
That is where Lord Mortimer likes to gather all of his guests for talks. From the other side of the Grand Hall, Sir may access the dining room. That is where Sir's meals will be served. From the dining room, Sir may benefit from an exceptional view overlooking the island. It is also the best way to access the portrait gallery, where a large part of Lord Mortimer's works are exhibited. And in the gallery,
maybe.
Sir will also find access to the garden.
Garden.
But
Gordon.
Sir may be
Gorgon.
reassured
It all makes sense.
the building is accessible on both sides, so that it surrounds the garden in question. So, Sir should not find cause to worry. No one has ever gotten lost.
Except for my mother.
Has Sir another question?
First floor then?
What's on the first floor?
Just bedrooms.
The first floor is reserved for guests, sir. That is where Sir will find his private rooms. The main corridor leads around the building. 3 stairways will enable Sir to return to the ground floor. It is also from there that Sir will be able to reach the second floor.
Thank you very much.
Anything else, sir?
And the second, going to assume, is a master's room himself?
Yes. What can I find on the second floor?
That floor is strictly reserved for Lord Mortimer, sir. In the west wing, on the second floor, are his private chambers. In the east wing are the rooms reserved for Lord Mortimer's personal guests. At the moment, these rooms are reserved for Sir Holmes, sir. But only authorized guests may access that area. Does Sir have any more questions?
What is outside on the island exactly?
Well, there's a garden.
Lord Mortimer
Rocks.
has made a point of keeping the main part of the island in its natural state, sir. For security reasons, only the wharves and the gardens are accessible to guests.
See, at least
If
Lord
sir would
Mortimer
like
has the
to
same
walk
philosophy
along
for the island that I do in Animal
he has
Crossing.
only to follow the pathway used upon his arrival. If he would like to walk in the interior gardens of the manor, I would advise sir to pass through the portrait gallery. May I help sir in any other way?
Could he speak about the
What
guests
can you tell me
openly?
about the guests?
Do excuse me, sir, but I am bound by discretion to say nothing about Lord Mortimer's guests.
And
sir.
then lean on logic.
Perhaps sir would like to know something else?
No, I can't break him yet. Could he help
As
me?
I was unable to bring my personal effects with me, I was wondering if you could find me a few items.
Of course, sir. What would you require?
Go to amber or manuscripts. Could I get a free amber from him? Well, manuscripts first. What if there's a book that I can get that'll make up for my deficiencies?
What's that book you're hiding in your jacket?
The Sorrows of Young Werther by Goethe, sir. And I am not hiding it.
Hand it to me, please.
It is damaged, sir. I would never dare lend sir a book in
Time
such
for
a
logic?
pitiful state, sir. I took it to restore.
Conviction. Aw. My book. And it costs 3. Next skill use free. To find out that he's immune to convictions.
Indeed, this masterpiece must not become more damaged. Let me have it
More
and I'll take care of it
vulnerabilities.
personally.
Oh, these poor servants. They've got all the vulnerabilities in the book. Conviction, logic, and questioning. They just roll over.
I love antiquarian books.
It bothers me somewhat. It isn't sir's job to take care of it, really.
No, but I would love to. You'll be doing me a favor by letting me have it.
In that case, sir, I shall leave it in your care with pleasure. May I do anything else for sir?
Any amber?
My good
Now
fellow.
that we're taking advantage of him.
Would you have any amber available?
I would.
You know the good
but
stuff?
Unfortunately, I don't think I am authorized to give it out, sir. I believe it is a precious stone.
5. Oh my goodness. Okay. More of my poor whatever those are.
Look, you aren't going to kick up a fuss about a vulgar piece of resin.
Even more vulnerabilities, all these
Don't
poor
believe what they
servants.
say about amber. It does nothing to warm up infants' bodies, let alone prevent toothache. And neither does this fossil oleoresin stimulate fertility. You can believe me.
Thank you for educating me. I didn't know. Here you are, sir. Does sir desire anything else?
Okay, it's Devil's Thorn, isn't it? That. No, Carmelite Water. That improves skill, or next skill use free. Any more Carmelite
A
Water?
little Carmelite water would do me a lot
Since
of
I
good.
spent all of
Could you
mine?
find me some, please?
Oh, the tonics are under lock and key, sir. Lord Mortimer only allows access to them in cases of emergency.
Oh, I lack the science or the etiquette. Oh well. What's Golden Elixir do again? I can't remember. Negative alterations?
You wouldn't have a little golden elixir I could use, would you?
Oh, unfortunately, sir, I have orders not to give any of that medicine to any of Lord Mortimer's
But
guests.
I'm sick, I have a
Some
headache.
guests are here to follow a very strict treatment. Mixing or combining certain substances would be dangerous for sir.
Well, he knows I'm clean. I got no treatment. It's not for consumption exactly. Logic? 3 points to spend logic? Do I need it? Just for negative alterations? Nah. Not gonna spend my royal jelly or my last Carmelite water just for 1 golden elixir. Okay, that's it then. That's all that I need here. Let's have breakfast, go to the portrait gallery, Maybe roam the gardens. Seen more color, plenty of reds.
Dear friends, I bid you welcome.
That is a
hope the
lot
night was
more
not
open
too
and
short.
bright.
Your Eminence, Duchess, Monsieur de Richet, allow me to introduce our new guests. They arrived during the night. Johann Christoph von Wollner, Minister of Religious Affairs and close aide of Frederick William II,
Dapper.
King of Prussia. Napoleon Bonaparte, Lieutenant of the French Revolutionary Army. And Jacques Peroux, French Revolutionary Tribunal Judge. Unfortunately, my friends, Lord Mortimer will not be joining us this morning, but he should be with us later.
2 nights in a row,
let us
Mortimer.
What is Mortimer playing at? He tells me to come urgently and he sends no one to meet me?
Thank you again for the wine, Your Eminence. It is
Etiquette
every day
skill.
at the king's
Oh.
table.
I am delighted.
So who are you? Von Wollner. Johann Christoph von Wollner is a Prussian minister of religion. A friend of King Frederick William of Prussia, von Wollner recently managed through the affairs of state. Former pastor and member of the Masonic Lodge, he had all the time he needed to convert his king to his point of view. Together, they opened their own lodge under the influence of the Rosicrucians. Passionate about the occult sciences and alchemy, he led a war of religion in his country and fiercely combated the ideas of the Enlightenment. If read as Sir Gregory Home, von Wollner believes in spiritual alchemy, of which the materia prima is a human soul.
Wollner and Piaggi seem to be getting along well.
My dear Johann, how are you?
Glad
Occultism
to make
mist.
landfall at
Ah.
last. And yourself.
Very well.
And your husband?
He's poorly. The French
He
Revolution
is very
gives him
neat. I
terrible
like him.
headaches.
Like
Oh,
physical
I
appearance and aesthetic
understand.
wise.
I shall feel better too as soon as the situation
All
is
the missed
settled.
opportunities,
If by
etiquette,
chance the French
occult.
crisis is emulated in Berlin, there will always be a refuge for you in London, my dear.
Your offer does you honor, Emily. But London is much closer to Paris than Berlin. Beware. The French are capable of sailing up the Thames straight to the Houses of Parliament.
Oh,
Totally.
my friend, I am shaking in my clogs.
Oh, you mean home. You've just now met Holmes, Oku.
Wine to your liking?
Very much so, Sir Gregory. Such complexity. Typically French. A Sauterne, isn't it?
Absolutely.
If I'm not mistaken, this is not Lord Mortimer's favourite wine. It is yours.
In his absence, I have taken the liberty of making a slight deviation from the rule, but I count on your discretion.
Don't worry, I appreciate the same grape varieties as you. I remember the last time we tasted that nectar here at this table. The finest minds
Also
of the
cool, that's
century were
okay.
present.
Work
And the
is
last time we
important.
drank it, the orphanage in Bloomsbury was still in ruins.
Would you repeat that?
Oh, well, I put some small effort into the works. The orphanage reopened just before Christmas. The bedrooms, washrooms, and the
he's
classrooms
British.
had all been refurbished. Oh, dear.
I don't know what to say.
That is the, Sir Gregory Home of Nottingham, Baron of Nottingham. That is as British as apple pie.
You have given the girls a wonderful Christmas gift. Thank you.
I made a promise. Now it is done.
Psychology skill. On the eye.
It's the first time I've ever seen her so moved. Just mentioning that orphanage broke right through Emily's hard shell.
Is that a vulnerability? She does have a vulnerability. Immune to logic, but weak to psychology.
Is everything all right?
Yes, thank you. I had a moment of absence, but here I am again.
Oh no. Emily, Volna, Washington of Volna? Just ask him directly.
My lord, I only know the prestige of your name. Might I have the honor of getting to know you a little better?
You are Monsieur
Louis Moras de Richet.
de Richet. De Richet. A name with a nobiliary particle. Are
What is
you
it?
descended from a noble line?
Neither noble nor can't deflect. No etiquette.
I am just
a
a simple
non-answer.
French citizen.
Really? Oh, you seem nothing like a commoner. Especially compared to that wretch over there sharing our meal.
Not really, no.
Have you any information on this Napoleon?
Let Emily reply. He doesn't matter. Make an assumption. Share my information that I have. Or use logic.
He's
Do the logic
certainly well
skill.
connected in high places.
Surprising. No one appears to know him.
That hunk of meat.
No one knows me, and yet here I am.
Who was beating up on poor Elizabeth last night. An immunity. Not just of politics, but conviction as well. Oh. A hard heart, this Napoleon.
Monsieur de Richet? It would seem we have common interests.
You
Could
know.
we speak in private, please?
Liz. The one with the super trendy modern haircut. John Adams. Allegedly stillborn daughter who was subjected to so many psychological and surgical abuses of my mother, who believed that the evils infesting her mother were passed on to her in birth.
Please feel at home.
I'm getting Hitman flashbacks. Don't push.
Lord Mortimer and the Golden Order, through your mother, have concluded a financial agreement.
Stay composed, Louis. I'm listening.
An agreement for cannons. Lord Mortimer assured me that you are to take over the project on
What?
behalf of your mother. You must know that I am deeply sorry about their disappearance, but I must validate the deal urgently if I want to be able to organize things properly.
I feel like he's trying to take
I haven't
advantage of her
seen Lord
loss.
Mortimer yet. I'm afraid I'll be unable to answer your questions.
He assured me that you could replace your mother during her absence.
I appreciate his
See,
confidence, but
the Eminence
still,
didn't believe that.
This is a bit hasty. But please continue.
Of course, but I need to know if I can count you among my allies.
Confrontation time.
And for that,
Okay,
I have
okay.
a little
So,
question
no
for you.
politics, no
The
conviction.
agreement stipulates an aid of 50,000 louis d'or for 200 cannon.
An agreement? Cannot agree? I don't know. It is not the right time. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, I don't know.
I don't know.
We can't, I don't,
Maybe you ought to speak to my mother.
Oh, what a pity. I was hoping
A
you would be
blunder.
up to the challenge.
Last chance.
I have one last question I would like to pose to you. We don't know each other yet, you and I. And I need to make sure that we both share the
No
same
convictions,
vision
no politics,
for
no
the
conviction,
future
no
of France.
politics.
Given the hard times that have befallen our beautiful country, what do you think it would take to restore its luster?
Let the people be free. A counter-revolution, reinstate the monarchy. No manipulation, no politics. We don't know his motives. People
Let the
free?
people make their own choices.
You are joking, I hope.
No.
The people are simply not capable
No.
of taking charge, don't you see? They are an uneducated mob who react on the spur of the moment, incapable of providing a coherent vision for the good of the country. I think there must be a misunderstanding.
What do you mean?
We have not shown Napoleon how competent.
Advised me to speak to you.
Illegitimate. I become illegitimate. Conviction costs one more effort point.
Misunderstood.
Is there any way to... there's no reload option.
Excuse me, please.
Bravo, Louis. Total fiasco.
My friends, I would like to say a few words, please. I would like to thank...
But hold on. I looked all through Napoleon's things and read all of his letters. How could I not know anything about his motives? It's like with Elizabeth earlier, we searched all of her things, but it was locking out an option that I could have used, that I should have been able to use. Because apparently we didn't know about the relationship between our mother and her, despite knowing about the relationship between our mother and her.
Lord Mortimer, and you, Sir Holmes, for bringing us all together here.
Oh, well.
Those of us for whom it is not the first time here, like me, are all trembling in sweet anticipation of the arrival of our host. For the rest, I would like to reassure you that Lord Mortimer always has a few surprising projects to propose. But I can assure you that each and every one of us has always benefited from them. The last time I came to this place, Lord Mortimer
OC
offered
finish,
to help
Robbie.
me in my
Congratulations.
election campaign for the presidency of the United States. And it is imminently clear that his support was an invaluable aid to us. We are here among like-minded people. So let us put aside the conflicts in which some of our nations find themselves at present. So I raise my glass in honor of you all, my new and old friends.
Hey, progress is progress.
I trust you shall not be disappointed, Mr. Washington.
But does this mean that Napoleon and I be friends again, or no?
Meet again tomorrow.
Etiquette, all the etiquette missed.
As well as Lord Mortimer, I hope. Until then, I trust you will find plenty to keep you amused.
Oh, they have butterflies on the curtains. Butterflies everywhere, that's kinda cute. That makes up for me being a failure. But then I see failure. So I found my mother's passage, accessed the whole message, persuaded Elizabeth, gave the talisman, met the guests, searched the room, but failed to convince Napoleon. Well, you can't really tell butterflies where to go. There's been more than one butterfly house where I've walked around in them and get butterflies on my butt or butterflies on my shoes. No alternate paths though, so straightforward chapter, and I still failed it. Pity experience. Pity experience that time. Alright, what do I want? Could do more questioning. Manipulation. A point of diversion. Alright, so I could divert. Etiquette. It seems like so many things want etiquette. Or science. Erudition has not benefited me this chapter, but there's always later. Occult, maybe. We're in an occult society, but we have nothing for occult. Scientific knowledge, medical techniques, linguistics, politics, nation's interests, diplomatic relations. Knowledge of myths, occult and religious symbols, ancient languages, secret societies. Why not? Get some in there. And then maybe see about upgrading something else in my main skills. Questioning, perhaps. Agility. Vigilance. Unlocks dialogue options and actions. Reduces cost and effort points by 3. So I do want to keep feeding into them rather than being mediocre in everything. 11 points before level 3. Oh, I see. Level 1 unlocks dialogue options. Level 2 reduces points cost by 3. And level 3 makes it indefinitely free. Alright, so I guess I do want to just be generally okay in everything. And then make some things I like cheaper. And then, if there's something I want to use a lot, make that absolutely free. Like etiquette or occult, since those keep popping up. Alright, let's start towards some etiquette-ness.
Alright, let's recap.
Before dinner, I had a
going to
chance with
investigate my
Napoleon.
mother's message. I've got to find the place where all eyes size you up.
Okay, so one more book, right? Do I want? Free etiquette. More free etiquette. Manipulation, psychology is already good. It's a shame I can't undo what manuscripts I'm holding. I guess it's... I've read the book, so I permanently take the effects. Someday, science linguistics erudition. Someday. Good manners, or the epistolary novel for the entrance of a young lady to the aristocratic society. Why not? Understand the other half. Goodbye, cruel adventure game! Hey, there's a wharf. That seems difficult, boating into that small area from all those rocks. But I guess what keeps it defensible? I see shiny. Shiny, gimme. I think it'd be prettier if it wasn't all the fog. But I get it. Gotta do what you can for rendering. And I do not envy whatever servants have to climb out here just for the plants. Everyone's gone but His Eminence, who now hates us. We truly are not our mother's heir. Twice, a failed subtlety with His Eminence. Delegitimized ourselves in Napoleon. Washington likes us, except not really, because we couldn't give him 10 minutes in Adam's room. Oh, these butterflies are so cute. See, forget the flowers. They deserve some tarts themselves. They've only got how long to live after all. Not that they have metamorphosed into their adult states.
Well, Your Eminence, do you still have any room left?
Ah, my son, the sin of gluttony is the most difficult of all in my eyes.
My man,
Nevertheless,
too
what
true.
a charming moment we have had together. I'm delighted I was able to talk to Mr. von Wollner. We hadn't spoken to each other for an eternity.
Yes. I noticed that Your Eminence knew a fair number of people at the table.
The benefit of age, my son. This isn't my first invitation to Lord Mortimer's. You will see, it's the perfect place to make new friends. Indeed, I noticed that you and Mr. Bonaparte had already begun.
Already begun.
I adapt quickly to local customs.
And already
It's
ended.
what I was taught.
And you are right to do so, my son. But tell me, have you had any news of your mother since your arrival?
Alas, still nothing, Your Eminence. But I still haven't been able to meet Lord Mortimer.
Do not worry. It is typical of him. What can I say? Lord Mortimer is a very busy man. I should think you are beginning to worry.
Probably, be honest. Build that report back up. He's a father. He is a priest. He wants you to feel vulnerable and trusting in front of him, to make him feel better about the power over you.
Well, I must admit, Your Eminence, indeed it does worry me.
I understand, but continue to have faith in Sarah. You'll see, I'm sure, that in a few days we'll all be laughing together.
That's all I hope for, Your Eminence. But while I have you with me, I have a question for you.
Go ahead, Louis. What can I do for you?
Where all eyes size you up. A Medusa. Well, I guess I have to clue him in, don't I?
If I said to you, where all eyes size you up, would it mean anything to you?
don't know if it's the place you're looking for, Louis, but it makes me think of the portrait gallery.
There's a gallery here? Can you tell me where to find it, please?
Of course. Just go through the door at the end. It will lead into the library. Continue all the way through, and you'll end up in the gallery. You'll
What?
see it.
Couldn't trust a servant to get the exact same directions.
Thank you very much, Your Eminence. On that last word, then, I shall leave you to fight your demons. See you later, Your Eminence.
See you later, my son.
It really is a shame that food tastes so good and feels so good. Because these cheeks, so much cuter when the cheeks swim down. Oh, more Carmelite water?
Romney painted Lady Hamilton as Circe. Circe preparing wine. What better trap for Ulysses?
So Louis here knows enough trivia to comment on paintings, but
Discourse on the Method by Descartes. This book changed the way I looked at the world.
he knows all this stuff, but not enough for actual skills when they're
Conversion of
needed.
Ulysses by Gours. Circe changing Ulysses' companions into swines.
Is this a hint? Seduces the guests with pleasant things, then turns his guests into metaphorical pigs for the slaughter. Oh, Mortimer, is that what we are to you? Sausages.
Circe turning Ulysses' companions back into humans.
Blackmail. It's blackmail on us, makes us usable, then releases us back into the wild.
Ulysses and Circe at the table. If I were you, Ulysses, I wouldn't drink the wine.
So I can go back and maybe speak to other people, I imagine, or continue onwards to the library. Okay, so if obvious end goal is through here, I'm going to save you for last. And see who else I can speak to. Watch this lock me out forever. I can go back, right? Cool, just making sure. Could I go upstairs? No, upstairs is locked. Is outside locked?
The only person sizing me up here is that monumental Zeus. He can't be here.
I just want to see if there's more things to find or anything else. Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
What can I
Could
do
have given me
for you,
more
sir?
ember and everything
I
else.
am at your service day and night, sir.
As I was unable to bring my personal effects with me, I was wondering if you could find me a few items.
Of course, sir. What would you require?
As far as I can see, I can't skip through. Aw, so I can't repeatedly ask for stuff. Could I get Carmelite water then?
Carmelite water would do me a lot of good. Could you find me some, please?
Oh, the tonics are under lock and key, sir. Lord Mortimer only allows access to them in cases of emergency.
This is an emergency. My mother's missing. Still can't use etiquette. Oh well. Next chapter. Can't go upstairs still. Can't go to the small gallery. I can go to the small one. And through there is the conference room. More collector's coins. Rub my face against everything. Oh, locked. Hmm? I'm pinging something. What am I pinging?
Chronicles of the Amber Princes. As I recall, Dorkin was my favorite character. Chronicles of
That's
the
it.
Amber Princes. As I recall, Dorkin was my favorite character. There's a pattern with 5 circles on this chest.
And I have a 5-circle key. 4 bottles.
No
Of
space
what?
left. I'll retrieve it later. Just
Golden elixir. Golden elixir is what? Just negative status alteration? Well, at the very least, that's something to max on. Or honey, royal jelly, same thing. Is that a book? Or no, that's just sheet music. Okay. Only one place to go then. This really is how I naturally try to make Terraria houses. Big, grand, and useless. Coin. Like my ice palace would be so much better if I simply shortened down the ceilings and put some diversity in the rooms itself. And not just try to make giant grand monuments. Worshipping the rectangle.
The lock is surrounded by a triple circle.
Difficulty 1 only. Alright, spend it. More royal jelly.
I have no space
Cool.
left. I'll retrieve it later. Dining on ham. Well, that's very appetizing.
Dining on ham after Circe turned Ulysses' friends into pigs. This is all figurative then, and foreshadowing that Lord Mortimer metaphorically feasts on his guests, as we all do, but in a far more sinister way. Unlock?
Amber crystals.
Ooh, one more piece of heart. Key with an occult earth symbol. You know, now that I see this light fixture here, and I see how grand and detailed these areas can get, it's kind of a shame there's no like zoom button or anything to really appreciate the detailing.
Atrus, the Miller brothers. Mother expressly forbade me from reading it.
Really, occult mom forbade an actual
Atrus,
book.
The Miller brothers. Mother expressly forbade me from reading it.
Why forbid Atrus of all books from occult mom? Not the mist reader. Atrus? Atrus. Or is it a mist thing? If it is a reference, I don't know it. Never played Myst.
A few pages out of an old encyclopedia.
Encyclopedia number 3! I can get +1 to science linguistics erudition. Cool. Now, it's a shame that all this I can't Hello? Ad perpetuum reglorium vivers est cogitare alchemia naturae hominium literaria instruction scientia naturalis mathematia ab origine fidelis Ah. You know, it might be easier than a dozen floors of books. Shelves. Shelves might be easier. This definitely feels like all eyes are on.
Where all eyes size you up. Chances are, that's the room my mother spoke of. And she also spoke of a Medusa. Should I go and try to find the creature now?
Is Medusa going to be in creature form though? Could this be before the rape of Medusa and her cursing by Athena? Was it Athena or Aphrodite? Aphrodite. Arachne was Athena.
Liberty or Death by Regnault. Well, I'll take liberty, please. But I do understand his choice, even though it seems radical. Ah, painting by Ingres. Molière dining with Louis XIV. The king's posture is surprising. It's almost as if he's addressing someone in the assembly.
Is that a hint? Are those bottles? No, that's just tassels or whatever. Silly me, thinking bottles tied to the curtain strands.
Allegory regarding the decoration of the rights of men. That's the least you could say. Celia. That name means nothing to me.
Six. It's the same device as an Iox. And the Garden Moon. Fool. Carmelite water.
The Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci. The last day before his crucifixion, Jesus announces that he will be betrayed by one of his disciples.
Is this allegorical for the game too?
Christ Crucified by Velasquez.
Is that a letter?
Someone's left a note there. Reserved for the Duke of Alquidia.
Duke of Alquidia? That is associated with the Dapper Prussian, isn't it? Where have I read Duke of Alquidia from? Ah well. I'm sure if it's important it'll pop up again sometime. So these are all lies, but if I were a Gorgon, where would I be? Oh, can't go to the gardens. Telling you though, Louis, garden, Gorgon, it can't be a coincidence that both words are similar. This is a clue left by your mother. Mama wants you to go to the garden. Okay, hall first, then the rest. Is this more books?
Song of Roland. Roland feeleth his death is near. His brain is oozing by either ear.
Yeah.
With his brain oozing, it's already remarkable that he can feel anything. Ah, François Ier, Receiving the Holy Family, a painting by Raphael. The Fall of Phaeton, another painting by Rubens. Poor Phaeton, struck by lightning for borrowing his father's chariot and losing control of it. Moral, don't steal Dad's chariot.
Locked. Amber!
Amber crystals.
One more free effort point.
The Company by Rembrandt.
What, no comment on the Chia Caruso?
A meeting between Louis XIV and Philippe V. I wonder why Mortimer's particularly fond of this painting.
Okay, whatever it is, it's not in the main hall portion. Are you a Gorgon by chance? So clearly this painting has pride and place over the mantle. So obviously gonna check you last. Oh, that's a Gorgon. Never mind. Gorgon's last.
A painting with no name. Devil's Thorn. I'll keep it.
What is that Perseus that I see? Facing the Gorgon. Aw, thought there'd be more to the puzzle. Alright, before I resume, many Perseuses. Before I resume, where was that royal jelly? Now that I'm down one. Oh, that's cute. The squeak of the door, for whatever reason. I know it's just a door, but it sounded like a guinea pig to me. And for one split second, I got excited. Cool, so Medusa. One Medusa, 3 Perseuses. Just gotta aim me towards the right Perseus, huh?
What was trying to do with her? The Medusa. A hero armed with a sword? A hero with a lantern. And the last one holding a shield. I'll stake my life on it. All the statues form a single scene together. The poor devils are about to face the beast. Let's give them a helping hand.
Find the solution. Well, if I know my mythology, clearly use a shield. Think about the configuration. Or subterfuge. Handle the mechanism. Okay, think about it.
Let's think. To vanquish the beast, the statues have to be lined up in a specific order. What can the shield be for? To protect its holder?
Mm-hmm.
Why not? But in that case, what's the lantern for? Step back and take a second, Louis. Be logical, but open-minded. Think outside the box.
Logical, but open-minded.
Has to have only one use. I wonder if the lantern was to distract the Medusa. This shield
Just like
can
Mother
both
would
protect
say.
the holder and also reflect the light from the lantern to distract the beast. In other words, I'll have to make an angle of 90 degrees between the lantern and the Medusa by turning this shield to face the sword. If Mortimer's the one who thought of all this stuff, then honestly, he must have a screw loose.
To face the sword.
Crazy idea.
Shield to face the
But
sword.
worth a shot.
Choice already made, so it's free. Alright, plenty of jelly. What if I handle the mechanism?
The mechanism is worn here. Whenever the shield is not turned toward the sword, the machinery freezes up. The statue must have been in this position most of the time, betrayed by the marks of time. So that makes it easy. The shield must face the sword.
So he said. But still, more use towards unlocks and stuffs. And sword is across here. The lantern towards diversion. Consider the value of the lantern. And you towards Medusa. Assess the statuette. Examine the sword. And cause distracted, going to assume that you're facing shield or lantern? Shield. I know this legend, erudition level 1. Remember De Richet's message.
The clue I found said, "Beware hero. The beast always charges the best protected."
So towards the
That
shield.
is its weakness. That's the key. The best protected hero is the one holding the shield. Thank you, Mother.
Thank you, Mother, but I still must use my points.
In Greek mythology, anyone who looked into the eyes of the Medusa turned to stone. So the monster's statue must be turned towards someone who can protect their eyes.
The lantern, of course. So bright that the Medusa can't see him. Not lantern. Aww. Oh, because you're already on the lantern. Fireplace open up. Hidden door in the back, perhaps.
Whoa.
Oh, whole wall moves. No crouching. No getting ashes in your on your pantaloons.
Rah! For Pete's sake,
Emily?
You scared the pants off me. Don't ever do that again.
Well, keep your nose out of my business then.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Stop fooling around and tell me what you're doing here.
Frankly, answer the question. Dodge with humor. Okay, what do you know about her? She doesn't take to logic. You can't facts and logic her. But she is susceptible to psychology. Frankly, but what does it mean? What does answer frankly mean? Does that mean then that we tell her we just turned some statues and suddenly we popped up here? Or does frankly mean we're following in her mother's footsteps? Humor? Question? Turn it back to her. She's got a habit of answering questions with questions.
Oh yeah? So tell me what you're doing here.
Yeah, just like that.
Probably, but I asked the question first.
Well then, we'll pretend you haven't asked me yet.
What about a little gallantry, Louis? Come on, I'm listening. What are you doing here?
Ah, etiquette cannot be used. Erudition, stop the game for a moment.
Listen, this isn't one of Madame Scootery's soirees. There's no room for courtesy in a place like this. I promise in any other circumstances, I would try to show a bit more spirit in my efforts to amuse you. For today, I suggest we focus on the rather obvious fact that we are both interested in spying on our host.
I congratulate you on your knowledge of fashionable soiree of the 12th century, but you have just ruined the ambiance, Louis.
Oh, have
Well,
we?
no matter. I'll tolerate your presence this one time. Now, since you're here, make yourself useful. Look around on your side. I'll do the same on mine. And if you find anything of interest, let me know.
Yeah.
So what she means to say is,
At your service,
search her side first, and then my own. Can't lose out on this after all, whatever this is.
I found an amazing ring. There's an inscription engraved on it.
About her marriage, pretend to propose with the ring, translate, will be funny, she wants to be amused.
Emily, when I see that ring, I can no longer hold back my feelings for you.
Oh, stop it, you're being ridiculous.
What do you mean? I was just about to get down on one knee.
And the music's all whimsical right now, so it fits the mood. Oh, we can't cross her, but there's a thing.
Carry on searching.
Okay. Occultism. Not an
heavenly
M4, is it?
symbols refer to Pandora's box. Emily, I'm pretty sure I've got Pandora's box.
Of course you have. You see an earthen pot and you immediately assume it can only be Pandora's box. Logical.
Well, that's
What I like
anthropology of the era.
is that you never fail to surprise
Well,
me.
a few decades later. Open it. Don't open it.
Emily, what if I open the jar? Would that then make man responsible for all the evils?
Try. It'll make a change. All right, can we move on now?
I do love your irony, but honestly, are you ever impressed by anything you see?
By a chamber pod? No, you really do need to do better than that.
Is that the right size and shape of a chamber pot? What if I close it? Remove the evidence that I've been here? It's too shallow to be a chamber pot. The golden fleece.
It's freezing. Hurry up.
Use the hide. Do you think it's the Golden Fleece? I mean, he's already thought that one random pot is the Pandora's
Do you
box, so...
think that can really be Jason's golden fleece?
No, you are aware that Jason and the Argonauts is a myth, aren't you?
But Mortimer's been protecting this hide. It must be of great value, don't you think?
Certainly of historical value. This kind of hide is still used by gold diggers in Eastern Europe. Now you see how easy it is to obtain a legend.
Why do you have to act so nonchalant every time I show you something?
Louis, anyone can kill a sheep, rip off its hide, and say it's the Golden Fleece.
We're at Lord Mortimer's, not at some farmyard fair. You're just too skeptical.
And you
Skepticism is
to
good.
believe anything. Talk about an unlikely pair.
Yet, you know opposites attract, don't you?
Anything else here? Any worthwhile books so far, nah? Book.
Hey, Mortimer's the author of this work. He talks about his passion for art.
And a coin for me. Before I mess with anything else, want to grab that one thing. Ooh, looks valuable. Oh no, this was like cutscene.
Something interesting. A manor in Maine, hundreds of acres of land in Catalonia, properties in Shanghai. Incredible. Some of these deeds are over 600 years old, and all signed by the hand of Mortimer.
I wonder if that's what inspired my mother's attention. How come all these documents have Mortimer's signature on them?
There's things I haven't looked at here, don't tell me.
Really belong to him.
Assume theft. Oh, I don't have vigilance. Wait. I do have vigilance. Vigilance. Intoxicated? Use 4 consumable items during a single quest, or consume the noxious element. Dialogue timer no longer visible.
See those fine scratches around the words?
Yes, and?
The ink barely spreads on the paper. It spreads exactly the same way on the signature. The
It's alright.
deed was
I got my
written using
drugs.
the same ink. If it is a fake, then it's a professional job.
Several Mortimers, falsification. Assume Mortimer is immortal.
Several people have played the part of Mortimer, a part that has been passed
He could be
down
immortal.
from generation to generation. Different men, but with one sole identity.
An intriguing hypothesis, and yet less twisted than some of my previous cases.
At last, you finally agree with me about something.
I feel bad though,
These
because I
documents are
didn't
intriguing,
thoroughly
but
analyze
do
the
you really
room.
think that's what attracted your mother's attention here?
And how do you know my mother was interested in this room?
I didn't know, I just supposed she was. And you just confirmed it. So, do you think she found what she came for?
I don't know.
I think
she
maybe.
was obsessed with Mortimer, and I must confess, these property deeds are troubling.
If that's the case, why would she have left them?
Because she was
Once
caught,
again,
or
I
she found
don't
something
know.
more valuable.
We'll have to ask her when we find her. And what's your take?
How's it acquired? What do you think of it? Why conceal them?
Why keep such a collection hidden in a secret room? Any thoughts?
Mortimer has every reason in the world to conceal it, even if only to keep it from people like us.
I wonder. What if I go back to main menu? Save and return.
Emily, we're not thieves. We're only looking.
So there's no save
I wonder why
scumming?
my mother didn't make it clear what she was interested in here.
She didn't have time to write it down, or maybe she wasn't sure of what she was looking for.
Or she wanted to protect her discoveries. It's disturbing.
Wait,
Just
hold
have
on.
to search the rest of the room. Maybe we'll find
Yes,
something.
that's it. Because I was just thinking that this object here I wanted to grab, but I couldn't, because it auto-triggered her cutscene. Oh no, this now becomes... Amber!
Amber crystals.
This now becomes, what is a thing that advances a plot? What do I want last? Are you a manuscript page, or are you the final thing I need? Alright, page, just in case.
Oh, looks like a pamphlet on different political regimes, written by Mortimer himself.
Cool. Notes by De Richet. Thoughts on Men in Society, William Alexander Mortimer. A fascinating, all-encompassing reflection that demonstrates a deep understanding of man, manipulation, psychology, politics. Prince, thoughts on art. Collection of Lord Mortimer's handwritten notes, in which he delivers his thoughts on art and its role in society. His role in society. For more erudition.
An unofficial gospel? You'd be more likely to find this kind of book at the Vatican.
Nothing special. The library at Buckingham has 3.
What a bragger. Has she read them? Analyze the Gospel. Occultism 1.
The Gospel according to Judas, or How to Crucify Jesus as part of God's plan. You do realize that the contents of this book could undermine the very foundations of Christianity.
One more reason to leave it in the secret room of a lost manor on a private island.
Do you realize how important this book is?
Probably shouldn't have
But
used
what
all my
I
jelly,
really
but
want
oh
to
well.
know is how did it come into Mortimer's possession?
I was thinking the same thing about all the paintings and sculptures in the manor.
How did Buckingham get a hold of them? How did they?
the English manage to get their hands on them?
When someone wants to attract the attention of the world's leading power, somehow the gifts just pour in.
You wouldn't have gone to the Vatican recently, would you?
Are you calling me a thief?
Certainly not. Never entered my mind.
I was thinking more, maybe. Mortimer's gifts to stay on the good side of the crown. Or crowns across the world.
Guess what I found?
The Holy Grail.
Older than that.
A piece of Noah's Ark.
Not that old.
This could go on for hours. Just tell me.
I love her faint enthusiasm. Try on the crown. Identify it. Subterfuge 1. Try it.
Stop! Don't put your grubby fat fingers on it.
You find my fingers fat?
At least put on some gloves.
Please note, my fingers are slim.
You were going to leave marks. My God, what an amateur.
Many a harpsichord players would love to have sexy fingers like mine.
Tell me where you took
Clearly
your
the best
interpretation
choice.
classes so I can have your tutor executed.
Let's compare hands then. We'll soon see whose fingers are fattest.
No, I'm not going to compare hands with you. Let's just keep going.
Bad loser.
Okay, I'm sealing that for future flirting. Hand comparisons.
You should see this sword, Emily. It's magnificent.
Don't
I'm
tell me,
busy.
Excalibur.
Describe it to
Don't
me.
start singing. Sword of Joan of Arc, King Arthur, Genghis Khan. Assess the date. Assess the weapon.
Brass quillons and knobs. A beautiful cruciform line. Judging by the wear and the technique used to forge it, this sword dates back to the Crusades, and it must have belonged to a wealthy knight. There's a date. MCXC. 1190. That's right.
So who would that be?
Forged for the Crusades.
1190. Which crusade was that? First crusade? Well, definitely not King Arthur then. And Joan of Arc. 1190. She's what? 14th century? Whatever.
It really does look like Joan of Arc's sword.
The famous Maid of Orleans. One of your favorite historical heroines.
You bet. Given the number of English butts she kicked.
And we all know where that got her. When you finished playing, maybe you can help me search the place?
Okay, now final bit. Unless anything else is her.
What is that you found?
A cameo pendant. What's going on?
Nothing.
For crying out loud, Emily, you lunged for that jewel like your life depended on it. Tell me what this is about.
Get my drugs ready, because I've got
We just met, Louis. I like you.
no
but I
effort
cannot
for
just suddenly
psychology.
Open myself up like a book to you.
Listen, Emily. It seems pretty obvious to me that you haven't come here for the sole purpose of sampling Mortimer's cellar. Stop all the clever evasions and just trust me.
And why the hell
Confrontation
should I
star.
trust
No.
you, Louis?
Psychology. 0 points. Conviction 1, nah. Because I don't want any harm to come to you.
When are you going to
And
understand
cost
that I just
reduced
want
by
to help
3.
you?
What do you expect? That I'll fall into your arms and say yes to everything you want?
What are you talking about? I'm only asking you to trust me a little. If only on principle, as a member of the Golden Order, for example.
I'll admit you are fairly reliable.
That's it? I was expecting more.
Well, I'm prepared to trust you when it comes to choosing a French cheese. But I've nothing to gain by confiding in you any further than that.
Nothing to gain? Damn it, Emily! I'm only trying to help you. Stop needing to gain something all the time.
Because you think I need help?
The confidence of a mediocre Frenchman.
You have your strengths and your weaknesses. And there's no use pretending otherwise.
Ha! And I bet you found out where I'm weak, haven't you?
Yeah, we have. It's in psychology. A weakness in psychology. Analyze her character. Cost reduced by 3. It's only 2 points. I could do 2 points.
Pragmatic, intelligent, sure of herself. Her only weak spot is her difficulty talking about herself. I don't know much about your past, but I'm guessing you had to get by on your own for much of your life. It might have closed you off, and that can be a disadvantage. It might be time for you to open up and risk a little trust. Not every man you meet wants to hurt you.
Yes, you may be right. I might have some weaknesses, but I don't need your help to overcome them.
Could have done that for
And
free
I'm
with just
simply not
psychology, but oh well.
collaborating with
Point
anyone
use is
at
point
this time.
use.
Do you understand?
Presser, questioning, conviction. So it's logic that she's got immunity too. And yet more to be discovered. Could do questioning. With a freebie. Conviction? Might like conviction? Alright, gonna risk questioning.
I know you well enough to see that you're hiding something from me. Why won't you look me in the eyes? I've figured you out, but you refuse to accept it. And you're starting to find me charming too.
I admit it. You win. You, worst investigator there ever was, have sussed me out. Well, at least you made me smile.
And here I thought big challenge would be the right one.
I know my weaknesses. I don't doubt that your abilities will be of use to me. But I already have all that, thanks to my teammate.
Is there any chance you might tell me who he is?
Mom herself.
No, I've already said too much.
We did see them
Consider
together.
yourself lucky I've even given you this much. It's extremely rare, believe me.
Come on, don't stop now that you come this far. You know that eventually I'll end up making you talk.
Well, since no one can resist you, let's see if you can guess who.
See, I could even see her immunities and vulnerabilities if I wanted to.
So, your partner is...
A woman, and it's my mother. My mother.
It's as obvious as it is surprising. You're my mother's hard-hitting partner.
Oh, God, do you really believe the nonsense that comes out of your mouth?
Was I wrong?
A second ago I did.
Sorry, Louis. Your mother is not my partner.
I was so sure. Okay, could it be? Let's see. Her father, her old husband, a member of the Order, a woman. Alright, what do we know about her? What do we know? Because I thought for sure it was my own mother, English Duchess, close to the crown, discreet about her origins, came into political scene after her wedding, marriage of interest, an old English aristocrat on the decline, libertarian, modest, discreet, close ties with her peers, favorite diplomat of the Queen herself. William Pitt takes her on as a private secretary. Gregory Holmes' invitation. Her old husband. Well, if it's not my mother. Only other clue I have, if you count as a clue, is the brooch with the cameo on it. A woman's cameo Maybe her mother, her sister? Or perhaps it's a cameo of herself that no one else should have but the old husband? Her mother, maybe.
Your partner must be your mother.
I would need to know who she is first.
Forgive me, I didn't know.
I'm an orphan. I thought you'd figured that out.
No, I didn't know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mentioned it.
Now you know.
I'm gonna butcher this. Her sister.
Your sister? She's your partner. She's the one you're looking for.
Well, I am impressed. How the devil did you guess I had a sister? Virtually no one even knows.
I didn't. Lucky guess. Just a cameo.
You are very good. I grant you that. You deserve to know why the sight of the cameo pendant affected me so strongly.
Character revealed. Emma Hillsborough. Where are you? Emma Hillsborough. Is that why she was all, please, Louis, we met already? And we were like, no, I've never met you before, Emily. The twin sister of Emily Hillsborough. Living in the shadow of her sister, Emma shares the same identity with her in the eyes of the world. The two sisters link their destiny in the most intimate way possible. Workplace, boyfriends, lovers. The two sisters shared everything together. This double identity was much appreciated by Charlotte de Mecklenburg-Strelitz, the present Queen of England, when she asked the two sisters to serve the crown. But with time, Emma had increasingly greater difficulties with her role as a double. It is thus tired of her role that Emma travels to the Mortimer Manor as a diplomatic representative of England.
I thought it belonged to Emma, my twin sister.
And confidant gained 1 skill point in psychology.
Oh, now I get why
But
you
I don't
said
really
you had
need.
a memory for two.
Yes, you can't imagine to what extent, though. As children, everyone got us mixed up. So one day we decided to play along. Since then, we have become one and the same. We have officially erased the identity of my sister Emma. Emily Hillsborough, the woman with two faces.
Clever. But isn't it complicated? How do you make it work?
One of us has no existence in the outside world. We share everything. First for one, then for the other. We dress the same, wear the same makeup, we speak the same. We've learned to act as one. When we accept a mission, we both turn up. This time, though, she went ahead, and I was meant to wait for her on the mainland. She was meant to meet her
So
home
the
and
woman-
bring back the details, so we could work out who
In
would
Mom's
follow up.
memory.
And there was a problem?
She was supposed to return from Mortimer's 1 week ago. The boat turned up at Plymouth, but alas, no trace of my sister. Instead, a sailor passed me a message from home, notifying me of her sudden disappearance.
And home knew.
So, my mother and your sister go missing just a few days apart. That's strange. Maybe their disappearances are linked.
It's clearly a possibility, but up to now I haven't found a trace of either of them.
None of this is very reassuring.
By the way, Louis, now that you are in on the secret, you are obliged to keep it to yourself, or you will pay very dearly.
One
Don't
more
worry.
point for me to fail on.
Your secret is safe with me.
It's time to leave.
So is that it? Chapter
So,
1? Regain all my
What do you
stuff?
think of our first adventure?
Trait
I must
unlocked.
admit, it has been
Investigation. 1 extra manuscript. Can I equip it now?
fun by your side.
Same here.
Chapter end then.
Oh, she's been drinking too much again.
Louis, I
Again?
need to talk to you right now.
Good evening, Elizabeth. Actually, this is not a good time.
I'm begging you, please don't leave me alone.
Is this a
I'll
new
be waiting for
choice?
you in your
Okay,
room,
good, no
but don't
choice.
be late.
Are you sure there was a certain je ne sais quoi between us.
Louis, we need to talk now. Otherwise, it'll be too late.
We gotta go where?
Really needs me, but if I start talking to her, for sure Emily won't wait for me. What should I do?
I mean, how can we say no to that to that stress? Someone is agitated, needs help, or something. Oh, I see. Doesn't pan to Emily, pans to yourself. Altruism or selfishness.
Sorry, Emily, but I can't leave Elizabeth like this.
All right, Elizabeth. How can I help?
Thank you. Come on, follow me. I really need to talk to you, Louis, right now.
Does Lord Mortimer know the mess you've made of your room?
Listen to
I'm
me,
sure he
damn it.
has.
My days are numbered.
Elizabeth,
She stayed here how
I
long?
don't know if it's about my mother again, but I'm telling you, you've nothing to be afraid of. She didn't come here for you.
I saw her.
Saw who? You saw my mother? When?
Just last night. I went out to walk along the cliff top and I saw her in the distance. She tried to hide right away, but I'm sure it was her.
Are you saying you recognized my mother in the middle of the night while she was hiding?
Yes, Louis, I know it was her.
You just said she was far away, right? In the middle of the night. And the exterior of the island isn't exactly well lit.
The only person explicitly made to be hiding out in the island. But I did click it. I clicked it. I clicked. What do you mean with the time limit? I clicked. That was a click.
Did you talk to each other?
Failed.
No, she was far away. I didn't make any noise, and then she was gone.
Have you told anyone you've seen her? Sir Holm? Mortimer?
Heartbreaking. Failing everything.
Her. She's here.
Yes, I understand.
No, you're not listening. The moment I saw her, I was overcome by spasms. She's here. I'm telling you, it was her. Yes, I need something to calm me down.
We're meant to click the shoulder to calm her down. And now she's gonna drink and become more upset. I feel upset now because I know I clicked it.
No thanks, I'd better not.
Listen, if you want me to tell you everything, you have to drink with me, Louis.
Okay, let's do
What I
it.
have to say to you is of the utmost importance.
What choice do we have?
I'll drink with you, but let's go easy on it, okay? I don't know where she gets her rot gut from, but frankly, it's disgusting.
You know, Louis, when I came here, it was in the hope of getting help. I've only just now realized that I've been drawn here into a trap.
Go on.
Alcohol's...
Was that the bad choice? The choices it could have skipped just by touching shoulder.
Here, the condemned's last drink.
Elizabeth, alcohol never solves anything. I'm gonna stop now.
Listen up. You want to know what your mother was capable of, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to know the reason why? Well, you're gonna have to follow me to the bottom of the abyss, Louis.
I
Either
think I
drink
chose
or get out.
poorly. Well, I've already botched up everything else.
Man,
Napoleon Part 2.
I need to take it easy with the booze. At this rate, I won't last the night.
Let's go easy on the drinking, okay? Alcohol won't solve our problems.
Chug.
Ugh. The second one isn't any easier.
Prosit.
So, do you want to know why she did all those things to me or not? Even if it changes the image you have of her forever?
Is it human transmutation?
Of the one illness she never managed to treat me for.
For life. For mortality. Well, I'm in this deep already. What choice do I have? And who knows, it might give us psychic nosebleeds and more visions.
Come on, Elizabeth. We have to finish what we started.
feel all dizzy.
There must have been a reason. Just tell me. Tell me what my mother treated you for.
She wanted to silence them.
What? What are you talking about? Silence what?
The voices. The voices in my head. They speak to me, Louis. They've always told me what to do. They say nasty things to me.
Is she possessed? Is she mad? Let's not call her mad. I mean, she's had a hard life. She's drunk. And there's a very sharp knife between us.
Elizabeth, are you saying that spirits talk to you?
You're right. Sometimes there are several voices. How did you know?
Lesser of two demons didn't want to
Listen,
get stabbed.
I don't know anything. I'm just repeating what you said.
They want me.
And it's right there in front of us.
Themselves. They talk to me all the time. Yet your mother did everything to make them go away. Ever since I was little. And look at the result.
It's impossible, Mother. You spent your life trying to prove that the supernatural doesn't exist. Why punish this poor girl? Oh, shit. What has she done to you?
Just finally sinking in, Louis.
Are you starting to believe me?
No, but
Too bad it's all been for nothing. They're still there, you know.
What do you mean? They're still talking to you?
All the time. Despite everything Sarah put me through, I still hear them. And here I am on a lost island, knowing that no one knows me. And I find myself here at the exact same time as
Not
her.
no one knows you. Washington's here.
You see? You understand? You sense it too. I'm going to die here. I beg you, tell me you believe me.
I mean, we can only say yes. Keep it logical, like Mom says. What are we believing exactly here? Yes, I believe that she's being spoken to by spirits. Or yes, I believe her that she's going to die here, that her premonitions are correct. Either way. Drunk, agitated, knife. Choose survival.
I'm here, Elizabeth. I'm right here with you. And I do believe you.
Thank you, Louis. You know, despite what people might think, I'm not crazy.
I really would feel more comfortable if the knife wasn't there.
My God,
That's,
Elizabeth, how's this possible?
that's my main motivation
Welcome
here.
to my world, little Louis. Welcome to my life.
Advise her to escape, or advise her to stay. Let me think though. Because on the one hand, if we truly believe that she's going to die here, then her staying is out of the question. But if she leaves, who exactly are we looking at here? The president, the vice president's daughter, officially stillborn, a complete wreck after experimentations all of her life, comfort only in the drink, prone to seizures, with no support on the outside. Okay, say we assume that we believe that she's gonna die here. Maybe that's the status quo. Because if she leaves in her condition with no support or anything on the outside, she's got her sister, but the sister's with her dad who's written her off. If she's here, she's got the servant, she's got assistants, and perhaps change the status quo that could result in death.
Let's not rush into things. You have nothing to fear here. I'm with you. And anyway, my mother's gone missing. You're not in any danger.
That's not what the voices say.
Listen to me. Don't give up. You must resist. And tomorrow, you'll see. Things will be better.
You like my little concoction, don't you? That's rare.
What?
It no longer has any effect on me, but my guests generally don't appreciate me mixing alcohol with laudanum.
Always back to the laudanum.
What? You put laudanum in my drink?
In both. Don't worry, my little Louie. We'll sink down to the bottom together.
Oh man, I feel like puking. I really feel like shit.
I forget exactly what one does, just that fictions in the Sierra
Don't worry, Louie.
tend to have
I'm
casual
here
use of
now.
it.
I'll take good care of you.
What is this bitch gonna do to me?
Don't touch me!
Oh no. This is kosher, right?
If I get up, I'll fall.
Louis, aren't you French? Are you telling me you cannot take your own drink?
Little Louie's tired. Leave everything to me.
Oh no. Cut to the knife. She's holding the knife. No, what have I done? Did I choose poorly after all? Is this death? This is death. I've already got a scar.
Mademoiselle, may I come in?
Inebriated. Gained 1 skill point in psychology. Don't tell me she's killed herself, and now I'm going to be prime suspect.
My head. I shouldn't have drunk so much.
She's going to be dead, of course.
Oh shit.
Yep.
Elizabeth!
Swelling music. The scene set. Chapter complete. I resolved the Medusa enigma. Failed. Had a few drinks with Elizabeth. So that was a bad thing. Could have joined Emily instead and avoid all this. Woo. We won. Ah, 10 XP away! Could have had double the level up. Alright, what do I want? What do I want freebies on? Logic? Vigilance? Questioning? Agility? Or bump up etiquette for the first level up? Etiquette is now a possibility. Linguistics, politics. A figure maybe have etiquette to make up for my lack of political savvy. Occult and erudition to account for the lack of linguistics. Alright, so 10 more points until psychology is forever free. Or 3 points to make questioning, or vigilance, or agility 3 points cheaper. Or do I want erudition instead? Let me see, because I get 2 books now. Oh, a freebie in etiquette, so I don't need etiquette then. If I get 1 free etiquette as it is. Erudition, etiquette, science, linguistics, erudition. So etiquette's already got 1. And 1, 2. And 1, 2. Okay. That way, I get 3 points total. Science, linguistics, etiquette. Linguistics, etiquette. Erudition is erudition. You're done here, aren't you? Yeah, that's fine. I win. So, would she have died if I didn't follow her? If it went with Emily instead? Psychologist on the team. And there are multiple save slots. I could go in again, see about different builds. A more diplomatic build for all the missed etiquette checks. Maybe get on Napoleon's good side. And since I went through this totally blind, right? I have no clue if this is only one episode or if it's episodic with other episodes out already. The Steam page may or may not have been clear. I'm just that into not finding any spoilers. If there's a risk of spoilers, just don't look. Special thanks. It's almost done. Families, friends, and you. Aw, shucks. Could you imagine not thanking you? Runner's silhouette, running fast free icon. Oh, that's not a hint. Thought there'd be clues hidden in the credits. Then, choose a quest. Where's my mother? Oh, I see. I see. Skipping the beginning of the game will greatly diminish the experience. "15, last move." Alright, so it is complete. Mother then? Or go back and undo all the mistakes that I made. Nah, gotta continue.
How many times must I tell you? You must never put your life on the line for me.
Mother has always had a fascination for Lord Mortimer, but has never wanted to tell me why.
We are doing our utmost to find your mother as quickly as possible.
Without your mother, hundreds of men of the cloth would have gone to the guillotine.
All I can tell you is I'm looking for my sister.
Do you believe your mother capable of torturing a child?
An agreement for cannons. Lord Mortimer assured me that you are to take over the project on behalf of your mother.
Johann Christoph von Wollner, Minister
I definitely don't trust if what he says is true. Trying to force me in Mother's name to agree for cannons.
Mortimer is not what one would call conventional, Monsieur de Richet. Monsieur de Richet, I am arresting you for the murder of Elizabeth Adams.
Is this trial episode? Okay, 2 manuscripts. Freebie and can't use these guys yet. Manipulation, psychology, politics, manipulation, conviction, occultism. Cool. 3 points advanced, or 3 skills advanced. Lord Mortimer's office. We actually get to meet Lord Mortimer then? Or is he still out? And more home in his place. Episode 2, Hide and Seek. They've got a bird! They've had a bird all this time, didn't share him.
Is there nothing you want to say, Louis?
It wasn't me. I didn't kill her.
I'd much rather have met you under different circumstances.
Lord Mortimer, believe me, I'm very conscious of the gravity of the situation. Everything seems to point to me as the one who killed Elizabeth, but I swear I am innocent.
Out of respect for your mother, rest assured that I do want to believe you.
And all I want is to be able to prove it to you. When do we start?
We already have. Tell me, Louis, how do you feel?
Silly question, slightly lost, trapped like a rat. Wait a second, I just realized I don't know a single thing about... I don't have him. I don't have him, and thus don't have his strengths or weaknesses. Assuming you're here or here then. Which means 2 people unaccounted for. One, I'm assuming, is the man himself. The other... I don't see Mom, do I? There's myself, so maybe Mortimer than Mom. Etiquette or psychology? Well, psychology is free. And it's an honest answer, he does feel trapped. And it's free.
I feel like a rat trapped in a maze.
Interesting.
I beg your pardon?
Sarah also felt like she was trapped, like an animal.
Where are you
Did
going
Mom have
with
points in
this, my lord?
psychology?
Sarah's behavior grew odd before her disappearance. Her attitude changed. She became prey to outbursts of violence and a number of temporary absences.
Is he
I'm just trying
suggesting
to make sure
this is
you
a
don't go
similar
getting lost
episode?
like
Yes,
your
he
mother did.
is.
You're not suggesting that I might have killed Elizabeth and that I don't remember, are you?
I don't know, Louis. It's just that what with your mother and now you, it's rather a lot. The more I take stock of the situation, the more I'm under the impression that you've been set up. But before going any further, I must inform you that Sir Gregory is about to arrive. He is coming to question you about the murder of poor Elizabeth, whom he was very fond of. He is quite determined to find the culprit, whomever they may be. So, convince him of your innocence. Then we can continue this conversation.
And then I fail and get executed on the spot. So yeah, that is him. Everything to be discovered. Lord William Alexander Mortimer, Marquis of Westfordshire, and peer of Great Britain, is an extremely rich English aristocrat, as discreet as he is influential. An investor of talent, Mortimer's success in business was masterful. Investor in talent, just like Circe, turning all the friends into pigs, feasting on them, then releasing them as humans afterwards. He finished withdrawing from the public arena, and isolating himself more and more often on his private island. A major patron of the arts, he finances a large number of artists in diverse fields and takes great pleasure in bringing together unexpected personalities. He does the same with the greats of the world, men of influence and men of state of the time. He regularly organizes social gatherings at his private island off the coast of England,
William,
which
I would
we
like to
already
see you
knew.
a moment before we begin. In private.
Let me check something. Oh, Home Gregory. Alright. Forgot his first name.
Louis, this will only take a few moments.
A few moments to snoop all across the room. And is that royal jelly that I see on the table? Search the study, seek a way out. Of course, search. I think, considering we are under investigation, it might be prudent to wait. But then audit of influence where everyone's having intrigue on everyone.
Alright, let's take this chance to look around.
They expect it, I'm sure. Not just peasants held up by the constabulary. Enclosed are the witness statements of the guests Bonaparte and Hillsborough. Statement of Napoleon Bonaparte. One asked, what were you doing yesterday evening? Monsieur Bonaparte replied, after talking with Lord Mortimer, I spent the evening playing cards with Sir Gregory, Mr. Washington, and His Eminence Piaggi. Sir Gregory won. One asked, did you notice anything strange throughout the evening? Monsieur Bonaparte replied, at daybreak, I thought I saw someone on the balcony, but couldn't see who it was. Statement of Duchess Hillsborough. When asked, what were you doing yesterday evening, the Duchess replied, I spent the evening in Monsieur de Richet's company. We admired the works exhibited in the Manor Gallery. While going up to bed, we ran into Miss Adams. As I was tired, I left Monsieur de Richet and Miss Adams in conversation and went to bed. When asked, did you notice anything strange throughout the evening, the Duchess replied, no, I did not that I remember. Oh, should have gone for the jelly.
Please, sit back down, Dewey.
The jelly was right there. Should have touched it first.
This sort of behavior is not working in your favor, young man. Monsieur de Richet, you were found standing over Miss Adams' body. We must shed some light on your responsibility.
Can't I just
tragedy.
Grab the
We
jelly?
shall then
It's right
decide
there.
on your fate. But you must know that if you do not convince us of your innocence, it will cost you dearly. Now you are going to tell us everything that happened last night, without leaving any detail out. First things first, how did your evening begin?
With Emily, when Elizabeth turned up. Manipulation. Locked. Oh, with Emily is true, and corroborates the evidence.
Duchess Hillsborough and I were returning to our rooms when Elizabeth came upon us.
Oh, so you were with the Duchess?
Yeah,
Yes,
Peru was rather eager to separate
Walking up
some
the
heads
stairs,
from torsos.
It was late.
Where did you come from?
I don't remember.
The truth, the Grand Hall. Lie to him, I can't lie. I'm allowed 2 blunders. I should have taken manipulation. I forget exactly what the note says. Can I check it? It's not added to inventory, it's not on my notes. Blunder away.
From the Grand Hall.
Oh, isn't that surprising?
No, failed.
Continue.
We were heading for our rooms when Elizabeth burst into the corridor, barely dressed. She was
I even had the
panic-stricken and
answers.
insisted on speaking to me. So I found myself in Elizabeth's room. We sat down together. She insisted we have a drink or she would refuse to confide in me.
What exactly did she want to speak about at such a late hour?
Childhood with my mother. Saw my mother. Feared Mortimer. Wanted to get me drunk.
She was distressed. She just found out that I was Sarah de Richet's son and sort of insisted on telling me about the horrors my mother made her suffer. She was convinced she was going to die.
It turns out she wasn't wrong. And what happened next?
Then she told me she had poured laudanum in my glass. The next minute I was on the floor. When I woke up, she was lying in a pool of blood.
That is all you have to say? You expect us to believe that you have no idea what happened to her?
Yes, because I'm telling you the truth.
How can you possibly expect us to believe you?
Gregory, we must consider every possibility.
I've only got 1 chance for the final confrontation.
Louis, do you have any idea who could have done it?
I mean, she could have. It could have been me. Washington. My mother. Not Jacques Peru. What if it was my mother? I honestly don't know. But if Elizabeth herself was not an option, if it wasn't a suicide, she was afraid for my mother.
Well, even if I can't believe for a single instant that my mother could have murdered someone in that manner, she might have wanted to stop Elizabeth from speaking about their mutual past. And things might have turned nasty.
It is indeed a possibility.
Yay!
I would like to thank you
Success.
for helping us shed light on what happened last
last night.
Trayton
To
Locke
be
lawyer.
honest, you are not the only suspect.
What does that do? 1 point of conviction. What if I had not convinced them? That wouldn't end the game just there, would it? I mean, he's saying right now,
I'm
not the only
prepared to believe
suspect.
you were dropped. Our poor Elizabeth hid the stuff everywhere, and I could smell laudanum on you 3 yards away.
So you knew it wasn't me from the start?
We weren't sure. Louis, I am sorry, but everything points in the same direction. I only know one person on this island who might have had a big enough grudge against Elizabeth, who has no alibi,
So not Gregory.
and whose behavior is, well, suspect.
Is it Mom?
Not to mention dangerous.
Tell me what happened before my arrival. I think I've been patient enough.
You don't need us for any of this. So come along, Monsieur Peru. We are leaving.
But they let the bird.
Right.
Still get to keep the bird with
Time we
us.
spoke about your mother, Louis.
She isn't missing. She's in hiding. She does it often. Does what often? Goes into hiding or murders young girls?
She isn't missing, you know.
What? What do you mean?
My mother has left traces in every nook and cranny of your island, my lord. She's definitely here. Now, what worries me most is why she doesn't show herself.
That doesn't make me feel any better, Louis.
Are you proposing,
What was
Louis?
the
She's hiding
official
in the
reason
walls.
Why my mother came to your island?
I knew about your mother's activities and yours in the Golden Order. I thought we had everything to gain by working together.
You mean the cannon deal with Monsieur Bonaparte?
Among others, yes.
That we
How
botched
did you hear about
completely.
that?
Monsieur Bonaparte came to speak to me about it yesterday, during lunch.
I see. So impetuous. He was supposed to let me speak to you about it first. Our friend Napoleon desperately needed financial backing to properly equip his army. I took it upon myself to back him because I have a firm conviction that he can go far. Yet he told me that you had spoken and that you hadn't been able to reach an understanding.
That's putting it mildly. Monsieur Bonaparte is one of those guys who only understands people who think like he does.
Ah, I see what you mean. He is indeed rather inflexible when it comes to certain subjects. But I am still of the opinion that you can manage to get along.
There's a
We shall
chance.
see.
We could be
However,
friends.
There's one thing that surprises me.
And yeah, Lieutenant, fine. But why go to the occult master for cannons?
Did my mother intend to finance a war? I'm not sure that I follow.
No, your mother's aim was not so much to partake in a war, but rather to make Monsieur Bonaparte accountable. France is in turmoil, and having the support of a military man can often come in handy, Louis. You'll see. Once this deal was closed, I had big plans for Sarah.
Such as what?
You see, I've invited several.
So would I have been on
influential
Mortimer's good
figures
side
on my island to present
by
them
seeing
with
the
a
deal
project
through?
at the conference. It will be presented later today. I thought that the Golden Order had a role to play, and I still think so. I was hoping Sarah would be able to join us.
I see.
Indeed, if by chance your mother decided not to return to us before the conference, would you do me the great honor of attending? If only to follow the deliberations while waiting for her to duly take her seat.
Why not? We shall see.
Ah, thank you so much. In this way, you'll be able to keep your mother informed of what he said.
Still talking as if she's on the good side.
Earlier, you asked me the
He wants her head, I'm
official
sure.
reason for your mother's presence here. Is there an off-the-record reason why your mother came here?
That is what we would like to know. A buyer? Do we know that?
If only my mother trusted me, but she remained very mysterious.
Do we know it? From my mother, but I can't check it.
I'd have been delighted to answer your question.
Is this usual for her?
As head of the Order, secrets are her bread and butter, as you can imagine. That said, it's the first time she hasn't let me in on the reason for her trip. And it intrigues me, to tell you the truth.
Well, I'm sure that Sarah will explain everything once she reappears. There's something I still don't get. In your opinion, why would your mother remain in hiding over several weeks?
I don't see to hunt down everyone, learn the insides and outs of their personalities and schedules, and then hunt them down one by one. So either worry of somebody, or may have discovered something.
Maybe she found something out.
What do you mean?
My mother has a gift for investigating. If she had picked up a lead, nothing would have stopped her.
The only thing
A
I can
lead
tell
on
you
what?
is that Sarah had indeed changed. At the beginning of her stay here, we enjoyed spending time together, solving the world's problems.
But of her disappearance? Or what did you speak about together? We've been candid. So could
You
he.
know my mother very well, my lord. What did you talk about together?
Oh, as soon as we had a little free time, we liked to share points of view about practically any subject. We would find ourselves embarked on interminable discussions that could go from Monsieur Blanchard's flight in a hot air balloon to the Treaty of Jersey, or the adoption of the metric system in France last year, or even Mr. Eli Whitney's invention in the
Whitney
United
was
States.
what? The cotton gin? Cotton gin. Zero difficulty. Politics locked out.
Ah, yes. His famous cotton gin. It was supposed to revolutionize cotton production in the United States.
It will revolutionize the world, Louis.
Never had cotton
The
gin.
potential of this invention is much greater. Tomorrow, all industries will be switching to simple but large-scale production. Of that, I'm sure.
I'm surprised she didn't get you started on the Crusades. It was her favorite subject.
Are you joking? Sarah and I spent entire days together reliving them. It so happens that the Crusades are also my subject of predilection, especially the third.
Third?
My ancestor distinguished
What was the
himself
third?
greatly during the siege of Saint-Jean-d'Acre.
Papal Bull of Gregory VIII. Nothing. Well, luckily, finally has an erudition, so...
Mother lulled my childhood with tales of the Crusades. How Richard the Lionheart and Philip Augustus had to battle it out to achieve their ends. And how Guy de Lusignan, having broken his word, launched the siege of Saint-Jean-d'Acre.
Ah, I see Sarah's lessons have inspired new enthusiasts. Good on you, because not everyone can claim they know as much at your age.
We see Louis was a Paradox fan.
Your mother is a very well-read woman. You're quite lucky to have her as a model, Louis.
Yes, I know, but I'm still very worried.
I must admit, there are worse things to worry about now, Louis.
What do you mean?
Since she disappeared, your mother has been seen once. Her behavior on the evening of your arrival greatly surprised Gregory and myself.
Is this
She
the vision?
resurfaced to attack Emma, Emily Hillsborough's twin sister. And she shot her with a pistol. Then, before Gregory could intervene, she ran off and disappeared again.
I beg your pardon? Hang on. That means my vision on the wharf, it was actually happening inside the manor. Mother shot Emily's sister? The very person she came looking for? Why would she do that? Excuse me, but between that and the childhood of Lady Adams, it's all a bit much for me to cope with. I need to piece it all together again to see things more clearly.
So how do we
You said
know
that you spent
that
a
the
lot of
Emily
time
and Emma's
talking together
weren't swapped at the
beginning.
time?
What happened for that to change?
I'm afraid I haven't much to tell you. The more the days went by, the more she withdrew into herself. She never gave me an explanation. Until the day came when she purely and simply disappeared.
Where did she go when she wanted to be alone?
She would shut herself away in a room we use as a box room upstairs.
Would you allow me to go there?
Naturally, Louis, of course. I'll send you a servant to open it.
Thank you.
And could we
One last
further explore this room before we go up?
If there is a connection.
I'm listening.
A gate was forced the other night near the wall. Nothing serious, just a few small things damaged.
Excuse yourself? Lie to him? Well, let's be honest, we're all looking for Mom after all, so I'm sure he understands.
Sorry, my lord, but I was searching for leads to my mother. I thought I was hot on her trail and didn't take any precautions.
Well, you could have reported it to a servant. But never mind. I shall put it down to your ardor and anxiety. However, please try to respect my estate in future.
I certainly will. Please accept my sincerest apologies.
That's all I can tell you about the disappearance of your mother, Louis. I would like to have been more helpful.
I shall stay on her trail and follow up any leads.
Thank you. We will meet later on to welcome our last guest. In the meantime, I shall get someone to open the box room upstairs for you.
And in the meantime. No, it's fading out. I can't explore then. The royal jelly is forever gone.
The room was just opposite Mortimer's study.
Someday, jelly. In opposite Mortimer's study. Here then. Well, could I roam elsewhere though? Could I go back downstairs and get all that plethora of drugs I didn't pick up the first time around because inventory was full? No, I can't. Which means no jelly, 2 freebies. Unless, wasn't there a box in this hallway? No, that already got everything in that one. It's fine though. Still got 5 effort points I could use.
Greek drachma. One of the rare ancient coins to be mentioned both in the Bible and in the Quran. There are burnt papers in the chimney. There's a legible fragment left. Hey, I recognize my mother's handwriting.
Could it be Mom is in the chimneys?
Safer way to communicate. Someone is onto us. Trust in my faith in the man with the sword. So
Man
Mother
with
had
the
an
sword?
accomplice here. Who could it be?
Napoleon has a sword. And Napoleon had faith in Mom.
Who could she be suspicious of?
Everyone.
Must find the next part. Faith, sword. I recognize her love of riddles there.
Jelly! And more Carmelite water.
St. Paul on the road to Damascus by Caravaggio.
Remember the story for erudition, occultism. Either way costs 3. And real jelly feels how much? 2 effort points. Oh well. Carmelite water it is.
Fierce opponent of the first Christians, St. Paul is suddenly struck by the call of Jesus Christ and converts. It's the best known conversion in Christian history, which teaches us that even enemies of Christ can be saved, and even become his greatest apostles after finding faith. From what I can recall, the account of his conversion can be found in the epistles to the Galatians, the Philippians, the Corinthians, and the Acts of the Apostles.
Press to consult notes. Find a safer way to communicate. Someone is on to us. Faith in the man with the sword. Well, he's got faith. But I don't see a sword. Are there more drugs though in here? More drugs?
What is this disc?
For the use. One more effort.
Oh, that reminds me of the ones my mother collects. It's magnetic.
Lodestone. Lodestone, what do you do? A round magnet. Journal. It's just characters. Map. My stuff. Talents. Experienced. Present level. Present level. Effort point pool increased by 1. 2 confrontations. 2 questioning. 2 psychology. Vigilance. Oh, hello, you're something.
Dante's Paradise. Raise your head and be reassured, for what comes up here from the mortal world must ripen in our rays.
So I can't leave. Next room, maybe. Faith, man, sword. Okay, and these images appear to be the same throughout the room, so those aren't clues. Locked? Unless with
The door
lodestone.
appears to be locked on the other side.
Lodestone. To wiggle the key out.
I think I heard
Then
something fall to
magnet.
the ground.
Pick
A
it.
metallic sound.
How do you open it?
Like
Use a
key falling
disc.
to the floor.
Use 2, use 1.
See
Use
if it
disc.
works.
It's open.
Still not seeing any swordy dudes. Faith, man, sword. Is that not the hilt of the sword he is holding? And is that not jelly below him?
Honey, I couldn't have hoped for better. A chest with the occult symbol representing air.
Oh, we've only got the Earth key. Subterfuge 1 for difficulty 11. Or for difficulty 7, I mean. Or, skill use free. Golden elixir, that's it. And fragments. Okay, good. But that's all you get from it. I guess curing negative alterations is okay, but...
A drawing of the Apostle Matthew, painted by Guido Reni. He's represented as writing the word of the Lord, transmitted by the Holy Spirit, who appears here in the guise of an angel.
Anything else? Any more freebies?
New Testament.
Alright, before I analyze this, I'm going to take a momentary bathroom break. Empty stuff out, fill stuff up, stretch my legs. And highly recommend getting the circulation going. Feel free to stand up. I'm back in a few minutes. Alright, legs adequately stretched. What should we start with? Gospel and the Acts of the Apostle. Might as well, from the top, organize the book. First off, Bible is famous, isn't it? It's a Gutenberg Bible.
This book is incredibly precious. I believe this is the book my mother referred to when calling upon the Lord.
Is it famous? I might have heard of the Bible once or
This
twice.
volume dates from the first edition of Gutenberg. It's the first book that was ever printed. The pages are covered in annotations in Latin, French, and Hebrew. Someone spent years studying this Bible.
But what is it? What is a Bible in the philosophical
Volume of the
sense?
Gutenberg Bible.
Okay, from the Acts. Or Gospels and Acts. Are they all densely filled? They are. Well, from the top then.
And it came to
Chapter
pass
1,
in
verse
those days,
9.
Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee and was baptized by John in Jordan.
Cool, cool. Wait. What about? Oh, they haven't got my favorite. Aw. Oh well. Go back to the beginning. Oh, they don't mean like Genesis 1:1 beginning. Pastoral epistles.
I guess I'll just come back later.
So, going to assume man with a sword tells me which gospel. Hello. What do I know about this apostle? Well, who was it first?
St. John, painted by Guido Rini. St. John is known as the youngest of Christ's apostles. Well, we often give credit to St. John for having written about the apocalypse in the last book of the Bible.
No, but what's this? Sophistria? You a book? Robert Angelicus, 1270. An important book on the subtle art of sophism. +1 diversion.
Several portraits of apostles, all signed by Guido Rini. It looks like someone touched this commode recently. There are fingerprints on the sheets and in the dust.
But nothing else but that? Just noting fingerprints? All apostles? Nothing but Devil's Thorn. I don't need Devil's Thorn here though, do I? There aren't people to analyze. I'm not going to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the apostles.
Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the apostles by Guido Rini.
Cool, but no sword. You though, man with sword.
St. Paul painted by Guido Rini.
Not an evangelist, is he?
Of the four apostles shown in this piece, Paul is the only one who isn't an evangelist. He is the 13th apostle. St. Paul is shown holding a sword. Strange. There's hardly any dust, as if the painting's been cleaned recently. There's a small inscription engraved on the frame. Let's take a closer look. This is how Paul spoke to his pilgrims from Rome.
Paul,
Just
pilgrims,
above that,
Rome.
someone's written down the figure 11 on the painting.
11.
And underlined it twice. No, what does that mean?
Paul, Romans, 11. Either one costs 1. Subterfuge, logic. So what talents require logic or subterfuge to be used? Subterfuge twice, manipulation. So I'm not going to get occult mastery. Oh wait, that's reached 3 levels. Not use. Which one has use? Reach levels, reach levels. I probably should focus on these. I mean, look at these. Level 3 in Science and Occultism, giving 1 extra effort point for Royal Jelly. No longer get exhausted when encountered immunity. Effort point pool by 1. Increase the level of skill by 1 when it's equipped. That sounds powerful. Picking up a consumable gives you another one. So with Subterfuge Agility 3, I get double the consumables, and an extra effort point when using Golden Elixir. Dude. 10% more experience. Ugh. Carmelite Water also gives effort point. Oh, breaking my heart here. Experience retroactive from collector points, coins. Effort point for Devil's Thorns. Focus, steady disconcerted. Halves the fake elements displayed during an opportunity. Successfully returns effort points. Time for opportunities increased. Using manipulations. Fail 2 confrontations. Fail 5 confrontations, fail 10. Not gonna happen. Succeed in 10. So you want obtain all level 1 skills to gain 10% more experience at the end of the quest. It just needs manipulation and politics. I don't know about that. Manuscripts. 12 amber fragments to increase effort points by 1. Manipulation never used. Subterfuge 3 more times. Calculating. Exactly 1 consumable each type during a quest. So all I had to do was use some double thorns once, last time, for no reason, and I get 1 free effort point. Sober, do not use any consumables during a quest. For a free skill point in etiquette. 1 point in sciences. Uncover all of Johann von Volna's immunities and vulnerabilities. Or Elizabeth's. Or Jacques Perou's for questioning. Discovered all Emily Hillsborough's immunities and vulnerabilities. 1 more diversion. Lord Mortimer's. Alright, just none for use. Just for skills invested. Alright, get some subterfusion then. Think about the secret code. Except I want to use it. I've got 2 real jellies, so alright.
So we have the figure 11 twice underlined, and a story of a group of pilgrims who it looks like Paul is speaking to. Maybe it's a code. There must be a connection. A text on Paul must be somewhere, and it must be associated with the figure 11. But what's the story with these pilgrims? I mean, a connection with the figure, maybe? St. Paul is shown holding a sword.
Right, just that.
Strange. There's hardly any
Saw that
dust,
already.
as if the painting's
Just
been
shows the
cleaned
figure's
recently.
11.
There's a small inscription engraved on the frame. Let's take a closer look. This is how
Paul spoke to
his
pilgrims from Rome.
Just above that, someone's written down the figure 11 on the painting and underlined it twice. No, what does that
Paul,
mean?
Pilgrims, Rome, 11, twice. Epistles upon Wohat. There we go. Romans. Chapter 11, verse 11.
I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid, but rather through their fall, salvation is come unto the Gentiles, for to provoke them to jealousy. Oh, wait, a note from Mother is carefully folded between the pages here. What does it say?
Dear E, I'm
E.
glad you found this note.
Emily,
I was afraid
Emma.
the code of the 2 groups of pilgrims would mislead you. Pick up the package. You know where, and hide it where no one will find it. It's imperative. Awaiting your reply, hidden behind the youngest apostle.
What?
Hidden behind the youngest apostle,
What
John.
does Mother mean by that?
Oh, Jean? Scrutinize the frame. How do we know the apostle? Because you just told us.
The painting looks like it's been taken down recently. But wasn't my mother said that she would wait for an answer hidden behind the apostle? Ah, of course. There's something written behind the painting.
Why didn't I think of that?
On the second day, the pilgrims will listen to the prophecy of the young apostle. They shall add one companion to their left and three
One left,
to their right,
3 right.
to complete their rank. What does it mean?
1, 3. Think about the code. Think about the figures. Remember the aforementioned book. Well, I'm going to assume Paul, right? Not Paul, John. One to the left, 3 to the right, so it's not about chapter and verse. I could maybe keep guessing. I mean, it's gotta be one of these, surely.
And I heard a voice in the midst of the 4 beasts say, a measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny.
A measure,
And see
3
thou
measures.
hurt not the oil and the wine.
No, nothing.
Saying with a loud voice, worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing.
Wonder if there's a way to just completely botch up the entirety of it.
And a voice
And learn
came out
nothing.
of the throne, saying, praise our God, all ye his servants, and ye that fear him, both small and great.
So clearly, not these.
And the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness, into her place, where she is nourished for a time, and times, and a half a time, from the face of the serpent. Hey, a new note. It's been folded carefully in the corner of this page. The writing, it's not my mother's.
Hey, save some honey.
I found the book in your effects. I've concealed it where no one can get their hands on it. I can assure you, awaiting your instructions, I will hear your reply like he who hears the angel.
Like he who hears the
What does that
angel, you
mean?
say?
Oh, it's probably the place where she was expecting to get the location of the next note.
Okay. Any more inscriptions? Frame?
There's something else behind this painting. It says, half of each group will join the first city of Corinth.
This better not be math.
What the hell does that mean?
Half of each group, city of Corinth. Town quoted. I've only got 1 more water. Well, there's Corinthians, right? Wait, who is he again? I forget.
I guess I'll just come back later.
Which apostle are you?
The drawing of the Apostle Matthew.
Matthew. Okay.
Painted by Guido Rini. He's represented as writing the word of the Lord, transmitted by the Holy Spirit, who appears here in the guise of an angel.
Just shakes his head like, what does it even mean? Do I want Matthew?
And said, for this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh. But Jesus turned him about, and when he saw her, he said, daughter, be of good comfort, thy faith hath made thee whole. And the woman was made whole from that hour.
Nope, not it. Just read all of Matthew.
Take heed that ye practice your justice before men, to be seen different.
Or probably isn't Matthew, probably
Otherwise,
is the letters
ye
from who
shall
to
have
who.
no reward of your Father which is in heaven.
and great multitudes were gathered together unto him.
Nope,
so
not
that
in
he
Matthew.
went into a ship and sat, and the whole multitude stood on the shore.
Epistles then, Corinthians 2. Okay, what exactly is a hint
Come
then?
back later.
If I gotta do math. That's old hints.
There's something else behind this painting. It says,
half of each group will join the first city of Corinth.
What the hell does that
Half
mean?
of each group. First city of Corinth. First city. So Corinth 1. Half of each group. One is half of 2. And 1 digit is half of 2 digits.
For the Jews require a sign, and the Greeks seek after wisdom.
That wasn't it. No? Alright, fine. Fine.
I guess I'll just come back later.
In that case, just spend the points. Give me the answer. Think about the town quoted.
It must be the group of pilgrims mentioned from before. I guess maybe the city of Corinth is a reference to the epistle from Corinthians in the Bible.
Which I figured. Alright, how many pilgrims? Do we know how many pilgrims? Number-wise? Epistle of Paul 1/2 to the Romans, chapter 11, verse 11. Well, I forget exactly how many pilgrims were mentioned, if any, so just going to read through all of them.
For you are bought with a price. Therefore, glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's. If we have hope in Christ in this life only, we are, of all men, most miserable. Now, therefore, there is utterly a fault among you, because ye go to law with one another. Why do ye not rather suffer injustice? Why do ye not rather suffer yourselves to be defrauded? Ah, look, here's a message. It is of paramount importance that no one finds it. Watch out for the Prussian. He's on the trail. Let's meet up.
The dapper Prussian on the trail.
Organize the rendezvous. Not today. I'm unable to do it. In the meantime, I'll follow the first group to Mark, who will reveal the answer to them. And that first group of pilgrims, how many are there now? If I refer to the chapter I'm reading at the moment, 6.
So Mark 6. But you've read Mark 6, haven't you? But I'm in Mark. This is Mark. Is there nothing in Mark? Oh well, read them all then.
In those days that Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee and was baptized by John in Jordan. And as they did eat, Jesus took bread and blessed it and broke it and gave it to them and said, "Take, eat. This is my body." Then came together unto him the Pharisees and certain of the scribes, which came from Jerusalem. And behold, there cometh one of the rulers of the synagogue, Jairus by name. And when he saw him, he fell at his feet.
Follow the first group to Mark. Reveal the answer to them. Which one's Mark?
Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Reni.
Surroundings. I don't see a candlestick. Where is? 6 candlesticks. And half of, on either side.
Nothing of value here. It's too
Behind?
cumbersome for me to unhook here, but judging by the dust, it hasn't been moved for months, if not years.
The furniture then, or the drawers?
Little characters are engraved on the chest of drawers under the urn. It's a sentence in Hebrew.
Difficulty 0 linguistics. Why Hebrew for occultism? Well, 0, 0.
Says,
Take it.
Count in the dust. Alright, let's do it.
Count in the dust. Like the dust of the frame?
There's nothing worth noticing here.
Behind the painting? Dusty. Pieces of furniture. Is that the hint?
It's too cumbersome for me to unhook here, but judging by the
But dust is mentioned here too.
For months, if not years.
Or is count in the dust more poetics? Like the position, the title of count.
There are finger marks, deliberately drawn in the dust. 8 in all. That's what the message in Hebrew spoke about. Hebrew 8.
Hebrews 8. Message to the Hebrews, chapter 8. Chapter 2, verse 8, or 6 verse 8, oh no!
But that which beareth thorns and briars is rejected, and is nigh unto cursing, whose end is to be burned. Here's a message. There are some complications. Indeed, the Prussian is insistent. What's happening at your end?
But wait, the Prussian only just arrived last night, yesterday morning.
Not possible. Let's see tomorrow evening, in the south room, where we reviewed the situation. When Paul understood that only the axe counted, he went back on his tracks. I await your confirmation to his left, in the company of the pilgrims that have joined him. Yeah, this last comment is about their code. I should find new pilgrims near Paul.
It's got numbers. Alright, who is Paul again? Can't keep track of them all. Paul. Who you?
St. Paul on the road to Damascus by Caravaggio.
Two representations of the same saint.
St. Paul is the only saint to be presented twice in these paintings, contrary to the other apostles. How come? This painting has been hanging here for a long time. A lot of dust is built up on it. Well, a finger has drawn a number in the thin layer of dust.
A number you say. So 6 plus 4 to be 10. Or is it 8 plus 10? I don't remember. Numbers are not my forte.
Caravaggio attained a magnificent command of black and the play of colors too. Paul facing an ordeal, the curtains of his illusions being raised, and receives the light from his Savior.
So that was Paul something. 8's involved. Only the axe counted, went back on his tracks. Confirmation to his left. Nothing to the left, is there? So not literal left. Ten, 8.
And he became very hungry and would have eaten, but while they were made ready.
The illusion unlocked. Is it for getting it right? Or just for reading so many? Found your mother's messages. One point of occultism.
Fell into a trance.
Cool?
Hey, there's a note here. A message from Mother in reply to E. We must leave urgently, but first I absolutely must go beyond the nightmare. Watch out for Volner. He figured out I was avoiding him. Allay suspicion. See you tomorrow evening. Stand ready. For now, let's cease all communication until we meet. Take care of yourself.
So technically,
message. What happened afterward? If it's what I suspect, I fear the worst.
Technically, I was right about Mother being the co-conspirator with Emily.
I must go beyond the nightmare.
If Emily, with Emma, then Mother. Allegorical or literal? I want to believe it is allegorical, but what if it is literal? Beyond the nightmare. I mean, what does literal and allegorical even mean when you really squeeze it down to its atomic parts and mix it all up together? If there is a physical thing called the nightmare, like a statuette or something, is that a literal statue of nightmare, or is that a statue of an allegorical nightmare? You know? Just for one example. Beyond the nightmare, sleep? To wake? Would that be allegorical then, if you're speaking in metaphors in the first place, a literal metaphor? Maybe allegorical? Beyond the nightmare. Beyond the inferno is paradise, isn't it?
I'm guessing it's a metaphor. I need to figure out what this means.
And there is a copy of...
Mortimer's getting his guests together. I ought to join them so I don't look suspicious.
So I can't check the book. Oh well. Or I can. Wasn't there a copy of the Paradiso somewhere?
Dante's Paradise. Raise your head and be reassured, for what comes up here from the mortar world must ripen in our rays.
I'll take that as confidence from Mother from beyond the grave. I did not understand my mother's message. Oh. So it has to be literal. If it's metaphorical, you didn't get it. All that. For nothing. I'm a failure at this. Alright, what to level up then? I mean, Zoku, that tracks to the start. For the very first choice in the game. Trust my mother or do things myself, and so I got her mad at me. That's just our special father or mother-son relationship. Oh, well. Alright, I get to add one book, right? Manipulation, erudition, psychology, diversion, logic. Yeah. Arts, geography, history. Subterfuge, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not quite yet. Linguistics. Oh, you see. Looking at the dashboard, both of you have the exact same color. And you're both VIPs. So I see the lime green with the diamond, and the last message prior to that was Zoku. So that's what I get for reading in the peripheral. You're all equally important. You're all diamonds. Well, Wither, you got some big shoes to fill. Those lewd games aren't going to test themselves. One, two, three, then 4. Okay. No, not you, Zoku. Not you. Wither. Three manuscripts to equip. Oh, they're spoiling me now. Straight up spoiling me. But teasing me too, because I can't go back and undo logic then. That's a good question, Robbie. Because even take, say, Kara no Sojo. Beautiful game, drives me to tears, but the very premise is highly questionable, so I don't think it's possible to be lewd without being questionable. The very act of being a lewd thing requires questionings of good or bad varieties. Even Hatoful Boyfriend is nothing but questions about the ethics of pigeon-human relationships. Even if assuming all beings involved are all brought up to the same enlightened, sapient level. Got 3 points of effort back.
This time I went
back. What'd I get? Something in the menu? Was that a trait or a book? Whatever that was. Bible's note. Go beyond the nightmare. A servant.
You are expected in the small salon.
But, could you give me goods? The other servants were giving me goods. And wait a tick, while I'm here, has anyone left the doors unlocked? Can't go down from here. Is that the one you were talking about before, Wither? Where you get to, like, put in a couple of fields yourself? With the implication that I wanted more family focus, but you could make it whatever you wanted, but still written as if it would make sense for a family. Because I recall you mentioning that one. Locked. Where's my room? Is it my room?
Huh, that's me.
Yeah. I can't go to my room and pick stuff up. But what about all the consumables that were left behind? Alright, so there are at least 2 servants, if one's at the door and the other's down here. But all the consumables yet to be picked up. Locked. Box? Can't use. Where were those boxes then? With all the, well, they're probably not still here.
Emily, I must speak to you.
What's the matter, Louis?
I have news about your sister.
What have you found out?
Look, I've started piecing together the events leading up to my mother's disappearance and your sister's. Did my mother know about your secret?
Yes, even though I belong to the English chapter, her rank in the Order gives her access to a good deal of personal information.
Must have been Emma I saw in my vision.
I was given to understand that my mother and your sister bonded during their stay.
Speak out the messages. Ask her to go in the nightmare. Don't send her on the trail. She is something of an ally right now. Tell her, ask about, go beyond the nightmare, or spare her. Well, so far, actually no, because there is the Prussian. I don't want her to end up dead too. Completely non-blood related step situation. Twin is step, don't question it. At least make some effort, loot games. Alright, so I'm thinking, if I tell her about the messages, she dies. If I ask, she might have an answer, or she dies. And manipulate is probably get no answers, but spare her life. Ask her to go beyond the nightmare, not about what's beyond the nightmare. Nah, Mom's around. We don't have to kill 2 girls. Just get in for one Mom. She's on the island, we know that much.
If Mother's really killed her sister, I'd better find her by myself. They say they spent a lot of time together. They got along well.
Oh, really? Do you think your mother liked Duchess Hillsborough?
Of course she did. After all, she's your sister. Well, we'll find them, Emily. Trust me. Should I speak to her about my vision? If what I saw is true, she might want to take revenge.
But in the vision, all we see is that Mom's got her hand cut off, telling Emma that she has to die to keep the thing a secret. And then Grigory comes out. Well, discretion for now. And there's a servant right there who could hear. We can't speak when the walls have ears.
I better keep that to myself for the time being.
Trait unlocked, cautious. 1 point of diversion. How was diversion now? Diversion is where? Occultism. 2 points away from cheaper diversions.
Come, Louis. They're waiting for us.
And I've only got 2 effort points. 2 royal jellies, 1 water.
You will pay dearly, Peru. I'm sure you were involved somewhere along the line.
That's right.
What?
Pretend you don't.
No, it used up a water. It used up a water. I was only tapping it, but I think it's because I was loading through the room. Tapped it, room loaded, and it probably carried it on. So no waters. Got no
One
waters.
piece of advice. Don't travel through France on your way back, or it'll cost you dearly.
Calm now, my friends. Let's calm down. Everyone seems to be a little unnecessarily heated. Don't forget where you are.
One drunken night with Elizabeth, and I just popping all the
Gregory called us
drugs.
together to introduce the last guest.
But hardly had we arrived when he set upon Monsieur Peru.
Who is it? Or why? Why sit upon Monsieur Peru?
And what has Mr. Peru done to once again provoke someone's anger?
We don't really know just yet.
I get the feeling it won't be long before it gets out.
How could you dare do such a thing? Dios mío, you are all out of your minds.
Really, Duke Manuel? What made you
Manuel.
kick up such a fuss?
Mom is ready to Manuel.
Have you not heard? Well, let me inform you that yesterday morning at 10:22 a.m. precisely, in the middle of the Place de la Révolution in Paris, by decree of the National Convention which Monsieur Peru works for, King Louis was guillotined. What? The King of France is dead, gentlemen. Our monarchies are in danger. I have said it before. How dare they?
Oh dear.
Oh, as if...
Friends, let us calm down.
Don't pretend to be surprised. He got a fair trial.
Ridiculous. Bastard. He was sentenced to death by 361 votes to 360. You beheaded
That's a
a
narrow
king
margin. That's
for
like Brexit.
one vote. Is that your democracy?
What an obnoxious act. Until this, anything was possible. This political coup will have grave consequences.
France is lost.
Gentlemen, please. Let us take a step back
And
a
this
moment.
is exactly what Mortimer wants, isn't it?
Highest representative of God in France, Emily.
Calm things down. Say nothing. Think of the consequences to the order. Calm down. Free you. Let's all free use anyway.
Gentlemen, Duchess, we're all among people of reputable company here. We
And if
should
you're gonna
able
be
to
Mom's
manage the
heir, might as
conflicts
well
of our
take
nations
some
in a
control.
respectful and orderly manner.
I fully agree with you, sir.
But
That's enough, sir.
with whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Louis Moras
My freebie used on a 1 point decision.
Sarah is his mother, Duke. Gentlemen, this news affects us all, but I must ask you to remain calm. It's not the first time history has taken us by surprise. Let's
By
ensure
stealing
that our
my
respective
consumables.
countries are allowed to respond appropriately to this news.
Oh, rest assured. The response will not fall short, my friend.
Good for you. Well, Your Grace, here I was preparing to introduce you as is proper, and you've beaten me to it. I'm delighted that we are all together at last. Our meeting will therefore be able to kick off shortly. I have just a few more little preparations to take care of before you all find out the reason for your presence here. In the meantime, I shall leave you to get to know one another. When you hear the bell, please proceed to the conclave room on my left, behind that door. I'll see you later.
But I'm not prepared. I've only got 2 jellies. And now 0 waters. Character revealed: Manuel Godoy, Secretary of State and head of the Spanish government. A favorite to King Charles IV of Spain, Godoy rapidly climbed the political ranks. Lover of Queen Marie Louise Bourbon of Parma, he attracted the envy of Spanish princes. As Secretary of State, he developed and strengthened the Spanish colonial empire, especially in the Americas. A close friend of Louis XVI, King of France, he worked hard for the king's liberation, but in vain. This served to fuel his resentment to the Republican government of France. Invited by Sir Gregory Home, Godoy arrived at Lord Mortimer's manor with the firm intention of calming the expansionist desires of the United States of America on the continent. So he failed in that regard too.
Could you spare a moment, please, sir?
I'm glad you asked. I want to talk to you too. Of course.
2 jellies, 2 skills, 1 chance only.
Disappearance.
He looks concerned. I don't know why, but I doubt it's from sympathy alone. Well, let's see what he wants from me.
Any news of her? Have you found her, maybe?
Does he have feelings for her? What you found out? No time for that. What is he waiting for? Does he know her? Diversion. But it costs 3.
To hear you speak, you seem to know my mother well.
Not really.
So he is weak to diversion.
On this very spot, some weeks back. We had a very pleasant discussion. She's an exceptionally learned lady, with a good head for business. No need for me to tell you that.
I agree.
Did she tell you about our arrangement?
Nothing. We know nothing. How could I know? You know what? What are his weaknesses? Does it tell us? Where is he? Where is he? Ah, to be discovered. Either way. How could I know?
How could I know about that? We haven't seen each other for several weeks.
Indeed. I was simply hoping to pursue the transaction that we had agreed on with you. Too bad. I shan't keep you.
Failure! Oh, tactless.
Alright then.
But I gain 1 point in linguistics.
Thank you.
I hope that your search will prove successful and bring Sarah back to us soon. I must go now.
Wasted my stuff for nothing then.
Right. I've retrieved everything.
And just golden elixirs. At least they do persist through chapters. Which means, can I get all the royal jellies and waters from the other place? I could leave if I wanted to. I could speak to Napoleon anytime I want, so I'll come back from later. Could I get more free stuff from you?
I am at your service
Uh-huh.
day and night, sir.
So gimme.
As I was unable to bring my personal effects with me, I was wondering if you could find me a few items.
Of course, sir. What would you require?
Water is all I
A
need.
little Carmelite water would do me a lot of good. Could you find me some, please?
Oh, the tonics are under lock and
Mhm,
key, sir.
mhm,
Lord
mhm,
Mortimer
mhm,
only
mhm.
allows access to them in cases of emergency.
But give me the choices. Vulnerability. They're also expensive. Need etiquette or science level 2 to make it free? Where am I at now for etiquette and science? Etiquette's level 1, science is level 1. So no, not worth it right now. It's alright. Could I go to the dining hall? With the butterflies still about? The butterflies that are free to fly, far away, fly away, butterfly. Ooh woo 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 doo doo.
Alright. I've
3
retrieved
jellies. That's it. Just 3 jellies. That's what I'm armed with. So I'm going to assume that I've only got a limited amount of people to talk to before the bell rings. I assume not adults here with her. If you got a gripe, go for it. And can I go back into that one study?
The Song of Roland. Roland feeleth his death is near, his brain is oozing by...
I can go through here. And I haven't yet been here.
There's the alchemical symbol of the earth
Sure,
on the lid.
I got the earth key. It's only 1 key. Unlock the second lock. You know, I don't know what's even in here. I could click it open, and it could be all the Carmelite waters. In which case, great. But it could just be gold elixirs or devil tonics, devil thorns. Not gonna take the risk. Though there could be some other items here for me. Devil's Thorn. Locksmith's Art. Ooh. Are you subterfuge? +1 subterfuge. More gold elixir, more coins. Oh, I can't go to the gardens. Can go up from here. Unlock 2. Okay.
A fragment of amber.
All this amber. But no way to actually
alchemical symbol of
fill
the
up
earth on the lid.
all of my effort. Wait. I think it's your gripe now. It's that a human, wearing a tail of that variety, puts the tail anatomically in the wrong place, is that it? Well, as true as that may be, I don't think that anatomical accuracy is usually the appeal of that sort of tool. Add a jelly and 1 Carmelite water. And a note. Mysterious notes. Where? Says add it to inventory. Unless... these notes? Cool. Kinda worth then. Now how to go stairs. Don't just shake your head. There you go. It is pretty vanilla these days, but there's plenty of aspects to the appeal. There is the basic joy in having a tail. The... what's the right way to phrase it? the tabooness of using the exit chute as an entry chute, as my older brother would put it. And a bit of roleplay, so it might not be anatomically the best place for a tale, but that's really the least of the wearers and the appreciators' concern. Ask about the nightmare, about Godoy. Tell me more about the conference. She would know.
Emily, what can you tell me about the coming conference?
Sir Gregory and Lord Mortimer organize this kind of high society meeting every so often in order to consider the world situation.
But to what purpose?
Well, by bringing together the most influential people from the dominant nations of the modern world, they allow the mighty to discuss matters with calm clarity. There are precedents of armistices being signed at the end of these talks, you know. Talking while holding a glass of brandy makes things easier. You'll see.
And about Godoy?
What do you think
Who
of
prior?
our last guest?
We only knew from Mom's
Well,
letter.
I never thought I would get the chance to meet that Hispanic Casanova in the flesh. His reputation is well known. The gentleman collects lovers, including, would you believe it, the Queen of Spain.
Oh, we have no politics.
I doubt that Lord Mortimer invited him for his charm, if you want my opinion.
Never know, never know. Ask her about the nightmare. I'm hesitant, but gonna try it anyway.
I have a question that might seem a bit strange, but...
Go on.
If I said go beyond the nightmare, would that mean anything?
At least it's presented differently.
No, means nothing to me.
But for Emma...
Do you mean literally or figuratively speaking?
I'm going to assume literal, since guessing figurative got me failing knowing Mother's thing.
It can be a place. I don't know where, but it's a lead, I think.
You ought to ask His Eminence. He knows the house and its estate very well, being a frequent visitor. I believe he's in the Grand Salon.
Thank you for your advice.
You're leaving me?
Unfortunately, I have things to do. Thank you again, madam.
Which is fine. Wouldn't have thought to ask His Eminence. Was even thinking of not asking the Eminence, since asked him plenty already. Here for the gluttony of the butterflies.
A swine in a salon? That's an odd choice of decor.
Ah, Louis. Just the man. Good Lord. How did the king come to be executed?
Well, see, first he put him on the block.
The order would have intervened.
Playing with fire made things worse all by himself. Logic or etiquette? I don't think I know this man's weaknesses, do I? Vulnerable to questioning. Don't insist. Made things worse all by himself. He's a man of the cloth, and a man deep in the Vatican. Etiquette is probably the best bet. Oh well, it's only 1 point.
Your Eminence, I haven't been following the case. I'm sure that the order did everything in its power. Unfortunately, you know the situation in Paris, and, well, it's chaotic at best. Anything can happen in those revolutionary tribunals.
The king is the official representative of God on earth, my son.
Your Eminence, France
Is
has become a
he?
secular state. The king was just another citizen to them. He refused to admit his errors, looked down upon them, and attempted to escape. What did he expect?
France has lost all reason, Louis.
I don't
I
think you
invite
like
you to
that.
speak about it with my mother as soon as she reappears.
Is there any news of her?
Well, I hope it won't be long before I find her, Your Eminence.
Now you wanted to speak to me.
Mm-hmm. About the conference, about the nightmare.
If I say the nightmare to you, does it make you think of anything?
Your question is strange, my son. Difficult to say. Could you at least tell me a little more about the context?
place or an object. So little effort. There. A connection to a thing here, maybe.
Think of a place and tell me the first thing that comes into your mind when I say the nightmare.
Weak to manipulation. Or cardinal.
I'd say Lord Mortimer's favorite painting on the wall behind his desk. You know, that painting caused quite a stir when it was exhibited.
I didn't pay attention.
Titled
But behind
The
his
Night,
desk.
and it shows a woman lying down with a creature sitting on her, and in the background, a horse.
What, that's it?
I don't know if it will be of any help, but I can't think of anything else.
You never know.
That common
Thank
painting
you for
everyone
that,
knows.
Your Eminence.
Causes stir.
I gotta go and see it just in case, though. I was wondering what to think of that Manuel Godoy.
He is reputed to be a very ambitious character, at every level. But his faith is unwavering. He is a staunch defender of the church.
And for the cardinal, all that matters. Know of his reputation? Tell me of these rumors. I've only got the one, and only 3 jellies. And only had the one water pack, I didn't notice.
I'm sure a man like you is in the circle of trust. Would you know what the conference that Lord Mortimer mentioned is going to be about?
Not really, my son. Well, be it Lord Mortimer or Sir Gregory, we are never informed about the theme of the conference before it begins.
Okay, that's it
everything,
then.
Eminence. I shan't take up any more of your time.
You are welcome, my son. I will be seeing you, Louis.
And besides, if this means that I can go back, yes, go to Mortimer's study. They had at least 1 jelly in there to add to my collection. Though on the matter of reconfiguring seats, you wouldn't really have to.
So, what did my mother mean by going beyond the nightmare?
I really do not trust this oubliette. What would he have? A massive, deep pit like this, right in his 2nd floor office. 3 stories up by American counting. I see a box, and box means I can't open it.
Book of the Mortimer family. Book of the Mortimer family.
And that's it. Just look at the book, but can't examine it further than that. Though this book seems very suspicious, not just a giant pit, but the fire things all throughout. And no Oculus in the dome? Who's got a dome like this, in a room like this, and no Oculus? The more I examine this man, the less I trust him.
The Coup de Lance by Paul Rubens.
The jelly's still here.
It's a book on the history of the Crusades. I don't think it has any connection with my research.
So obviously the nightmare is this picture right up here. We've all seen it in all of our textbooks when it gets to like whatever era that was. So going to assume the puzzle is, we examine the painting, find scratches or whatever, giving some clue. Then either go to the Crusade book, or the family book. Are those dates?
Let's take a closer look.
Are they bad dates indeed? Chocolates.
Judging by the shape, I'd say they're Criollo cocoa beans. The chocolate of the Mayas. The rarest of the beans.
Maybe he is immortal and he has
Some even
personally
say they're
tasted.
aphrodisiac. When a product is in fashion, people attribute all sorts of virtues to it. not to be given to animals.
Don't say that. With the bird in the background. Oh no. The bird is gonna squeak and squawk. And we have to feed it to the bird to put it out of commission.
They're greatly prized in high society.
The dessert most in vogue nowadays. Oh, I haven't got politics is why. Accounts for the year 1792. 8,156 pounds of food, 6,200 pounds of candles, 2,621 pounds dressed stone, 8,600 pounds Corinthian marble, 9,227 pounds wood, 2,680 pounds of stained glass, 280,000 pounds of master paintings, 3,641 pounds fabric, 25,460 pounds wine, 254 pounds water, 13,508 pounds powder, total 360,473 pounds. P.S. Remember to reduce wood consumption next year. And the next one. Dear Mr. Guido Poletti, I am writing with regard to the dates of the paintings that I sent for your temporary exhibition. Please note that they are part of my private collection and are dated according to the Freemasons calendar, AL, in use at the time. As well as you may have guessed, you must remember to subtract 4,000 years if you don't want the public to be surprised at the dating of the work. Subtract 4,000 years. No need to remind you that the Freemason year AL begins in March, not in January. About the Longinus painting, I took the liberty to have the spear touched up so it better corresponds to the actual spear. I cannot urge you strongly enough to do the same for yours. Yours sincerely, Lord William Alexander Mortimer, Marquis of Worcestershire.
No, what have we got here? Well, it looks like a model of a lock. It's as if Mortimer is fond of complicating things sometimes. Well, I hope I never have to try and unlock it.
Okay, bird. What have they got to do with you? I don't see an icon.
A mina bird.
Speak to the bird? I'm not gonna feed it chocolate. I bet I have to, but not just yet.
Sarah de Riche? Waldo, you know Sarah? Well, Waldo, is your master good?
Or these berries. Difficulty 2. It costs 2, but these only fill up 2.
That's what you generally feed birds.
Alright, so you don't poison the bird. Okay. Saw the chocolates and got worried.
The Nightmare painted by Fuseli in 1781.
5781.
This must be what my mother was talking about. Now just need to find out what she meant by go beyond. Hey, looks like it's mounted on rails on each side. It should lift up, I think. There must be a mechanism somewhere.
And something pertaining to Longolus.
Okay, no mechanism behind this painting. Well, I'll have to keep looking.
Oh wait, you're a painting. With nothing to do. Oh, he paints himself. That's cool. More Crusader art.
No mechanism here.
Leviathan. Leviathan. Discourse on Method. Thomas Hobbes, 1651. The matter, form, and power of a commonwealth, ecclesiastical and civil, is a classic of political philosophy, leading with the theory of the social contract. +1 to politics. More coins. Are you Longulus? You got a spear on you. Sanctus Longulus Martyr. Are you to suggest that that spear in his hand is not marble, but the Spear of Destiny itself?
No. Let's look elsewhere.
So are they going to be the locking mechanism? But these books have to come to play at some point.
I don't think this book can help me. No, what have we got here? It looks like a model of a lock. It's as if Mortimer is fond of complicating things sometimes. Well, I hope I never have to try and unlock it.
And then this on the floor. Oh, that's it. That's it. And here I thought that it was some big puzzle with the bird. $17.81 was a painting, right?
Oh, what on earth is this? A ring lock now? Great. That's all I needed.
Oh, wait. And they made note that the calendar begins in March, not January. Cool. So, when was the painting again? I've lost track. It's alright, could just feed the bird, right? And get the answer off the bird. Feed the bird? Red berries? Ask him for the code, you never know.
Tell me the door code. Here I am talking to a bird. Shame on me.
But I gave him food.
Sarah DeRiche? Waldo, you know Sarah? What? Repeat that, Waldo. Sarah? What about Sarah?
Stop it, Sarah, don't go.
Good God, what's been happening here?
More deets.
Well, Waldo, is your master good? I don't really know what I was expecting.
Okay, watch me fail this then. Notice something. What's the rollers? Cost reduced by 3. Are you telling me I could do the same as with the Medusa and notice where, mechanically, it fits most comfortably?
Looks like there's a marker on number 1 on the second roller.
Marker on 1. If the marker's on 1, then
Looks like there's a marker on number 1 on the second roller.
then is it not 5781? Any clue on this then? No. Could I get more bird food and feed the bird some more? Book? Great big book of Mortimers, could you help me out here? No, of course not. Or no. Analyze it with all the honey.
Many families kept documents of their history, but I've never seen anything like this before. Such regularity in writing them up through the generations for such a long time. First time I've ever seen that.
Maybe he is multiple
gives
Mortimers.
considerable
Or maybe he
importance to his
is
origins.
immortal.
It's undeniable.
Presentation of the Mortimer family?
Well, well. History of the Mortimer lineage. Looks like his ancestors have always sought to improve society and have had an open attitude towards the arts.
And that's it. Patronage then.
This seems to be the list of grants and sponsorships given by the Mortimer family.
Long King, Albert the Great, Naira, Don Luis de Cerda, Ponce de Leon, Achille, Denis Papin, Academy Racine, Ivan IV.
In 1550, the Mortimer family financed half of the construction of St. Basil's Cathedral in Moscow by way of protocol gift for Ivan IV Vasilievich, one of the most beautiful religious buildings ever built.
Ivan? No sense of politics.
From 1235 to 1280, the Mortimer family granted an annual pension to Albert the Great, Archbishop of Regensburg, in order to fund his research in the writing.
Oh, I was thinking of Albert then. Alfred. I was thinking Alfred.
Wonders of the world.
Is this just to suck up all of my efforts? Because I've only got the 2 gels left.
Let's not forget it recorded the recipe for gunpowder in the form of an anagram. They democratized firearms in Europe, no less. In 1489, the Mortimer family participates in the purchase of the Caravel Santa Clara from Juan Niño, shipowner on behalf of Don Luis de la Cerda. The vessel will be renamed La Niña.
Don't take notes.
In 1645, the Mortimer family allocated a pension to be passed down the generations to the Nérac family from Bordeaux, shipowners and refiners from father to son, a family known for their expeditions to Africa and America.
France, Africa, the America. Unimportant.
In 1567, the Mortimer family financed the brickworks in Qinhongdao in China, fitted out with 51 furnaces 3.5 meters high, in guise of a protocol gift for Long King, the emperor of the Ming dynasty.
And all of it, because I have no effort and no skills, all going right over my head.
In 1513, the Mortimers financed the expedition of Ponce de Leon to the New World. That was the expedition that resulted in the discovery of Florida, in fact.
A terrible mistake for all.
In 1635, the Mortimer family sponsored the Academy of Mersenne for 30 years in Paris for works in the sciences and in philosophy. That was generous, but not entirely selfless when you think about Blaise Pascal, who developed the first calculating machine at the same time. In 1772, Lord Mortimer made a donation of £112,000 to the attention of Achille Basmarin, major ship owner of Bordeaux, for the construction of a ship, the Clary.
That zoom in, as if that's a huge clue.
From 1685 to 1720, the Mortimer family allocated an annual pension to Denis Papin for his brilliant works in pneumatics and hydraulics. That reminds me of spectacular experiments such as his first submarine, which didn't end all that well if I remember correctly.
I think these aren't hints, just background lore. Family tree?
Oh, the family tree.
William Alexander Mortimer, first of his name.
The first William Alexander Mortimer. He was born in 1131 and distinguished himself
Oh, is that
during
why
the
he's
Third
so into the
Crusade,
Crusades?
during which he rubbed shoulders with Richard the Lionheart.
41-31
He showed
then.
outstanding bravery during the siege of Saint-Jean d'Acre. He died in 1211 in the country of Westford at the age of 80. What longevity. Nice. Nothing is mentioned about his wife.
When was he in the
First
Crusades?
William Alexander Mortimer.
Was that 11 something?
He was born
1131.
in 1131 and
Born
distinguished
1131.
himself during the Third
41,
Crusade,
31
during which he
then?
rubbed shoulders with Richard the Lionheart.
51-31.
He showed outstanding bravery during
51,
the siege
31?
of Saint-Jean d'Acre. He died in 1211 in the country of Westford at the age of 80. What longevity. Nice. Nothing is mentioned about his wife.
51-31. Since I cannot analyze this again. Well, here goes.
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because I have failed. And I could look at this.
This painting isn't finished. And it looks like Mortimer probably did it. Not bad, but you can't exactly say it's been done in the style of the period.
Now does Crusade book become important? Is Mortimer's
History
name
of
in
the
here?
First Crusades by Pierre Amédée de la Salle. Hey, the dates indicate AL, and it looks like 4,000 years have been added to our calendar. All that counting system again.
First Crusade, Third Crusade.
The famous call from Pope Gregory VIII in his Audita Tremendi bull of 5,187. Oh, the Crusade
5187 then?
Lionheart distinguished himself.
5187?
It states the first sea blockade of
Or
Saint-Jean
5190?
was broken in the 12th month of 5,190 AL, whereas the siege had been going on for 2 years.
Alright, this is going to call for a return of the notepad. Where are you? Right then. AL is plus 4,000. Begins in March.
The famous call from Pope Gregory
5187.
in his Audita Tremendi bull of 5,187.
Is the bull.
Oh, the crusade where Richard the Lionheart distinguished himself. It states the first sea blockade of Saint-Jean
12
d'Acre
month to
was broken in
5190.
the 12th month of 5,190 AL, whereas the siege had been going on for 2 years.
So maybe bold at 5187. No mechanisms, but perhaps there's clues in the paintings themselves.
Hey, there are 2 dates on this painting. 1154 AD and 5,154 AL.
1154, 51, 54. That is prior to the bull. Since I was in 5187. I hate to do it, but you know what? Let's look at your things.
A painting depicting the Third Crusade. It's titled Winter Before the Fall of Saint-Jean d'Acre.
Situate the scene, analyze the scene, link to the readings.
I get the impression I've seen that before. In fact, I've read something on the Crusades before in the study. He clearly loves the subject.
He does. The painting is on and who are you? Mortimer the First. Looks just like him.
William Alexander Mortimer I, the 12th month of Anno Lucis, 5190. That's a funny date.
That funny date again.
That date in 5000 is something again.
And all begin with 1. 51, 51, 51. Is Longulus going to actually be important? No. So far, no. So we have a few important dates. We got the siege, we got the Papal Bull, we got Mortimer the First.
Damn it. It doesn't work. 5190. I was pretty sure it was right. Maybe I didn't use the right dating system. Doesn't work, damn it.
What?
I really thought I was close. 1190. Isn't the right date when you subtract 4000? I must have missed a subtlety.
So that's the right track then. Unless you accommodate the clue that the first month is in March, not January.
William Alexander Mortimer I.
12th month of Anno Lucis.
5190.
So that'd be 5190, the 12th month of it. Which puts it in February, the last year of 5190, or the last month of 5190. Which puts you instead, am I going up or going down then? Is this 1189 or 1191? This is going to take some diagrams. So we have January of 1189, which is still 5488, because it won't be 89 until March. So if it's February now, then it would be one behind. Okay. So 1189 then? What's the date?
That date in 5000 is something again. I wonder what...
Yes, but what is the date? So the last month. So it was 5190. And it won't be 5191 until March. And it's 5190 in February. Okay, that's 91.
Open sesame.
See, that is his anti-burglar tool. We spend all of our time with a pencil and paper, planning it out. But I've only got 2 more jellies and 2 waters. There better be more jellies in here, more waters.
Let's see what you've been hiding, Lord Murderer.
Found the code to the door. Search study, loads of stuff in here. Just Devil's Thorn. Why Devil's Thorn? Okay, there is an adjoining room, so it's probably safe to examine everything in here. A map of Europe? But I got no sense of politics.
It shows the forces present in Europe. It's clear that France is surrounded by her enemies. However, a large number has been underlined in bold. 26 million.
26 million souls. Exactly.
Population.
It is human transmutation. The all of France is going to become one great big transmutation circle. William, whatever your projects, it would seem that our father is against leaving you with the grip on Europe. Russia will soon be committing itself to the coalition against your dear France. Don't think you can resist for long. I beseech you, William, do not to persist. You are tearing our family apart. Your loving brother, G. P.S. Shall I come to your conference? I shall come to your conference. But do you think that holding it at the present moment is conductive? So he's not immortal. It is legit a family of Mortimers. And her brother G, who is coming to the conference. My dear friend, thank you for your words, and I do understand your situation. I regret having to confront you militarily, but if the situation obliges me to declare war, then do what you think fit. Under your advisement and with a weary heart, I am off to meet up with the coalition that opposes you. In the hope of serving you again, George, King of Hanover, King of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. Okay, who do we know? Who is a G? Godoy? Could his brother be Manuel Godoy? Or could it be Gregory? Gregory Home, his own brother. He is very much at home here. Giuseppe. His bro is Giuseppe Piaggi. Or George Washington. Hence the success of the upstart colony. What's the wording? Projects, father is against leaving you with the grip on Europe. Tearing our family apart. Come to the conference. It's ambiguous. If one of those G's is his brother, I can't possibly guess who. Your dear France. Probably not George then, since France was very dear to the US. Tearing our family apart. What's this, coin? Oh, golden elixir. My dearest Mortimer, as a friend of China, rest assured that you will be rewarded for information. You need not worry about any scheming against us from Great Britain. The representative, Mr. McCartney, will leave with no hope of any arrangement involving us. Your friend, Chang Long, Emperor of the Qing Dynasty. Mouth getting a bit raw. Or a bit exhausted. Friday, 3 p.m. My dear friend, as desired, I have been able to gather together my friends to sign the agreement you proposed. The agreement shall be known as a Buttonwood Agreement. If you recall the place where we gathered when you met us for the first time, you will understand why this name was given. Please find enclosed the list of my colleagues. Leonard Bleecker, 16 Wall Street. Hugh Smith, Tontine Coffee House. Armstrong N. Barnwall, 58 Broad Street. Samuel March, 243 Green Street. Andrew D. Barclay, 136 Pearl Street. Benjamin Sasis, 8 Hanover Street, Square. John Henry, 13 Duke Street. John Bush, 195, Walter Street. David Reedy, 58, Wall Street. Thanks to your help, we shall soon be able to meet in my place, the Tontine Coffee House. I look forward to seeing you as soon as possible. Huge Smith. And what's this? The gift has been delivered. Timur Shah Durrani, King of Afghanistan, of Punjab, of Sindh, of Mashtad, and of Kashmir, should not retain his title much longer. His son, Zaman, will succeed him as planned. We will then be able to resume negotiations. Okay? Map of the Americas, and again, I haven't any brain for politics.
This shows the forces present in America.
Does Mom really want me, of all people, to take her place as heir, since... Sure, he's getting some subtlety into him, but... no head at all for managing international intrigue? My dear friend, with thanks to your services rendered and in help of the fight against the Spanish at the conquest of Iran, a ship bound for Marseilles in France has been chartered. Hidden aboard are a few corpses infected with the plague that is decimating our country at this moment in time. Be very careful when handling these boxes, because if it inadvertently opened, you risk spreading the disease all over France. Mohammed al-Keber. Is that a reference to anything? Was there a plague in France at this time?
Weakness of the Human Psyche by Guillaume Trimore.
Trait unlocked, Shepherd. One point of manipulation. You read the book about the weaknesses of the human psychology. Manipulation? 1 point bonus.
Says, it is possible to drill an idea into someone
We're
by
clones.
constant daily repetition until the mind gives in and goes on. There are hundreds of good ways to live life, but you only need one to convince the masses that it's the only one possible. The author isn't letting any ethical principles get in his way, is he?
I suppose they haven't got to worry about the gene pool then, because it's all going to be duplicates anyway. My lord, I hope this letter will reach you. My hours are numbered. My printing house has been confiscated, and I've been imprisoned at the fortress of Schittelberg. If by chance you could intervene in my favor, I would be eternally in your debt. The Tsarina Catherine would not be long in banning all good and order lodges from her territory. Our horizon has become considerably darker. In the hope that you can help me, your friend, Nikolai Novikov. Well, you see, Wither, because they're clones, they're not directly related. They're just all duplicates, so they're not really brothers and sisters and whatnot. Just pure genetic copy-pasting. Dear Lord Mortimer, I am ready to ask you to persuade President Washington not to sign the Fugitive Slave Act as it stands. We must absolutely legislate on a national level and not allow every state to choose their policy regarding slaves. It was initially intended to resolve the conflict between Pennsylvania and Virginia. By signing it, we risk legislating the hunting of blacks. More and more men of little faith are becoming slave hunters, and, unable to find any slaves on the run, they kidnap the first black that they come across, which they pass off as a wanted runaway. The situation threatens to quickly degenerate. Thank you in advance. Your friend, John Adams. P.S. Say hello to my daughter Elizabeth for me. Couple of things here. When it started off with being against Fugitive Slave Act, I was like, oh no, where is this going? Is he for or against? But it seems like he wants greater protections, not just the little allowed in law. And poor Jean, for Elizabeth. Exactly. Just a clone. Strangers practically. Like blackberries. I think, are clones to each other. Or was it trees? What trees was it? Was it elms or aspens? I can't remember. Again, zero politics. This might be more fun, or a different kind of fun, playing with a more diplomatic lean. Getting all your etiquette points in, your understanding of what exactly is going on.
It shows the forces present in Africa. This is unexpected activity in this sector. It looks like there are also many unknowns, even for Mortimer.
Well, that's it. A sword. In a note. In... What do we have here? Seychelles? I forget what that group off the coast of India is called. Maldives? We got the Maldives nearby. I know the Maldives are Indian Ocean. Wait, wait. I can't tell if those are ours. Ilas Teludrones. Philippines are here. You got Indonesia here. So we should be around between in this area. Tropicus Canceri. Matadores, Petiro. I don't recognize these names. Must be names ascribed to them from the conquerors, or the explorers, I mean. Wasn't really too much conquest here. Mostly explorers going through, doing their trade thing, which is why, surprisingly, we got good relations with the English. Germans conquered for a while, though for some odd reason, we still teach that Germany had no colonies despite Africa and their presence, primarily phosphate mining, etc., throughout the Pacific, before being taken over by Japan pre and during World War II. Which is funny, because we're all a cornucopia here, peoples. Got Carolinians, Malays, Japanese influence in names and cultural aspects, some loan words, a few Spanish, some Portuguese, German last names scattered here or there like the Hofschneiders. Let us see if you have the courage to face me alone. Assuming that's Mom's message.
My mother's writing.
A...
Picked up her trail. What is she up to?
Obviously, she wants to lure Mortimer somewhere, but where? The only clue she's left for Mortimer is this stone sword. It must be intentional. It looks like a decorative sword, like
she's gone off
from a statue
to a different island in the Indian Ocean.
I'm guessing it's been left outside for a long time.
Garden?
Got to
Do we finally get to go to the garden? Go find your mother. So there's back to the study. That appears to be an elevator. But I haven't been in here yet. I must roam in here. My dearest friend, our plans are going ahead wonderfully well. The Coinage Act has been voted. Your project of funding the very first Bank of America should not be delayed, and will probably be called the Union Bank. As for the construction of the White House, it is still die to begin in October. I will accept no delays, you can trust me on this. I hope to see you soon, Thomas Jefferson, Secretary of State. He really is friends with everybody.
Honey, the remedy of the gods. A table of alchemical elements. So, Lord Mortimer also studies alchemy? It seems like he's interested in everything.
Oh, you see, pre-internet, so plenty of time.
A chest with a motif representing the alchemical symbol of fire.
Welp. Key with an occult water symbol. And coins. And coins. Did I not get nothing of value from that? Oh well. Key with an occult fire symbol. Oh. So I could have halved the cost. Oh well. Freeze free.
Am I seeing things, or is that an actual Von Leeuwenhoek microscope? Incredible. Mortimer really is at the cutting edge of science. Even at the Order, it took us ages to get one of those.
Laudanum? Discovered immunity. We have immunity. Immune to science. Because your scientific brain is far too big, I see now. Dear Lord Mortimer, be assured of my entire devotion. As agreed, the Vendee peasantry will soon rise up. My network is striving to increase the pressure on the masses. The decision of the Assembly, which consists of voting the civil constitution of the clergy, is inflaming the region. The people overwhelmingly reject the priests and swear loyalty to the state. If you could ensure that the convention will administer the final blow to the people, the issue will be resolved. Without wishing to direct you, a forced recruitment for a faraway conflict would be a perfect way to arouse the people definitively. Your devoted servant, Francois Athanase Charette de la Contrie. And like all things, if it's on print, I'll butcher it. All you gotta realize, actual Zoku, that it's not being immune to science full stop. It's what leverage I can put on the person. Like, to use a classic example of Emily. If I try to skew her and pressure her with, like, logical arguments, she'll just brush it off. If I try to question her, she'll respond with more questions. But if I try to play mind games psychologically, then that goes through her defenses. Washington don't know. The servants are all weaklings. Anything gets them to bend over, really. For this fellow, the dapper Prussian, all you need is to be a bit slippery, be a bit diversion-y with your arguments, and you could easily slip one by him, because that's the hole in his armor. Elizabeth, the late Elizabeth, was stronger to psychological weakening, but more vulnerable with being pressed for questions. Was all about, like, how you get to the person. Mortimer, it turns out, has too much scientific savvy, so you try to BS him with science, and he'll call you out. He's not gonna buy it.
An iron mask. I wonder who it's for. 3 rusty old nails. They're about 20 centimeters long. Some goat skulls, chicken legs. Now we all know what that's for. I'm a little surprised at Mortimer. I didn't seem as the type to be organizing little pagan parties, invoking occult powers, and dancing naked under the full moon. I'm more used to seeing cheap charms like this sold by charlatans in Pré Saint-Gervais.
But Louis, aren't you yourself in a secret occult organization?
Look, a pack of tarot cards. Has he been reading the cards? Mortimer? That would surprise me.
I can read the draw. I do have points in the occult, and it only costs 1 point.
It is a typical draw in a line that answers a specific question. To the left, temperance. That announces a reward for one who patiently waits before taking any action. And in the middle, a chariot. which symbolizes triumph and business success. To the right, the Emperor evokes a future full of power and stability.
And I bet you that that configuration is not going to come up again later, is it? Lord Mortimer, the tiger is dying. On your demand, I have attacked Travancore and personally cut the throats of as many Englishmen as possible, though without the help from the French. I cannot hold them off much longer. My forces are rapidly diminishing in spite of your new rockets. Help us. Tipu Sahib, Sultan of Mysore. Oh no, now this is witchcraft. Or is that the note behind? Oh, that's the note behind.
That must be for writing the homing pigeon messages.
Can we read them? Are there notes in them yet? Snoop through his letters. Dear friend, who is the most admirable of all the Olympians? None other than the king of the gods, of course. Unlike his father, Kronos, he learned to make equal use of his strength and wisdom. Instead of fearing the powers of his children and brothers, he accepted to share the world with them. Men fear his thunder and praise his justice. He reigns, but doesn't dominate. That innocent interpretation of Greek mythology, whereas now, Zeus is just the horned dog that everyone jokes on. Dear Lord Mortimer, as agreed, I have changed your old lock for one of my inventions. Drawing inspiration from your doctor friend, Mr. Guillotine, here is a model for your new lock, if you appreciate my prototype. The circular thing on the table, with the razor thing on top, and Mom missing a hand. It is difficult to imagine how it all fits together, but it will be located in the middle of the present door. The aim being to alter nothing of the door's functionality, but to add a bit of spice. Depending on the lineup of the wheels, the aforementioned lock will open, or will punish the snooper whose faith is not strong enough. I call my invention the Judgment of Faith, because if a snooper is unable to resist opening it, they will be punished. I hope you'll appreciate the irony of the situation. Gustave Montrant, Master Architect. And this is labeled Gustave. Were you turned into an anatomical model? And it's missing one arm. Did he make the lock, test the lock, and then was flayed alive?
A skeleton by the name of Gustav, if the plaque on the plinth is anything to go by.
Needs to chill.
To his anatomy skeleton. That's morbid.
But Robbie, it says right there he was just.
His right hand is missing. These are feathers. Pigeon, probably.
But yeah, definitely not justice as we understand it. Inscriptions.
Strange. I don't recognize the alphabet. I wonder where the pictograms are from. It isn't Egyptian or
He doesn't
Hebrew.
recognize it. Well, that's monster energy. I see monster.
On the top. No way to know what's underneath. Absolutely no idea what it's for, but I find this cube fascinating.
Examine it.
Looks like obsidian or onyx. Must weigh a ton.
Well, that's it. That's all I can do for now. De Humani Corporis Fabrica. De Humani... Andreas Vesalius, 1543. Seminal book. Absolute reference on human anatomy. +1 for science. And if Mortimer's gonna be the final boss, can't science up on him.
Something strange about this table.
Equipment. Instruments cost 1 point.
The Little Surgeon's Perfect Collection.
Oh, that's free. Is to examine the equipment that costs science. Alright, I have enough royal jelly for 6 more points.
What kind of experiments does Mortimer carry out here? It's a dissection table. So Mortimer does autopsies. Here on his desert island. But Who's he doing autopsies on then?
We have at least one corpse. Oh no. Do we know where Elizabeth's body is? And that's just to discover that he's immune to science. We knew that already. Tiger, Travancore. Nails from the True Cross, probably not. Alchemy stuff. Alright, so how to leave. And now we foreshadow there's a lock that can't take my hand.
Oh shit. How am I gonna get out of here now?
Could it be the elevator?
It's locked.
Oh. Or not. Is there a way out from here?
Preservation using formaldehyde. Just as disgusting as ever.
Have I got to re-examine everything?
Something strange about this table. The little surgeon's perfect collection.
Gustav H is in no position to help me here.
That must be for writing the homing pigeon messages. An iron mask. I wonder who it's for.
Carmelite water. Seek a way out time. Lots of letters, but already. Oh, that's a bird whistling.
Weakness of the Human Psyche by Guillaume Trimore. He says, it is possible to drill an idea into someone by constant daily repetition until the mind gives in. Weakness of the Human Psyche by Guillaume Trimore. He says, it is possible to drill an idea into someone by constant daily repetition
the code was
until the mind gives in. And goes on, there are hundreds of good ways to live life, but you only
1189, wasn't it?
convince the masses that it's the only one possible.
So do I need the
author
opposite
isn't letting
side?
the ethical principles get in his way, is he?
What is the opposite of 1? 9? Or no? On a tumbly thing like this, would that be 5 or 6 on the opposite end? Oh no. Have I got to plot out what it would be on the opposite end? Alright, hold on, let me draw this out. Okay, so 1, 2, 6, 3, 2, 8, 2. Alright, sure. If I'm looking at then 1189, 6, 6, 3, 4. And yo. Oh, night yo. Hey, Widow, thanks for watching. Have a good night. Oh, it is upside down. Devious. 6634. It's gonna work, of
This
course.
looks like the same mechanism as the one on the other side.
Mm-hmm. So think about it as a whole for hints. Shape of the cylinders. Just lower it. I'm sure I've got it.
Whoa, whoa. If the grid closes a bit more every time I enter a wrong date, I'd better not mess up again. It doesn't seem to be working.
Really? I'm gonna get trapped here. And oh no. Is that not right? Did I get it wrong? Hold on, hold on. So we have 5 axes, right? 5 axes. This is correct. Hold on. Oh no. This is gonna take more brain power than I'm accustomed to. I haven't taken grade school geometry in so long. Alright, show.
This looks like the same mechanism as the one on the other side.
Mm-hmm. But I got my math wrong, and my math is wrong. Oh. Think about the mechanism as a whole.
The mechanism passes through the wall. The wheels are the same on both sides.
Yes.
Chances are the combination I used on the other side works on this side too.
Is that how it'll be though? Could I just put 1189 and have it work? Or 1188? It was 1189. Because that was January of 1189, counts as 5488, because it won't be 5489 until March. But that can't be the full picture.
These cylinders rotate on the same central axis.
Mm-hmm.
So when I enter a number on one side, it corresponds to another one on the other side.
Which is why it can't just be 1189.
It looks too easy. It could be a trap.
It is a trap. So it really should just be as simple as, if it's 1189 on one end, was it 1189? Oh no, I'm psyching myself out here. Now, see though. Alright, hold on. Apparently, I gotta look at a decagon in front of me to better visualize this. Okay, so you go to here, you correspond to here. You correspond to here, 4 to 9, 5 to 0. Well, that's exactly what I had before. 2 to 7, yeah. So is it not 1189? And so, because it was 5190 in February, which means it was 1189 in our calendar. And if these are the reverse, then 1189's reverse would be 6634. And I had down 6634, and 6634 did not work.
Looks like the same as the one on the other side.
Mm-hmm. I'm stupid. This is right to left. 6634 from this side. Oh my goodness, sorry I was stressing it out. When it was simple spatial relationship. Here I was overanalyzing if I even know what decagons look like.
This looks like the same mechanism as the one on the other side.
Wait, did it not hit to lower? What? But that was right! It was 6634. That was 1189.
Wheels are stuck. Shit! I'm cornered like a rat.
Well, and I'm got claustrophobic. Cautious. Subterfuge costs 1 more effort point. Game over. The user loses. Peru?
Someone's coming. Please don't let it be Mortimer.
What's Peru doing here?
Who is it?
Deliberately avoiding me. 4 years ago I was his favorite, but nowadays I have to ask for an audience with his lordship.
Damn it! It's Peru.
You know what? Just call for help.
It's Mr. Deriche. I'm sort of trapped behind this painting.
What are you playing at, goddammit?
Help me out of here, please.
How can I open it?
There's a pedal under Lord Mortimer's desk. Can you see it?
There's no... Hang on. Yes.
Good. Now press it.
Yeah.
Bulk Hunk to the rescue.
You should see something resembling a frame with numbers. Yes? You have to turn them to set the combination.
Excuse me? None of these are Wasn't it 1189? Did I have my notes wrong? But what did I get in? Because it was 5190, but it's 5190 because it's 1189, because it's 5190 in February, which is 1189. Wait, no, that's right. 5190 in February, which means it'll be 5191 or 1191 in our calendar. I had the right idea. I wrote down the wrong numbers. So I didn't want 6634. I wanted 66 91 91 46 66 46 from right to left. Aw, well, I deserve getting stuck then.
1191.
Oh well. Just means getting to enjoy a second playthrough eventually.
Well, well, well. Poking our nose into Mortimer's little secrets, are we? You do surprise me.
It's not what you're thinking.
Does that get us on his good side?
No, you will not, sir. It has nothing to do with me, and by the way, I never even saw you.
See,
So,
I knew
I'll
it.
be on my way now.
I knew we could trust him. Oh, him.
I'm indebted to you. I won't forget this.
Yeah. Goodbye.
A true man of the people. Of course he'd be understanding.
I've wasted enough time. I better get moving if I want to find my mother.
But finding Mom. Failed, find a way out. Well... Finding Mom will have to wait until next week. At some point. Since it is late enough for a Friday night. So the question remains, the sword goes where? Outside, weathered, likely garden. And the stream goes to host to where? There actually are people playing console today. But we don't want to spoil, would we? Whereas, certain somebody is playing MSX games. And MSX is kind of almost the exact same thing as New World Order Intrigue. So I'm going to drop us a fat raid onto Anke and say hello. Anka's cool. Till then, thanks for watching. Shielded myself from spoilers, so came in knowing nothing about this game, and so far it's fun. I like it. So easily gonna be more of it. So see ya. Take care, have fun, have a good weekend, stay safe. And do avoid jumbling up your numbers and getting stuck behind rudimentally easy puzzles. It might be +1 effort to subterfuge forever, but the loss of consumable resources and the shame are the true permanent markers.